My name is Barbara Boyer, and I'm co-chair of the OWEB board. And today is October 23rd, and it's the second day of our regularly scheduled meeting.
Don't worry about
that. Okay. So today, let's hold on, I got something right here. Today is to remind you all that this is a virtual meeting and it's being streamed live on OWEB's YouTube channel and being recorded. Board members can introduce themselves now or save it for the board member comments. That was yesterday. Remind those watching on YouTube that the meeting materials are in the board and committees section of the OWEB website. Viewers can click on the relevant board meeting date and have access to the meeting materials. And then today's agenda is before us. We are reviewing the Open Solicitation Spring Grant Awards. We have committee updates. We have a spending plan update. We're looking for approval on the small grant rules. And then we're going to be talking about rulemaking. And if time allows today, we are going to talk about committee structures. If we don't get there, we have a backup plan. But today we're gonna start with the director's report. We're not? That was last night.
Well,
Okay.
I think we crossed wires there. Sorry, Barbara. What I would propose is if we can use that 90 minutes for committee structure to finish up director's report, have our strategic plan discussion from yesterday, and then get as far as we can on committee. If not, like Barbara said, we'll have a backup plan, but I would rather do that all as a lump so we're not switching speakers back this morning. I want to make sure that we get to the open solicitation.
Okay,
Yes,
awesome.
we have public comment at 8:30.
Right.
Yeah.
That
Sorry about that.
makes sense. Okay. So that is the agenda overview, and we are going to, actually, I would like you to reflect on yesterday's tour. I was not on it. Do you have anything you'd like to reflect on?
Kelly Coates for the record. Thanks, Barbara. Yes, the tour was very informative, especially for someone who is a little more inland. It was really nice to see some of the coastal wetland work that's going on. We had a great tour of a project that is removing a tide gate and a levee and is going to allow water to inundate a piece of property that will provide winter refuge habitat for salmonids at the confluence of the Coos and Millicoma rivers. Thanks, Barbara. And it was really interesting to talk about. What I really came away with from that particular site visit were the partnerships, the really great partnership with the Watershed Council and Weyerhaeuser and upstream landowners. And it's just a really cool project that in a really great location that is just one of those showcase projects that I think we'd all love to have. And then the second site that we visited, again, for me, that one really showcased partnership between the state and private landowners and the amount of restoration that is being done there for Kentuck Creek reconnection, wetland area creation, native planting along the creek. It was really amazing to see it. But I think the biggest takeaway that I had from that site in particular was the relationships that were built with the landowner that they're currently working with, but then the downstream landowner that saw the work that was going on upstream on his neighbor's property, had the conversations with people, and then said, you know what, I'm ready, let's do the next 100 acres downstream. And that's huge, and that just shows how important, and we were talking about this in the van yesterday, the relationship building piece of things is with these projects. And I know for a lot of us, we got into natural resources to work with fish and to work with nature, right? But like 99% of what we do is actually social, right? And so that one was a really big reminder for me. And just, again, one of those projects where it's like, yes, that's what we want to have. We did an upstream project and now we have a downstream landowner saying, I like what you did, let's work together. So those were my big takeaways.
Thank you. Thank you. Perfect timing. It is 8:35 and we are moving on to public comment. Are our virtuals queued up or would you like me to start with in-room, Nicole?
Well, yeah, they're there. I
Okay.
think our in-room folks are also here too, so
Okay.
you
All right.
live your truth.
Thank you. All right, so you will each have 3 minutes today to give your public comment, and we do have a red, yellow, green light up front there. So Mark McAllister, please, you are up first.
We'll ask him to unmute. Maybe move to the next person. He's there, but he may have stepped away.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
I think I'm good now. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Mark, we can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you for that technical difficulty. Good morning. I'm Mark McAllister with the Freshwater Trust, and I'm here on behalf of the Sandy River Basin Partners. I'm here to respectfully ask that the board consider funding our technical assistant grant application titled Sandy Basin Climate Change Analysis. Our application received a due fund recommendation, but unfortunately, it had ended up as the highest priority project just under the funding line. The Sandy Basin is home to threatened salmon and steelhead and designated by the EPA as one of the 12 primary cold water refugia in the Columbia Basin for Columbia salmon and steelhead. The Sandy River Basin partners, including federal, state, county, and municipal entities, have invested over $12 million since 2008 to restore the basin's habitat, following a comprehensive restoration strategy. As part of this restoration strategy, OWEB has funded nearly 20 restoration grants in the basin, totaling almost $2 million, and those impacts can be seen. In the context of regional declining salmon runs, the Sandy success, where increases in native fish production have been documented. The impacts of climate change, however, threaten these gains. It is imperative for us to understand the interaction of climate change with the complex life histories of native salmonids. Without this data to guide future restoration efforts, the most effective restoration approaches are unknown, jeopardizing these past gains and investments. This is a time-sensitive ask. Delays in this understanding equate to lost opportunities. The partners are ready to do this work now. We have match in place and we have lots of momentum. Leanne Davis, the chair of the partners, asked me to share these brief comments. To OWEB, I apologize that I'm unable to attend this meeting to present these marks, but I've asked Mark to read my comments. As chair of the Sandy River Basin Partners, I would like to express strong support on behalf of the Sandy River Basin Partners for TFT's proposal to fund a comprehensive climate change analysis for the Sandy Basin. Sandy Basin Partners include 10 organizations and agencies that together have invested millions of dollars restoring fish habitat in the Sandy Basin over the past couple decades with positive results. Current science tells us that those investments are at risk from climate change, though we don't know how much or what the most effective actions to address these risks will be. The proposed project will give us the best possible answer to these questions and guide the SRBP restoration efforts in the future. On behalf of the Sandy River Basin Partners, thank you for your consideration in funding this very important and timely request. Signed, Leanne Davis, Chair of the Sandy River Basin Partners. In closing, I appreciate your time and thank you for consideration of this ask.
Thank you, Mark.
Chair, could we turn the volume up slightly?
Yeah, I felt the same way. Regan, can you turn the volume up just a little bit for us to hear, please? The incoming. All right, we are moving on to Jessica Humphreys. Are you on?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jessica, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Co-Chair Boyer and Coates and members of the board. My name is Jessica Humphreys, and I'm the Oregon Flow Restoration Director at Trout Unlimited, based in Wallowa County. At the July board meeting, 2 of our water acquisition program projects were reviewed and recommended for funding. We appreciate the support from OWEB and have actually submitted 2 more projects in this most recent solicitation. As part of the board's review at the water acquisition projects in July, a question was posed about how Trout Unlimited prioritizes and develops our water transactions. Due to the format of our participation in that meeting, we were not able to respond at that time. So I wanted to follow up and make sure we provided the board with the information requested. Trout Unlimited's Oregon Flow Restoration Program is focused in specific priority basins, including the Grand Ronde, Umatilla, John Day, Klamath, and Rogue watersheds. As an organization, a variety of factors go into determining our priority waters, but local and regional recovery plans for ESA-listed species are primary guiding documents for our work. And those plans identify the above-mentioned basins as places where artificially low stream flows are a primary limiting factor for species recovery due to the effects of low stream flow on fish passage and water quality. Recovery plans use the best available science and focus our efforts in areas where water transactions are expected to have the greatest benefit for Oregon's aquatic species. After a priority basin is identified, it is to use model to hire a qualified project manager to live and work in these basins and develop projects that consider the specifics of local agricultural production, water rights, and species needs. Project managers carefully analyze the available water and water rights in the system to determine which rights are reliable enough or senior enough in priority to provide in-stream benefit in the priority reaches and at the critical times of year for the target species. In general, community engagement then comes through local partnerships, direct outreach to landowners, and word of mouth. We work closely with farmers, ranchers, tribes in our communities, as well as the staff of state and federal agencies in building our projects. Once a specific project is identified, there's another layer of analysis to determine the validity of the water right, the projected in-stream benefit, and its conservation value overall. Consideration of the location, type of transaction, and cost then helps us develop a funding strategy for the project. It's important to note that projects vary greatly from basin to basin and stream to stream based on the nuances of each system. A quantity of water that's significant and game-changing for fish in one stream may not be a big deal in another, and vice versa. Between myself and TU's Oregon Director, Kristen Rivard, our team has almost 30 years of experience developing water transactions in Oregon. We endeavor every day to collaboratively develop and implement high-impact voluntary projects that further species restoration goals in each basin. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. All right, next up is Amanda Gilbert, please.
No. Oh, got it. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, OWEB board and staff, for allowing me this opportunity to speak with you. I'm here to request that the board reconsider funding the Coast Fork Willamette Watershed Council's application for increasing complexity in Mosby Creek's floodplain habitat for Northwest Palm Turtles grant. This is a resubmit, and this time the project fell just below the funding line, but was recommended for funding by the review team. This project is imperative to our system and the recovery of Northwest pond turtles in the region and cannot wait to be resubmitted through the next OWEB cycle due to a number of factors. We do recognize that this project does have a high cost, as most in-stream projects do. Since our site visit and the review team meeting, we have moved our pending match to secured. Through efforts of the Upper Willamette Stewardship Network, we have secured an $8.5 million grant regionally through NOAA. Part of that is a sub-award that will help fund the implementation of this project in summer 2025. Additionally, internal funding from BLM has been awarded to support implementation in summer of 2025. Obtaining the OWEB funding this cycle is imperative for site prep to occur in time for in-stream implementation to take place next summer. While the cost is high, we are providing one-to-one match to reduce the burden of the funding requested from OWEB, a much reduced burden from our original ask in the original application. The design elements were created for Northwest pond turtles, but will benefit multiple species and provide long-term connectivity to floodplain to Mosby Creek, which is an incredibly flashy system. We have dedicated resources to ensure long-term maintenance that cannot be used for implementation, but can be used to ensure that connectivity and varying sediment loads will be addressed annually for a minimum of 10 years, which provide higher likelihood of success for this project. groundwater test pits did provide evidence that this will not be needed every year, but in years that it will be needed, we will have funding available. This project helps our watershed get ahead of the listing of the Northwest Pond Turtle. While this proposed project would not likely occur naturally at the project site due to the historic land management, this project is essential for the health of the Northwest Pond Turtle and population in the long term. Sorry, the light changed. Squirrel. There are new opportunities and reactive floodplain habitats in Mosby Creek. And to be able to do so, for the watershed and native pond turtles allows us to use this site as a model reference site for neighboring Weyerhaeuser properties. Weyerhaeuser is the single largest landowner in our system. And with this relationship and buy-in to this approach, we will have opportunities to replace these efforts throughout this constrained system. Do I need to stop? It's red.
Keep going, keep going.
Okay. I will give my best Liz Red on inspired answer. Why here by now? Question. Here, because it is essential for the Northwest Pond Turtle habitat in the Coast Fork. They are the only turtle species in Mosby Creek and do not have non-native turtles competing for the same resources. However, without funding this cycle, our match opportunities will be lost and the scale of the program will have to be greatly diminished. In conclusion, I will leave you with my organizationally infamous lines. Please help us get money so we can do stuff. While this may sound as a simple backhanded flippant comment, it's hard to encompass everything that watershed councils do. So what we are asking is for OWEB to partner with us on this important project to help improve water, the habitat, the headwaters of the Willamette for the Northwest Pond Turtles and getting ahead of the listing for this important species. Thank you.
So Amanda, before you leave, can you identify yourself and what organization you're
Sorry.
with, please?
I'm the executive director of the Coast Fork Willamette Watershed Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was going to be my question. Also, the project again, just you said very quickly at the beginning.
Is the increasing complexity in Mosby Creek floodplain habitat for Northwest Pond Turtle. Very long.
Thank you. All right, and last up is Andrea Kreiner, please.
I didn't bring two hats this time, so. Good morning again, Co-Chairs Boyer and Coates and board members. For the record, my name is Andrea Kreiner, and I'm the Executive Director of OACD. I know you'll be discussing wildfire later today. The SWCDs in the impacted counties have been integral partners with the response teams. What the response teams have found is that the SWCDs know best how to access the land, and they know how to contact the landowners when the cell phones are down. They know who wants a Facebook Messenger contact, who needs a knock on the door. They are just a kind of a pivotal linchpin in getting the work done. And since the fires, I've been meeting weekly with the Oregon Emergency Management on Aglin's fire recovery. And I want to share with you just some of the numbers that we've gathered on county impacts. So Monument SWCD, which is just a small corner of Grant County that was hit by 3 fires coming in from different directions, had 63,000 acres burned, including 12,000 acres of timber, and basically all of it was grazing lands. So when they're looking at reseeding, they actually did some costs. Just to give you a key as to the cost, they said, all right, so we're going to prioritize 12,000 acres for reseeding, because 12,000 acres reseeded by helicopter, figuring 20 pounds of seed per acre, $5 a pound for seed, is $1.2 million to do 12,000 acres. So let me give you some other numbers. In Harney County, we had more than 16,000 acres needing seeding, fencing, and water pipelines, 15,000 acres needing forest restoration. Crook County, 8,700 acres needing weed treatment, seeding, and fencing. And Baker County, 480,000 acres, needing reseeding, off-stream watering, fencing. Just those are just spatterings, just to give you an idea. And some of those 480,000 were in Malheur County, but just, the same fires. So that gives a glimpse as to, even though topics may be covered by various funding sources, there are gaps because no agency's got all the money to fund all of the seeding and fencing that is needed. So the lessons learned, though, regarding the restoration projects were that restoration sites were impacted, but those impacts vary. For example, one of the projects in Monument that I know Board Member Webb had visited was being irrigated in preparation for doing the level 0 work, and that irrigation area did not burn, right? Everything around it burned, that did not burn. Juniper burned, which actually then provides the opportunity to get the native bunch grasses in. So we've had both devastating losses, and as Board Member Webb had mentioned, the treated areas actually help protect other lands from being burned. So what is the big takeaway is, aside from everybody needs money for restoration, we need to be nimble. We need our funders to allow for that nimbleness, right? Because it may not be the same restoration project. It may now need to be an adjusted or different restoration project, so that we can shift as these areas are impacted. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Andrea, thank you so much. And I really appreciate this going to where the need is and that responsiveness, and also landowners knowing the land. One of the things I know that OWEB has grappled with is getting some resources being the go-to for some of the wildfire recovery. Can you just speak briefly to the potential ability of SWCDs to step up and do some of that work, whether it goes directly to or even through OWEB to them to actually do the work that needs to be done in wildfire recovery?
Right. It's they're integral. I mean, so we have in Gilliam County. Sorry, I had to look at my little map in my brain of which county I was talking about. The SWCDs actually bought the towers for virtual fencing, because they're going to use a virtual fencing approach for instead of rebuilding all of the fences immediately. So they are actually going to own the fences and train the cattle for the ranchers. The SWCDs have been the ones organizing a lot of the seeding. They're the ones who build the fence. They build the off-stream watering. So they are an implementing arm, along with the councils. Since they don't have an ED to talk about them, the councils are also heavily involved. And the SWCDs have been integral in working with the treatment on forest land for resilience, right? So, yeah, they're who I'd go to.
Mark, I have a sneaking suspicion you have something you would like to say, but can we keep it brief so we can stay on track to do the open solicitations, please?
Oh, that hurts. I was just going to say some other examples. In addition to what Andrea said, Grant SWCD has been developing capacity and has a contract with Baker Helicopter, for example, to do lots of seeding. And those are things that I think OWEB and other SWCDs can think about in terms of when you give money, what capacity is there to actually utilize whatever investments you want to provide. So I know that they're working with Monument, SWCD, and some of the watershed councils to do that, but that's an example of something that's pretty important to success.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. All right, Kelly, please.
Thanks, Barbara. Okay. Moving down the agenda, we are at agenda item K, Spring 2024 Open Solicitation Grant Offering. So I'm going to invite Eric and, yep, and Eric
Some RPRs.
and Eric and RP, yeah. I
They
think,
can introduce themselves for the record.
thank you. We're going to need more chairs up there.
We're good.
We have it.
Still your mic. All right. Good morning. My name is Liz Radon. I'm the Regional Program Representative covering the Willamette Basin. And with me at the table is Katie Duzick, the Region 1 Program Representative covering North Coast, Greg Cianella, the Region 4 Program Representative covering the Central Oregon region, and Eric Williams, the Restoration Grant Program Manager. And as many of you have probably noticed, we are shaking up the presentation a bit today and for the staff recommendation for the spring applications, open solicitation applications, which again is item K, and it is starting on page 162 of your board book. All right, so today we're beginning with the same point we start each of our grant review team meetings with, which is with a reminder of the process that we're in. And on the screen, you see a diagram that is a lot like what we use with the review teams that translates the open solicitation process described in administrative rule. The process starts with a project evaluation. Technical review teams receive applications and they're invited to site visits with the applicant when feasible. These teams are made up of staff from state and federal agencies, universities, and tribes. But more importantly, these people actually have the technical expertise needed to review the projects and give the comprehensive feedback that's provided in evaluations. This is a really important part of our process because OWEB staff alone could not review these applications. Our watersheds are so complex. The stresses impacting our watersheds are also very complex. And it takes a lot more knowledge and expertise than we have on staff to be able to review these applications and do it well as the review teams help us do this. The teams meet and evaluate the projects based on evaluation criteria that are also administrative rule. You have diagrams of criteria for each of the grant types in the form of Venn diagrams in your board book so that you can see those. The teams identify project strengths and concerns. And then we ask them, do you see a weight of evidence that the project is likely to succeed in improving the watersheds? And then that you would recommend it for funding. Their comments are captured in the evaluations and included in the staff report to give both you and applicants context for the recommendation, and also so you can see how the projects align with those evaluation criteria in administrative rule. Next, unfortunately, we cannot afford every project that is recommended, so the review teams rank the project in priority order for funding based on a set of criteria that includes how well the project meets the evaluation criteria, the certainty of success, the benefit to the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds, and then also the cost benefit of the project for the expected watershed outcome. That takes us over to the recommendation to staff. So the rank list becomes the recommendation to staff. And you'll notice there are 2 technical review teams listed in that column 3 in the recommendation, including 6 regional review teams and a statewide Oregon Plan monitoring team. Previously, monitoring projects were reviewed first by the Oregon Plan monitoring team, and then their comments were provided to the regional review teams for those teams to make a recommendation on monitoring grants. To reduce redundancy in process, starting this cycle, only the Oregon Plan monitoring team will be providing recommendations for the monitoring grants. So this is an example of simplifying some of our review processes. And I just want to note that Courtney Schaff and Ken Fetcho skillfully led transitioning this team, the Oregon Plan Monitoring Team, into a new role. So they went from more of an advisory role to now they're recommending grants, which is a little different. And this included expanding the team to include additional expertise needed to review that diverse set of monitoring applications. This brings us to the final most important step of the process, which is awarding the grants. And I frequently remind my reviewers that neither they or myself have the ability to fund or award the grants. That what we're doing is we're learning about the projects, we're evaluating the projects based on administrative rules, and we're providing a recommendation to you, the board, because only the board has the fund to fund the grants or award the grants. As described in rule, the staff develops a recommendation based on available funding in the spending plan by each grant type, which is set by you. And administrative rule indicates that what we do is we provide a recommendation based on available funds by each of the grant types. We rely on the review team comments and evaluation criteria and determine where best to draw those funding lines. I will pause to make sure we get a recording back. All right. So again, we rely on the review team comments and evaluation criteria to best determine where to draw the funding lines in each region based on the available funding. All right, so this is where we landed for the spring 2024 recommendations. And I know there's a lot of numbers, so I'll do a quick orientation to help you digest these. So what you're looking at in each of the green boxes is a number of applications and the total requested funds for those applications. The top row is what was submitted and the total requested funds for restoration, technical assistance, engagement, and monitoring. The bottom row is the number of applications that are recommended by staff and the total requested funds for those applications. In summary, 137 applications were submitted and about $25.5 million were requested. 70 applications totaling almost $14 million are recommended for funding. And also just these numbers of applications and recommended requested funding, these numbers align with what we've seen for each of the cycles in the 23-25 biennium. So we haven't seen a lot of change in the number of applications coming in and also the number that we can afford to fund. Again, the table presents the funding recommended for each of the grant types based on the resources available. Again, that's what administrative rule indicates. We should be framing these recommendations. However, details for each of the region are in your board report, and it includes maps of a statewide map and also regional maps that indicate where those projects are located across the state. So this is how this recommendation impacts the spending plan. And again, I'll do a quick orientation of the board or the table in front of you so that you can digest all these numbers. The orange column is the current spending plan balance. So this is the spending plan set by the board. The yellow column is the awards to date. So these is what would be added up if you were to add up all the previous awards for the cycles for the 23-25 biennium. The brown column, this is the staff recommendation for the projects for your consideration today. And then the green column is what would be remaining in the spending plan after those awards. As a reminder, the spending plan does not allocate funding by region or cycle, only by grant type. We, however, do pace the awards so that we can be able to fund projects across all 4 cycles across the biennium. OWEB can spend more or less within the spending plan balance in response to the application review. This is the third of 4 awards for the 23-25 biennium. So we have one more left after this one. I'm going to focus you in on the monitoring line there. You will see that staff is recommending more funds and monitoring than is available in the spending plan. So staff is also recommending that the board move funds from the restoration line to the monitoring line because we want to keep the monitoring projects that are recommended whole. We don't want to have to reduce that lowest project that's recommended. Unlike other grant types, monitoring is only offered once a year and twice over the biennium. So this is the last award for the monitoring projects for the 23-25 biennium. And then just to focus you in on that final column, the remaining balance, that column shows the funds that will remain after this award and will be available for the next cycle for the restoration, technical assistance, and engagement. Again, we have one more cycle. Those applications are due on Monday, so we start the whole process again immediately after this meeting. All right, so switching gears a bit, I just wanted to quickly revisit how the Constitution describes what OWEB funds shall be used for to provide context for the rest of the presentation. The Constitution states, money shall be used only to acquire from willing owners interest in land or water that protect or restore fish and wildlife habitat, carry out projects that protect or restore fish and wildlife habitat, carry out projects to protect or restore natural watershed functions and to improve water quality and stream flows. Then also, money shall be used only for technical assistance, engagement, and monitoring activities necessary to achieve all those activities in the blue box. So the two boxes are connected. So acquiring land and water interest, protecting and restoring fish and wildlife habitat, protecting and restoring natural watershed function for improving water quality and stream flow. Typically, in the past, we take you on a little tour around the state and give you project examples in each of the regions. We are not doing that today. We're going to take a different journey along the restoration life cycle. And this is a journey that we often see from the staff perspective of how applicants will use and stitch together the technical assistance, engagement, restoration, and monitoring grant types to implement strategic projects that are most likely to succeed in restoring fish and wildlife habitat and restoring natural watershed function, just like planting and nurturing a tree until it produces fruit. And just a note, we're going to follow that brown garden pathway instead of reading strictly left to right. Otherwise, the slide will get super confusing. So just work with me through the different phases. So starting at the top with the garden tools. Projects emerge from watershed action plans or strategic plans created through community-led engagement and planning. These efforts integrate place-based priorities with limiting factors and geographies that are identified in state and federal plans, including the Oregon Conservation Strategy and species recovery plans. These higher elevation plans, so they tend to give broad recommendation for actions. These local watershed action plans translates the high elevation plans to on-the-ground restoration. And that's what a lot of our grantees are doing, is translating those high-level plans down to the ground. Moving over to the seeds. Just like collecting seeds, sometimes more information is needed to be collected so that they can develop site-specific restoration treatments. Applicants use technical assistance, resource assessment, and monitoring grants to collect data such as water quality monitoring data and rapid bioassessment data to help them do that. Seeds need water. Similarly, once a strategy is established, applicants may pursue an engagement grant to reach landowners, partners, and community members to build support for the on-the-ground restoration. Applicants may need to pursue a technical assistance grant to develop specific designs because maybe a project's complex and there's some unique conditions on the site, or they might need designs to secure permits. So we have seed plus water plus sun. Now we have a seedling. And just like a seedling, projects need nurturing for all this planning to actually produce something on the ground. This includes grant writing, securing match, permit processes, and keeping partners engaged and committed to the project. Our seedling then emerges into a sapling. And just like when you secure a restoration grant, you can finally implement that restoration project, which always seems to take a lot longer to get to than you expect. After implementation, a grantee might step back and look at the tree that has developed and say, what could we learn about this experience? What could we have done differently in the restoration? And so they might pursue a monitoring grant to learn more about how the restoration impacted the landscape and what they could have done differently or do the same next time. At the end of our path, we finally have a completed restoration project that's providing fish and wildlife habitat benefit, maybe water quality or stream flow benefit also. As we transition to talking about projects, I just want to encourage you to continue to remember this pathway because we will be telling project stories that occur along this path. We will also be talking about how applicants use technical assistance, monitoring, engagement to lead to strategic restoration, just as described in the constitutional language. All right, so I'm going to take you back to the top of the path to the gardening tools. So I'm highlighting project number 224-3036, Recovering System Process in Shot Pouch Creek by the Marys River Watershed Council. This project demonstrates community-led watershed planning as a starting point for strategic restoration. The Marys River Watershed Council completed a watershed action plan in 2003. Shot Pouch Creek was identified on the basis of the priorities that were set in that plan. Elevated summer stream temperature is a top limiting factor for the Marys River Basin. Cold water from the slopes of Mary Peak flows down into Shot Pouch Creek. This makes it an ideal location to restore habitat for both cutthroat trout and steelhead habitat, and one of the best in the Marys River system. Since completing the Watershed Action Plan, the Marys River Watershed Council completed rapid bioassessment snorkel surveys to help them develop a Shot Pouch Creek restoration plan with 21 landowners and public land managers. This plan for the 7-mile Shot Pouch Creek was folded into the Watershed Council's Willamette Model Watershed Restoration Strategy. This was funded by the Meyer Memorial Trust and also OWEB Strategic Investment Partnership, which is the precursor for the Focus Investment Partnership. These previous investments funded both a Phase 1 and 2, which included working with 15 landowners across 5 stream miles of Shot Pouch Creek to address priority limiting factors in anchor habitats. This included elevated summer stream temperatures, limited riparian vegetation, stream channel simplification, and fish passage barriers. In the recommended Phase 3 project, the Watershed Council worked with 7 landowners across 2 stream miles to place additional large wood, improve floodplain connectivity and aquatic habitat diversity, and also restore riparian plant communities. The project strategically builds on previous investments to move the stream to restored condition and implement these strategies that were starting to form since 2003. And also it notes how long it takes to go through each of those phases and be able to build on that restoration over the years. Next, moving on to an example of our seed phase, is project number 2243051, Kellogg Mount Scott Creek Freshwater Mussel Monitoring to Support Subaudit Restoration, which I think might be a longer title than the Mosby Creek one earlier. And this one's by the North Clackamas Watershed Council. This project is an example of how a monitoring grant will be used to collect data necessary to inform design and implementation of the Kellogg Dam removal project so that it does not negatively impact freshwater mussels. Freshwater mussels are among the most at-risk group of animals in the United States. Their abundance and diversity have declined dramatically due to habitat degradation and the loss of native fish host species. Nearly 70% of North American freshwater mussels are currently endangered, threatened, or a species of concern. Freshwater mussels, however, perform critical functions and contribute to things like clean water, healthy fisheries, diverse aquatic food webs, and biodiversity. And yet, peaceful mussel beds sleeping along our river bottoms are often negatively impacted by restoration actions, such as dam removal, and also in-stream habitat restoration. Projects that improve aquatic habitat can also benefit mussels when conducted with an awareness of the mussel beds and also a willingness to protect them. It takes a little bit more work and thinking for the restoration. It starts with collecting data to understand the distribution and population characteristics of the freshwater mussels, and the recommended project does exactly that. It will collect that kind of data, which will be used to directly inform restoration design and construction planning for the Kellogg Dam removal. The monitoring will help protect the existing mussel beds, facilitate mussel relocation, and also monitor the population recovery for after the restoration project. One final project benefit, the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation is partnering with the North Clackamas Watershed Council to collect Oregon floater mussels during relocation. The tribes operates the only freshwater mussel propagation facility in the western United States, and they do not have an Oregon floater yet until now for this project. And I will pass it to Katie.
Thank you, Liz. Good morning, Board. I'm Katie Duzick, the Region 1 Program Representative from the North Coast, and I am going to continue along our garden path by talking about some other ways that our grantees are using our grant types to grow a restoration project. So in addition to the monitoring grant type that Liz just discussed, our technical assistance grant type is a key way that our grantees and partners are using our resources to get their project going and find the information they need. I'm going to visit 5 projects around the state that will take us along this pathway, beginning here in Region 5. Our resource assessment and planning TA type is at a coarser scale than our other technical assistance grant type, which Greg will talk about in a bit. And it's interesting to see how these projects I talk about use that grant type in different ways to get at the info they need. Here in the Malheur SWCD is focused on staged steppe upland habitat in support of our sage grouse populations in Oregon. And many of you may be familiar with some of the work that's going on. I know in our April meeting in Baker City, we had the opportunity to visit some sage grouse and sage steppe projects. So this is going to be pretty fresh in many of your memories. But sage grouse are in a decline. That line graph in the center of the screen shows sage grouse populations in Oregon over the last 40 years. The dotted line in the middle there is our target in Oregon, which is 30,000 birds. The assessment in 2020 gave us a little over 14,000, so we're at about half of our target. The good news is that projects like this are underway to help address some of those threats. So threats to sage grouse, invasive species proliferation, especially the expansion of annual grasses, encroachment of conifer into sage steppe habitat types. Also, when wetlands are degraded, those are really important places for our young birds who need all the insects that like to hang out in those moist areas. And then catastrophic wildfire. All of these things represent vegetative structural changes, which the birds don't prefer. So this project is providing funding to the Malheur SWCD for 2 rangeland specialists. They'll work with landowners to develop site-specific plans for sage grouse conservation. They find incentives for the landowners to participate in sage grouse conservation, so they might embark on some things like livestock infrastructure, grazing management plans that can be more conducive to sage grouse, restoring wetland and mesic habitats. All of these go into candidate conservation agreements. And those impressive numbers there at the bottom below the line graph show the number of acres that have been enrolled in these agreements since the project's inception. And all of this work represents really an unprecedented investment in sage grouse in our state. That bar graph on the right is really hard to see, so I apologize. But it shows all of the treatments that happened over a 3-year period in the different sagebrush reporting units in our state. It represents over 1.5 million acres of work to support our sage grouse. A few things that make this project strategic. These rangeland specialists are focused on prioritizing projects that are in core habitat. They also treat the causes rather than the symptoms when they assess each of the properties, which is critical to success. So a little word that my colleague in this region would like to pass along. I think it's easy to see the numbers declining, see our investments, and want to see, an immediate response in the bird populations. But these types of projects take, a lot of work and time and patience. And funding this type of planning investment in these boots on the ground that can connect landowners with conservation opportunities is really critical as a step to get the information we need to get restoration on the ground. So we're moving now to Region 6, the Mid-Columbia, another resource and assessment planning project. Now we're in the Lower John Day, focused on 2 tributaries, Butte and Rock Creek, that are essential steelhead habitat. This project is from the Gilliam SWCD, and it's focused on what they're calling riverscapes, in-stream, riparian, and floodplain projects. So these places are really important for steelhead. My colleague Amy Charette tells me that they grow to adult size faster than other places in the basin. This is primarily due to less competition down here from other fish species, but also projects that are implemented down here in the lower part of the basin can have greater ecological benefit faster, mostly because the lower elevation causes the vegetation to recover quicker. So in addition to not having the competition, they're also able to enjoy the benefits quicker from active restoration. And to address the primary limiting factor here, which is in-stream habitat complexity, the Gilliam SWCD is embarking on a LiDAR and imagery-based assessment of floodplain connectivity. This is pretty neat work in that right-hand aerial photo. You can see an example of what they're doing. They're mapping the existing floodplain, and then they're looking at where there's potential to increase the floodplain size. The types of work they're looking at prioritizing is floodplain connectivity, places where there's room for the channels to migrate, move around, create more of a braided channel complex, all of which results in more aquatic habitat for our juvenile fish to enjoy. And so this work has already happened. Those green watersheds highlighted in the middle of the project area are places where this prioritization has already occurred. One of the main actions that works really well here in the Lower John Day is low-tech process-based actions such as beaver dam analogs. This works well because the streams tend to be really incised. They're disconnected from the floodplain, and often a little encouragement in the way of some beaver dam analogs at a low cost can quickly create more engagement with the floodplain. So it's pretty neat to see. So we can expect that 200 miles of Butte and Rock Creeks will be assessed with this type of work. And the good news is in those green areas where they've already completed this stuff, we've got over 25 miles of these low-tech process-based actions that have occurred in 30 Mile and I think it was Hay Creeks. So this project just continues that good prioritization work, and we can hope to see more places for steelhead in the future. So traveling now, this is the last resource assessment and planning project I'll talk about where folks are getting the information they need. This one is in my neck of the woods in Region 1, and we are visiting now a place called Camp Westwind, which is a 529-acre property at the mouth of the Salmon River in Otis, Oregon. That aerial photograph in the upper right shows the property kind of in its entirety. That's taken from the Cascade Head, the Nature Conservancy's coastal prairie property that some of you may have been lucky enough to visit. OWEB invested in part in the acquisition of Westwind for its extraordinary conservation values. This place has coastal dune habitat, rare coastal prairie, really old Sitka spruce forest, headlands, estuary. It's a really spectacular place, and there is a youth camp there that is operated by the Westwind Stewardship Group, which also manages the property for its conservation values. So one of the unique habitat types is coastal dune habitat that's located on that sand spit. This coastal dunes in Oregon have been in a precipitous decline since the early 1900s. And I have a prop. Sorry, Greg. This is the primary reason for the decline of coastal dunes. If you're not acquainted with this plant, you probably are, you just don't know about it yet. But this is European beach grass, Ammophila arenera, and it was introduced beginning in the 1900s because Western settlers found the blowing sand on our coast extremely inconvenient for construction of houses and roads. This plant has an enormous root density. We do have a native dune grass, and I brought this for comparison. It's got these more broader leaves. It's a blue-green color. I think if you see them together on the landscape, you will agree with me that this is much lovelier aesthetically. So the European beach grass has about twice the root density of the native dune grass. And it is very good at its job of stabilization. And the rhizomes can grow both laterally, about, I think, a research paper measured them growing about 2 meters in about 5 months' time. And what you end up with is what you all have experienced when you visit the Oregon coast is this sheer wall that is between the open sand habitat and the dunes. That's called a foredune. And you'll find it to be quite steep in places. And that is not a natural condition for our sand dunes. Our native species like the dune grass, and in the picture there, the yellow sand verbena and seashore beach lupin, they prefer a lower profile. They like lots of moving sand and blowing sand. They're not big fans of stabilized landscape. And some of the other species you may have heard of that thrive in this dynamic open sand habitat are some federally listed species, such as the pink sand verbena and the western snowy plover. And so these species and many other lesser-known ones have been in great decline because of this change, both in the vegetation community and also the dune morphology. So that's where this project comes in. The Institute for Applied Ecology is engaged with the Westwind Stewardship Group. This 160-acre sand spit in the Salmon River Estuary is a prime example of this condition, and it's also a really good place to do something about it because maybe you can tell from the aerial, but it's fairly isolated from other sand beaches. So if we can do something about the invasive species here, it's relatively protected from new invasion. In that aerial photograph, there's a historic comparison, the one at the lower left of our screen, showing the sand dune, the sand spit in 1945 in that black and white photograph, and the color one is 2001. You can really see the difference in open sand and the dynamic habitat that our native species like. It's been pretty much entirely stabilized. That dark green color is shore pine. There's other species that kind of move in and start us along the process of forest succession once that beach grass gets in there and stabilizes the landscape. So this project will hopefully come up with some design and restoration alternatives that can restore this native community. And we're finding in places in Washington and even in Oregon that the seed bank in our sand dunes is really, really good as far as like, once you remove the beach grass, the species that come back unprovoked or uninvited, so to speak, well, I guess they're invited, but we don't have to take very much action before you start seeing that pink sand verbena that's in the seed bank come back. So this project engages technical expertise, and one of the most renowned coastal geomorphologists who specializes in coastal erosion, Jonathan Allen from the Department of Geology and Mineral Industries, is engaged to help with restoration alternatives. The plan is hopefully with the right design and understanding of the sand dynamics and transport that he'll be able to design something that can allow for overwash of the sand spit and then maintain that natural plant community without a lot of engagement from the camp. So, another priority project in a priority location. I'm going to pivot now a little bit to talk about another step along our garden path. So sometimes you have your site prepped with the garden tools that Liz discussed, and we've got the seeds, all the information we need, but in order to get things going a little bit more, you need to build some support for your project. And that's where our engagement grant opportunities come in. So traveling now about 75 miles north of Camp Westwind, we visit the Rainforest Reserve. This is probably one of the most significant conservation projects that's occurred in the North Coast in the last decade. The North Coast Land Conservancy's Rainforest Reserve is a 3,500-acre conservation area, partly funded through an OWEB acquisition grant, but it was a $12.1 million campaign that spanned from 2016 to 2021 to raise these funds. This is a pretty interesting place. It's got some habitats that we don't find anywhere else in the North Coast. These rocky balds, these peaks of basalt, are relics from an ancient volcanic event, and they were actually surrounded by an ocean moat for a long time in their geologic history. And as a result, we know what happens biologically and evolutionary speaking when things are isolated. We've got a number of species here that you don't find very many other places. That lovely little paintbrush might look like any other paintbrush you've seen, but it's actually an endemic plant. The Chambers paintbrush, the species is found only in the reserve and on one other basaltic peak in the Coast Range. That bug there that is hard to see, that's a black petal-tailed dragonfly. It's a very rare dragonfly that is also only found in a few places, including the Rainforest Reserve. So this project actually, although it was completed in 2021, it had been sort of a glimmer in the eye of many conservationists starting in the, probably 1940s. I think Samuel Boardman, our first superintendent of parks, conceived of this idea, thought that it would be just a fabulous thing to have these peaks connected with the ocean. So it was neat that the North Coast Land Conservancy was able to accomplish this in recent time. However, there are a few remaining properties that do contain some of these rare habitats that are still unprotected. And the North Coast Land Conservancy will use this engagement opportunity to build relationships with those landowners and also donors to get more community support for expanding the reserve and protecting more rocky bald habitat nearby, including the actual peaks of Angora and Onion, which are not in the Rainforest Reserve proper at this time. So hopefully they can address that. They'll also be using this funding to work with tribes. They hope to prioritize areas for conservation that are of cultural significance. Lastly, I will take us back home here to the Southwest region. One more project here that is an engagement grant opportunity in the Umpqua Basin. And so the Umpqua Basin is just shy of 3 million acres. It is the largest coastal watershed south of the Columbia. Its headwaters are in the Cascade Range, and the Umpqua supports a really robust population of fish. So let's see if I can get all this correctly, and Mark's too far behind me to kick my chair. But we have fall Chinook, spring Chinook, winter steelhead, summer steelhead, Pacific lamprey, sea run, cutthroat, trout, and Oregon coast coho. So basically, if it's swimming, it is found in the Umpqua. And NOAA has identified in the recovery plan that insufficient stream flows are a limiting factor here. These pictures on the right show two creeks, Day Creek and Rice Creek, which are both used actively for agricultural irrigation with in-stream waters. In these low flow time periods, they can really struggle having enough stream flow to support healthy fish populations. The Partnership for the Umpqua Rivers is working closely with partners to address this insufficient in-stream flow. This engagement work will add some critical staff capacity to provide technical expertise in water transactions and also to engage key water right holders. These actions are directly referenced in the recovery plan. Also, the Umpqua Basin TMDL talks about doing this type of work to restore stream flows as being really important for water quality, especially temperature. So the Partnership for the Umpqua Rivers is working with Trout Unlimited. Trout Unlimited is a really key partner because they have done a similar project in a neighboring basin, the Rogue, where they engaged water right holders, and they really align them with places on the landscape where there is key points in the fish life cycle, where doing that work with those water right holders can really help the fish. And additionally, they can get priority projects on the ground that are win-win for landowners. So I talked previously about projects that connect landowners with conservation measures. This is another one of those efforts that can really help move things along for the fish, addressing limiting factors. So with that, I will pass it over to Greg to take us to the end of the garden path. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Katie. Good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Greg Cianella, and I'm the regional program representative for the Central Oregon region. So I'm going to continue us on this path that our colleagues have kind of started us on. And as we transition from the technical assistance planning aspect, we move into the technical assistance design portion. And so what this offering does is it allows applicants to develop specific designs for a specific project site or location. So I'm going to take you all over to Central Oregon now, and we're going to be on the main stem Deschutes River. And before you today for funding is a project put forth by the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council that will complete final designs to provide volitional fish passage at the Newport Dam. The Newport Dam backs up and creates Mirror Pond. Perhaps some of you have heard of this before. And so fish passage has been blocked here for over 100 years. In 2021, the Mirror Pond Fish Passage Advisory Committee was established. So this is a committee comprised of City of Bend, Bend Parks and Rec, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the applicant, and then the dam owner and operator, Pacificor. And what they did was they sought out a consultant to develop a feasibility study and with the hopes of establishing a few different alternatives to provide fish passage. And so what we see is the chosen alternative, the alternative that everybody agrees to and wants to move forward, is this nature-like fishway. And so in the center of your screen, you'll see the concept that a consultant developed, and on the bottom you can kind of see a rendering thanks to our Central Oregon Daily News that I pulled off Google. You can kind of see where that nature-like fishway will go. And so I kind of want to hit on a few key pieces that makes this project strategic. And so this project builds off of recently completed fish passage projects on the Deschutes River through the City of Bend Reach. So in 2015, a half-mile upstream of this particular site is the Whitewater Park. Some of you may have visited it. There was 3 channels created as part of the Whitewater Park. One of them is a free-flowing channel. In fact, it's the channel you tube down. So that's the channel that provides volitional fish passage. In 2017, a mile downstream of this site is the North Canal Dam. There was a fish ladder that was built at the dam in 2017, in part by OWEB funding. And so this is the last main barrier on the Deschutes River through the City of Bend. As we look upstream, 60 miles of available habitat will be made on the main stem Deschutes River until the Wickiup Reservoir, which is an irrigation reservoir. There's no passage there, and I don't believe there to be any passage down the road, at least not yet. But then the tributaries offer hundreds of miles of habitat. And in fact, the board awarded an engagement grant to look at the last and only barrier on the Little Deschutes River. And so this is a project put forth by the same applicant to work with partners at the Gilcrest Mill Pond site on the Little Deschutes to develop a feasibility study and an alternatives analysis to provide fish passage at that site. So soon to be hundreds of miles of open habitat on the Deschutes River for fish and other aquatic critters. My second point about why this project is strategic is this particular site is soon to be have a significant amount of increased stream flow. So in 2022, a habitat conservation plan was completed. And so what this habitat conservation plan did was allowed for the irrigation districts to operate with some assurances to deliver irrigation water to their constituents. As a kind of a benefit to that, there's a significant amount of stream flow restoration that is a requirement under that habitat conservation plan. And so I talked about Wickiup Reservoir. It's 60 miles upstream on the main stem of the Deschutes River. So the big limiting factor for the listed species, what drove the habitat conservation plan initially, is the Oregon spider frog. And the limiting factor for this frog is stream flow. The wetlands adjacent to the river have been high and dry in the wintertime, which is where the frogs want to breed and lay their eggs. And so because of the habitat conservation plan and the requirements associated with that, the water releases out of Wickiup Reservoir in the wintertime will go from what is currently around 125 CFS to within 30 years up to 500 CFS. So a significant amount of stream flow is going to be released during the wintertime in the upcoming years on the main stem Deschutes. So the the chips are really stacking up for fish with regards to accessible habitat and increased stream flow. And my last point I want to mention about this particular slide is Before you today for funding is also a monitoring grant put forth by the same applicant, and this monitoring grant will help support the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife to do fish sampling throughout the upper basin to document distribution and occurrences of fisheries. They'll also be allowed to deploy a dozen stream temperature loggers in addition to establishing a dozen macroinvertebrate sampling sites. And really what this is doing is establishing some baseline conditions for what the aquatic resources are in this upper basin. Fish passage has been happening. It's continuing to happen. A significant amount of stream flow is going to happen here. And so what this monitoring will allow for is folks to understand what the current conditions are for the species of concern: red band trout, Oregon spotted frog, mountain whitefish, and probably a whole host of other aquatic species. And it's really going to allow them to understand where to identify future habitat restoration based off of we got a lot more flow, we have passage and more accessibility for fish. So a pretty exciting time in the upper Deschutes River. Next slide, please. So we're continuing our garden path here, and we're transitioning out of that kind of watering, and we're kind of moving along. And so we're into the sapling stage. And so now we're moving on to on-the-ground restoration. And so I'm going to take you literally just 1 mile downstream from where we just were to where the North Unit Irrigation District has their main diversion canal. And so before you today for funding is a restoration proposal to replace what is a very old, outdated, and dysfunctional fish screen. So you can see the picture here in the middle screen. This is from 1945. This is the screen that was built and installed. And really what has happened here is that this screen is just outdated and dysfunctional. We talked, I think, yesterday about aging infrastructure at ODF and W's hatcheries. Well, we're seeing aging infrastructure elsewhere too, and this is a good evidence of this. And so what the problem here is that when the fish screen doesn't operate and it needs maintenance, the fish screen has to come out of the water. When the fish screen comes out of the water, fish can easily become entrained into the canal. Now, North Unit Irrigation District can divert somewhere between 500 and 700 CFS during the irrigation season. So that's a lot of water and pretty enticing if you're a fish. So clearly a big problem. And so since 2017, the irrigation district has been sponsoring fish salvages at the end of the irrigation season behind their headworks, just to kind of understand what is characterize the problem. And annually they pull out thousands of fish to demonstrate we have a problem here, and this is something we need to address. So a couple things that make this project strategic is we talked about fish passage. So this is the North Canal Dam right here if you're looking at the right picture. And so you can kind of see the fish ladder that was built in 2017. It's on the far right face of the dam. And so, we have fish passage here. Fish can come up, and if the screen's out for maintenance, well, it's pretty easy for them to get trapped into the canal. So that's clearly a problem. But I also want to emphasize that stream flow restoration has been a huge important factor here. And so I talked at the previous slide about the Upper Deschutes Basin and the influence of the Habitat Conservation Plan and what that's going to bring to the Upper Basin. So what we consider to be the Middle Deschutes River is that section that starts at the North Canal Dam and flows down into where the Middle Deschutes River hits Lake Billy Chinook. And so you see two diversion canals here. The Deschutes River is over-appropriated. That means that there are more surface water rights than there is water available during the irrigation season. So what that translates to is that these irrigation districts can legally divert the river dry. That is definitely not a good thing if you are a fish, and nobody really wants to see that. And so as a result of trying to figure out how to solve this pretty complex and challenging problem, in the mid-90s, the Deschutes River Conservancy was established. The Deschutes River Conservancy is a nonprofit group in Bend, and their intent is to help restore stream flows in the Deschutes River. So based off their work and their partnering with these irrigation districts, they've been able to legally protect and conserve 135 CFS that can go over that North Canal Dam during the irrigation season. Now, the ODF and W flow target is 250 CFS, so we definitely have some work to do, but we're definitely on the trajectory to get there. And you could kind of get a sense that the chips are really stacking in favor of the Deschutes and the upper Deschutes. And so it's pretty exciting to see this amount of effort and collaboration being done in the basin. The last thing I want to point out about this project and its strategic nature is that the design for the screen was developed in 2015. And at the time, it had a $5 million price tag. And so at the time, it was pretty tough for the North Union Irrigation District to generate that amount of money. This is not anadromous waters. So, limited funding for these kind of bigger projects that are not in waters that are influenced by salmon and steelhead. And I'll say in 2015, things were a lot different for the districts, particularly North Unit. They were on the heels of the listing of the Oregon spotted frog, which happened in 2014. And there was a lot of uncertainty about the change in water management, which was going to be required to recover this listed species. At the time, there was mention of this habitat conservation plan, but it was really just a discussion. There was really nothing concrete at the time. So there was a lot of uncertainties. What complicates this even further is the North Union Irrigation District is the junior water right holder in the basin. So any kind of water curtailment, they were the ones that were going to be impacted the most. So raising $5 million for a fish screen, very important, and they would tell you that they would agree to that. At the time, it just wasn't maybe their highest priority. Now, fast forward to 2024, things do look a lot different. 2022, the Habitat Conservation Plan was developed. There's some assurances here provided to the districts to be able to operate and to deliver water to the constituents. And I'll say that the amount of federal funding that has come into the basin is pretty incredible. It has allowed the district to secure $6 million in funding from the BOR. They have commitments from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and coupled with the OWEB grant would allow them to now build and install what is now a $9 million fish screen, not $5 million, thanks to inflation. So next slide, please. Okay, this is our last project slide for you today, and this is another restoration project, and I have the luxury of taking you out of Central Oregon and moving you over to the John Day Basin. This is Region 6, and so we're specifically in the North Fork of the John Day, and we're going to target in on our project on Cottonwood Creek. Cottonwood Creek is a major tributary to the North Fork of the John Day. It enters the North Fork of the John Day right near the community of Monument. And so before we today for funding is a habitat restoration project that will install beaver dam analogs and large wooded debris structures along a 2.5-mile stretch of Cottonwood Creek. And really the intent behind employing these structures on the landscape is to help provide increased complexity and diversity in aquatic habitat. So Cottonwood Creek is a critical habitat for the Mid-Columbia steelhead. It's a listed species in the basin. Cottonwood Creek is a high priority for spawning and rearing of the species. And so this type of in-stream habitat is going to help kickstart those processes to provide the complexity of habitat that the species needs, both as an adult coming back to spawn and as a juvenile kind of rearing behind some of those pools that the BDAs help create. So this project is also going to help it's also going to fund the landowner to thin 70 acres of pre-commercial mixed conifer, in addition to 60 acres of western juniper. And so all that material that's then pulled off of the adjacent hillsides will then be utilized in the in-stream structures. So the landowner here is a logger and also a restoration construction contractor in the basin. It's a really high level of confidence that they can do and build what the design specs set out for. And so you can see this is phase 2. So kind of keeping with the theme of the presentation here, a few key points that makes this project strategic is phase 1 was built on this landowner's property, which included a mile of in-stream habitat treatments, beaver dam analogs, and large wooded debris structures. You could see a picture of a BDA here in the middle of the slide. Phase 1 also included 3 miles of riparian fence, in addition to 3 off-channel site watering facilities for livestock. So protecting the riparian and floodplain area to then promote those processes to not only kickstart the in-stream habitat complexity, but it's important to note, I think it was talked about earlier, that the upper third of Cottonwood Creek was affected by the 2024 wildfires. So the Court Rock fire came through the upper part of the basin. And so the sooner we can get these structures in place, the sooner we can help trap, we can help sort, and we could kick some of that material out onto the floodplain, kickstart that process to establish riparian vegetation. You could see in the images here that the stream is not really that disconnected from the floodplain. And so there's a lot of confidence that these structures then can not only add that in-stream complexity, but also help restore and reconnect floodplain processes. And so another point I want to make about the strategic nature of this investment is just the sheer amount of conservation work that has happened on Cottonwood Creek. My colleague sitting behind me, Amy Charette, shared with me all the work that's been done on Cottonwood, and it's just very exciting to hear about. And so over the course of decades, 15 private landowners have been engaging in conservation work on Cottonwood Creek. 5 fish passage barriers have been removed. 22 miles of riparian fence, primarily through the CREP program, has been employed. 2,500 acres of adjacent juniper has been taken off the landscape. A robust noxious weed program has been employed in this particular area. The Monument SWCD, the Watershed Council, really active in trying to engage and work with these private landowners to continue on that conservation trajectory. And lastly, what I want to emphasize here is that Cottonwood Creek is an identified beaver emphasis area, which is a designation by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And really what this says is that the conditions are suitable and optimal to not only recover the species, but also how to help the species build upon and expand the habitat that we need, the habitat that the critters need to support their ability to live and thrive and benefit fish and wildlife. And I'll also say that I do believe that I think this is a beaver emphasis area in large part too because of the social license that has been garnered here. You have 15 private landowners, rural Grant County, implementing conservation work. This is a really neat showcase. We talked a little bit about it on a tour yesterday, and I think it was brought up again this morning. Neighbors start to see neighbors do conservation work. Neighbors start to get excited about what's on their neighbor's property, and really want to become engaged. And I think this is just a great example of and how that over the course of decades have been able to come to fruition on Cottonwood Creek. Next slide. Okay, so this is our wrap-up slide, and appreciate y'all bearing with us this morning. And so really, the whole theme of our presentation has been to kind of articulate the strategic nature of the open solicitation investment. So I just want to close on a few points to kind of help that wrap up. And so every project before you today for funding is either addressing an action or addressing a limiting factor identified in the state, local, federal, or tribal plan. And oftentimes the projects are impacting multiple plans. So we have questions in our application that specifically ask, what plan does your project attach to? And then specifically within that plan, what are the limiting factors? What are the actions in those plans that your projects are targeting? So really clear that these projects are implementing the recovery plans that a lot of us have been a part of developing. Secondly, we ask our applicants, tell us why this action in this location needs to be implemented now. So getting back to public comment, why here, why now? Thank you, Liz. We really want to understand that connection. And so what that allows us to do in the review team meeting setting is, we ask our reviewers, did the applicant demonstrate that this project is strategic, ready, and relevant? If so, how and why? If not, what was lacking? What was missing? What didn't you understand that makes this project strategic, ready, and relevant? I think moving forward to number 3, I think we can all agree that we can bear more fruit if we build an orchard as opposed to going out into the woods and planting an apple tree. And so What I mean by that is I think our applicants have been really successful at not only building off of past and current projects, but also leveraging the amount of programs and expertise that's out there. Almost all the projects that we see are coupled with multiple different funding sources. So that could be NRCS's RCPP program, PL 566, or a CIS. It could be Fish and Wildlife's Partners Program. It could be Forest Service BLM RAC funding. It could be Oregon Department of Forestry's Senate Bill 7062 or WUI funding. What our applicants, I think, do a tremendous job at is demonstrating that their projects have multiple benefits to species, multiple benefits to habitat, and multiple benefits to the use of the land that benefit fish and wildlife. And I really just kind of want to close out before I hand the mic over to Eric, is that we're nearing about 3 decades or in about 3 decades of watershed restoration in Oregon. And we have come a long and tremendous way. And what we have discovered over that time is that we have learned quite a bit, and we know we cannot do this on our own. We know we need to partner and we need to collaborate. And I think what the OWEB Open Solicitation Program has been there almost every step of the way. And what the program has been able to offer is a steady, reliable, consistent 2 cycles a year opportunity for not only our applicants to strike when the iron is hot, but it also allows people to collaborate, to think out into the future, to do that long-range planning that's necessary. So when they do come into the program, they can demonstrate that they are strategic, they are ready, and their project is relevant to the natural resources of concern and the communities that support them to do this work. Thank you. Throughout the course of my presentation, I use the term we, and we translates to the hundreds of people who put the time and energy into these applications. So the 4 of us, we are here on behalf of all those folks who put that time and energy into these projects, and we're just the fortunate ones to come up here and share a little sliver of their story. So we appreciate the opportunity, and it's an honor to be up here to do that. Eric?
All right, thank you, Greg. Just before we break and you come back for deliberations, I want to thank my colleagues first for presenting these inspiring stories of locally led conservation and restoration. They do inspire us to come to work every day, and I think probably inspire you to be on this board. They were a subset of the 137 stories that we received in this application cycle. And that 100 or so technical reviewers on our 6 regional review teams and the Oregon Plan Monitoring Team reviewed in accordance with the criteria as was noted. A couple of questions we'd like you to ponder, and we can discuss them when you come back. Greg closed it out here talking about the strategic nature of these investments. And so when we present this to you, we're presenting projects that make up a couple of 100 pages in your board books. And we know that's a lot for you to wade through. And so we're trying to articulate the rationale for the recommendations included in the staff recommendation, the board book. But please do, number 1, let us know if there's anything we can do to help the board better understand the strategic picture for individual projects. And then secondly, you heard a lot of reference to the evaluation criteria. We take that very seriously. They're based on the rules that you adopt. Our review teams are well versed in them. And that's critical to how the decisions are made to make these recommendations. Do you have any advice on how we can communicate that better? So those 2 things we'd like you to think about in addition to any individual questions that you've got on the applications. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. I really love the garden path analogy. That was just spot on. And also, Katie, your props, fantastic. When you walked up, I was like, is she gonna weave something? What's going on here? So.
Greg, where's yours?
It's coming.
He's got salmon under there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, boy. So thank you so much. So we are going to take a short break back here. This is going to be a quick one. Please be back here at 10:05.
Hang on a sec. I think, sorry, co-chairs, I meant to mention this before. I think we have a number of members that need to get checked out of their hotel rooms. So I think if it's okay with you guys, if we can give 15 minutes and if we need to nudge into lunch, I think that'll be our backup plan. This is my new role, is making space where space doesn't exist.
Okay, thank you. Please be back at 10:15.
Sorry about that, guys.
have all our board members.
I'm not sure we've even got them all in the room.
Yeah, I don't know if we have them in the room yet, but we'll try it. Okay, everyone, we're gonna get started.
Barbara and Chris. I saw Chris outside. I think we can go ahead and start if that's, we got a good solid quorum here.
Okay, everyone. All right, so we are going to continue with agenda item K, open solicitation spring grant awards. We just had a wonderful presentation from staff. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Looks like we've got Courtney and Liz and Eric. Did you want to lead us into this deliberation?
Thank you. Only to say that the other RPRs are also in the front row, and so if we do get questions on specific projects that they can answer, they'll come up to the table.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So let's get started. So I would ask for any questions or comments from board members. Mark?
So is there I'm trying to find the page where they're listed. I'm having trouble, Eric, where
all the projects.
where the projects are listed. What page is that on? And without.
You're referring to the project tables?
Yes. 476?
176.
176.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm having a little trouble finding it.
Lindsay?
Thank you. For the record, Lindsay McClary. Really great presentation. So inspiring to see so many projects. I, again, feel like the RPRs really have passion for your region, so thank you for bringing that forward. You had asked the board a question about kind of how to tell the whole story and the details, and sometimes it's hard to see the trees with the forest or something like that. I really appreciated, in the past, it seemed like, we've kind of visited a handful of projects per region, but this time you kind of told a story about how project evolution happens. So I think like you're asking really great questions, but I think you're also doing that work already with telling that story. And I think what also really came through for me is that you highlighted some projects, but you talked about zooming out and looking at it from a landscape scale. So even though, there's been previous engagement or restoration or monitoring done in a certain region, you may not talk about it when you're talking about that project, but I felt this time you guys did zoom out and talk about that. And that was really helpful to kind of look at it from a landscape scale and look at like, okay, what is the history of this area for, the past 10 or 15 years or so. So that was helpful.
Thanks, Lindsay. Jamie?
I want to say in my 6 years in the OWEB board, I've never heard anything but good presentations, but this one was truly great. It was really the best presentation I've ever heard for a lot of the reasons that my colleagues mentioned, that big picture perspective. I think it helps us all, both as board members, but also as the public, to really walk through and understand how and why and really the profound impact. So just remarkable. The other thing that I think really evolved and really appreciate, Greg really focused on it, especially in Central Oregon. But just as our co-chair mentioned, part of our takeaway from yesterday was this piece about relationships and the collaboratives and all the profound impact that has. And it's the water of the engagement part of the chart you provided. And part of the conversations yesterday included things like high desert partnership in Eastern Oregon, but the multiple benefits and impacts that we have. And just to double down a bit on Greg's comments on what's been happening in Central Oregon, when the completion of the 2022 HCP came through, it was also the height of the drought. And he mentioned the North Unit Irrigation District. That's in Jefferson County, junior water right holder, and the economy in Jefferson County is essentially ag. And you can imagine being in drought, having no water, and having an HCP that otherwise would be seen as great value for the community, and we understand in this room the value, came at a pivotal time, and the potential for that to become an explosive point. And in Central Oregon, we were truly at a politically sensitive, potentially explosive time, similar to Klamath in 2000, similar to Harney County with the Malheur occupation. We were at that point a couple of years ago. And it would have been a huge backlash on really important work going on. And yet the pieces of collaboration moving forward on these projects is so critically important. So yes, we have our driving mission, and that's really important. But as we build up these relationships, and I know it's something that OWEB staff very much value and invest in, but I just cannot stress enough how powerful and valuable, and the multiple positive impacts, yes, from direct impacts benefiting our environment, but also indirect impacts because they help keep communities together in these otherwise tumultuous times. But it was, I really appreciate his comments and that focus, because there's such a deep story there, and it's, he just touched on it, but I know we've got this across the state. In yesterday's site visits, I spoke with the Weyerhaeuser folks, who we kind of joked about when that initial call came in from them. They didn't necessarily wouldn't lean into saying, hey, let's do a restoration project. It's not their business model. But how the work that's been done here locally in this area, how that has really evolved into a great partnership. And so just really wanted to express great appreciation for all that work.
Mark.
Okay, thank you. So I always give a significant amount of deference to the staff presentation, because I know that I don't have time to go back and review those 100+ applications. And I know that there's a significant amount of work that's done by staff, other agencies that go into that. So I give a huge amount of deference to that. I did ask the ODF and W staff if they had any comments, and they said they felt the reviews team's comments accurately reflect the reasoning behind this cycle's recommendations. Lots of great projects. A few projects of ODF-W interest did not make the funding line and were recommended with technical issues needing resolution. We hope these will reappear in the future. So no negatives there. Well done. It's, as many of us will say, it's so difficult when you got that funding line and somebody's below that funding line. And if you're above the funding line, you're happy as a clam. But if you're below the funding line, you're not happy as a clam. You're shut up, and you're shut out. And so it's just so difficult for, the board to say, well, let's just spend more money. We have a certain amount of funding that we have. We do this twice a year. But I just want to compliment staff and all the others that participated in this review process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We have Dan and then Mark Webb.
Thanks, Kelly. I had a couple kind of questions in line with the specific question about kind of the strategic thinking of it. And that is we're going to get to our strategic plan later on, but one of the things I recall that we worked on in the latest revision of the strategic plan was kind of like there's more willingness to take a little more risk And this is, I'm not, as we think about moving into that space and leaning into more risk-taking, how that balances with the current evaluation criteria, because, you might not know what the success of it's going to be, so that could be rated a little lower, even though it might be something that we've been talking about leaning into. And so just kind of moving forward.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Great question, and something that we've been pondering for some time. And a few years ago, when we last revised what's called the Division 5 rules, actually, I think the Division 10 rules regarding restoration, there was a clause in there that referenced a specific practice manual. And we thought at the time that's probably a bit too limiting because it might preclude someone from trying something new. And so the language in the rules was changed, and this is going back 4 or 5 years now, to read something like professionally accepted technical standards. And that was intentional to allow a little bit more risk-taking, but still provide technical review. And if technical reviewers look at something and don't really see a sound technical basis in it, they'll call that out. If it's something that is new and hasn't been tried, and at one point, Beaver Dam analogs and stage 0 restoration were new, but through technical review, they looked at the scientific basis for what they proposed to do and said, you know what, this is worth investing in. And we know it's not going to work out 100% of the time, but that's embodied in our strategic plan. In order to advance the state of the practice, sometimes you do have to take bigger risks. And so I feel that's reflected pretty frequently in review team conversations. I don't know if, Liz, if you had anything to add to that.
I think the only thing I would add to that is you notice that one of the language I used when we asked the teams, would you recommend it? We say, do you see a weight of evidence? And that is the language we use that to basically do what Eric described to help encourage the reviewers to look at the project. There might be risks, but do you see a weight of evidence that it's worth that risk?
Awesome. And clearly it works because, as Bruce pointed out yesterday, Oregon's being held up as a example internationally as sort of being on the cutting edge. So, and then on the how to prioritize piece, Greg, I really appreciate the sort of drawing attention to the part of the criteria is why here, why now? And I just didn't know, like, is that when the review team is asked to kind of prioritize these, how does that kind of play in? Does that like fall into the evaluation criteria piece of it, or like is that where it's contained in that those 4 factors for prioritization? Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes, it is factored into those 4 categories that Liz had on the slide earlier, which include, and it's, it seems a little strange at first because it says, in order to rank these things, you should consider the criteria that you just evaluated these applications on. So that's one, but there's a couple others added in there to focus on watershed processes, causes rather than symptoms, and watershed benefit for the cost, which is a little bit different than cost effectiveness. When the reviewers are looking at application budgets, they're looking at line items, is that a reasonable cost for that work? But the watershed benefit for the cost is a little bit bigger question, and gets at that, trying to compare what are drastically different projects to each other. And that's hard and requires professional judgment. You can't put it in a spreadsheet and come up with an answer. But I think the language in the rule is intentionally that way, recognizing, as we've talked earlier, about the diversity of ecosystem types in the state. And so we really need that to be able to accomplish this kind of ranking within regions and then across the state when we draw a funding line.
Yeah, I mean, some of our public comments earlier were really leaning into why here and why now. And I guess what I was trying to just bring to light is that if every other project that was above the line was here, they would have an equally compelling why here, why now story.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Dan, because that's, I think, an important thing to consider. Another aspect of the rules is that it says that applications are considered complete as submitted. And so when we get them in, that's the last point at which new information can be brought in, except for the rules allow for clarifying information. So on a site visit, for example, the application might say, we have this match pending. On the site visit, the applicant might say, oh, we secured that, we got a letter. That's clarifying information, but the rules don't allow for providing additional watershed context or additional rationale that might hit those prioritization points. And that's simply to make sure that we can have equity across the process, because as you say, otherwise you're setting up a system of, whoever speaks last maybe gets the priority.
And that's why I assume we're having this presentation now, and the deadline for the next solicitation is Monday. So all these folks that were just below the funding line can turn those around and submit them on Monday.
Yes, although it's not quite as tight as that may seem, because we posted these evaluations in the funding line a couple of weeks ago. So there is a period of 3 to 4 weeks that they have to begin working on resubmitted applications in advance of Monday's due date.
Okay, my last thing for now at least is on the garden path. I noticed, and I don't know if this is just an anomaly or a one-off, but I noticed that of all the 4 categories, the technical assistance category had like less than 50% funding, versus the other 3 categories were above 70%. And when we're thinking about that garden path, I have an engineering background, so I think of it as critical path. If you take out the sun, or you don't put enough sun, and we have less technical assistance funding, how does that affect us further down the line? Again, back to your kind of question about strategic.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot wrapped into that. And, I think right off the top, I'd mentioned that that's one of the reasons that you increased the technical assistance line item for this biennium pretty considerably over last biennium. We're in the 4 million range last biennium. We're like 6.5 now, I think. And it's because of that demand. Another important thing to consider, you hear this a lot, we talk about it a lot, the increased complexity of permitting that takes a little bit longer to get a project ready for implementation and costs more money. And just to get projects ready to be on the ground, to become saplings, there's recognition of that. And so I think we'll probably be revisiting this conversation when we talk with you about next biennium spending plan, and how you decide to put certain amounts in which project categories. We'll probably want to make sure we're addressing the technical assistance concern at that point in time.
Thanks. Mark Webb.
I don't know if this question is appropriate now. I have some questions on a particular project. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and it doesn't affect my support for it, but so we talked about why here, why now, and I'm asking why this. So this is the Yellow Jacket Creek Aspen Restoration and Forest Health, and there's 6,000 feet of brush fence. And I wondered what brush fence is, what its cost per feet or foot amounts to, and then just a couple of questions maybe about effectiveness. But yeah, it doesn't affect my support. I just wonder about the merit of that kind of fencing in general.
So, Mark, do you have the project number handy?
Yeah. 224-6026-23665.
Thank you. And I'll ask Amy Charette, our Region 6 RPR, to come up to see if she would like to answer that question. And what I would also do while she's coming up is refer you to page 560 in your ebook. That's where the evaluation for this application is.
did see the evaluation. I didn't see anything specifically addressing the nature or cost of that fence. So maybe then.
Thanks, Mark. For the record, Amy Charette, Region 6 RPR. So brush fence would be kind of usually protection of aspen, and I think in this case, that's what that is, to pile up trees and logs around the aspen. They would do that in lieu of doing like a buck and pole fence or a wire fence. So a way to protect something from browse. And it usually is a cheaper method or a less cost method to protect aspen. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, yep. From browse or grazing.
So it's not just what we call it sometimes on the forest is jackstrawing, where you will cut a tree over, leave it hinged and leave it high. You're actually piling a lot of brush around the aspen stand.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So again, it doesn't address or doesn't affect my support. I think there's mixed results with that kind of fencing, and it's important to think about that going forward. It's also important to appreciate that ungulate, particularly elk impact on aspen, varies with the geography and the time of the year. So maybe to think about that in the future. And then if it's, say, conifer, like pine or fir, as opposed to juniper, that stuff's going to lay down in just 2 or 3 years. And it's, our experience, it's going to be pretty ineffective. So the type of tree or material that's used is important. And then last, increasingly for our area in a fire adapted landscape, those kinds of fences are pretty prone to burn up and actually contribute to fire. So just some things to think about in the future.
Thank you.
Mark, if you weren't a board member, I'd ask if you'd want to be on a regional review team.
Can't have it.
Thanks. Okay, I have Russ and then Liza Jane. And
So thank you. This is a really helpful presentation again. On the issue of seating, with perhaps because of my fundraising background, I look at the projects that are right on the line that have gotten the regional review team approvals, recommendations positively from the staff, and then you obviously have run out of cash to be able to allow the projects to go forward. The tension for me is when you're talking about seeding a project, many of these partners have developed high levels of match that may be limited in its time availability, and I am not seeing the clarity that the project has the ability to come back in the next round. And I'm seeing a lot of comment from applicants coming in about their tension being below that line. And what does it mean to the partnerships, the long-term relationships? What does it mean to their foundational capacity to be able to deliver on these good projects if they lose the match that they've worked so hard to bring together? And I understand that there's limited amount of funding, that there's a reason that certain projects fall at that line, but I want to understand more from your sense of obligation. It's to the quality of the project, not necessarily to the creative nature of the structure of the operational relationship with all the partners. You're not assessing the risk to that as you present the projects. You look at the biology of the project, not the structural relationship of the partnership itself.
Thanks, Russ. The reviewers do actually look at the structural relationship of the partners, and it's expressed in the evaluation criteria through language around are the appropriate partners at the table doing appropriate roles, and providing match funding is one of those. Timing of match funding is often a topic of conversation at review team discussions. And as I mentioned earlier, that's an example of something where at the time of the application, because there is a few months, between the time of the application and now, at the time of the application, it may have been pending, and the applicant may find out that the funding has come through and been secured. So that's an example of clarifying information that could potentially impact the recommendation or decision. Sometimes that happens after the review meeting conversation, after these evaluations are written up. That's understandable. But that is an important piece of the why here, why now question. And again, it's about the Venn diagram of all of those factors in the evaluation criteria, that one being just as important as any other.
Okay, so from the clarification perspective, you are looking at their structural integrity.
Yes.
That's helpful. I didn't know
Yes.
Thanks. Liza Jane?
Well, thank you. I have just a couple things, and mostly Mark, because I heard you talk about your concern on these brush fences. And Kobe is well aware that we did that in our project because I saw where nature had dumped over trees and how the recruits thrived inside of them because they couldn't be grazed. So we did cages and, as a compromise, cages and brush fences, and the brush fences worked really great, and there was no maintenance involved, which was really important. So fire is another issue, but these were in riparian areas that are wet, and that hasn't been a concern yet, but I wanted to mention that. And also something that I did in my first days of OWEB, Toby let me come to a review team meeting, and I was a fly on the wall. The rules were I couldn't say a word, which was wonderful, but I learned so much. I really learned a lot about this incredibly valuable process. The knowledge of the folks on these review teams, which are kind of invisible to the board. We don't really know who's on them and just the whole process. So if able and invited, I would encourage all the board members to try and get on one of those. It was a really valuable experience off the get-go. So thank you.
I'll just jump in really quickly. Board members are always welcome to come to regional review teams. We would love to have you there to participate in the process. Obviously, not talking or responding, as Liza Jane has said. But you're welcome to come, and we can give notification of when those meetings are occurring.
Thanks. I'm going to interject something really quickly because it's on this specific topic, and then I'll get to the other questions that I know for folks. But I feel like sometimes I know too much and I take that for granted because I've been an OWEB applicant and I have staff that are on the review teams. And so I see how much time and effort my staff put toward the review teams, the conversations that they have. And I'm very confident and comfortable that the review teams are asking all the right questions and having the right discussions. And I just know, when it's OWEB review time, their calendars are they're booked. They're totally booked, and they're like, no, I'm in review. This is, it's time. So just a little more information for you from somebody who has a little bit of like a behind the curtain information. I think it was Jamie, then I have Chris and Bruce.
Thank you. I realized I had some real specific comments and a question regarding the sage-grouse slide, but just first on comments, the tables on slides 4 and 5 that provide that perspective, also incredibly helpful to look at the different grant types and the amounts. So would just encourage you to carry that through. That's a real helpful review perspective. And then you mentioned early on making a recommendation to move some funding around. And I just want to say how much I appreciate that, because one of the questions I always have when we're approving budgets is the what if, is different information. I just want to reaffirm and say how much I appreciate staff's confidence in saying, hey, we've got this new information, can we do this? So kudos for that. Specific to sage grouse, I noticed in the chart you provided that the population dramatically dropped by half from 2005 to 2008. Do we know the cause? And then secondly to that, we're learning about the impact on the 2024 wildfires on rangelands and ranchers, and that's a really profound impact that we're seeing, especially in Eastern Oregon. And what are we anticipating with regard to the impact on sage-grouse specifically from these fires?
Board co-chairs, for the record, Kobe Menton, OWEB's Region 5 program representative. Okay, there's several questions in there. And the first one I remember is cause. Okay, so if you think about that slide, on the right side was the horizontal bar graph. And it gives three different stressors on sage grouse, sage steppe habitat. One would be invasive annual grasses, which is a huge cause of sage steppe degradation. And then I think the next longest bar graph is conifer encroachment, which is mainly juniper encroachment. So those are the two biggest causes of sage steppe habitat and sage grouse habitat degradation in the 7 sage grouse counties. And then the third bar graph is a combination of several things. It could be the need for improved range management with livestock. Those include fencing to improve the infrastructure for livestock control. It could be offsite water locations, again, to redistribute cattle better across the range and redistribute utilization. And it can also be music habitat types, which are Katie did a great job with the sage grouse slide, by the way. She doesn't live in sage grouse country, and she did awesome. But the music habitats are critical to sage grouse chick development when at a point post-hatch, when they're mobile and they can move, they need to get to music habitats so they can eat forbs and bugs, which is critical to their development. So moving back to the two biggest stressors, those are precursors for catastrophic wildfire, which is on all of our minds this year especially, okay? The invasive annual grasses, they come up early in the spring, they cure out in the early summer, they are perfect fuel for fire. That perfect fuel, if it's next to conifer encroachment and overpopulation of conifers on the landscape, juniper is great fuel, right? So don't forget about catastrophic wildfire as a stressor to sage steppe habitats. That's the answer to your first question. Next one.
So that was that spike, and then just thinking ahead, we don't yet have data on this year.
But perfect.
What can we anticipate, and are there things we need to be doing right now so that we can help address what we know is going to be the catastrophic impact?
Right now, I think the best thing we can do in response to wildfires this year is plan, honestly. We heard a little bit on wildfire earlier at this meeting that essentially the fire maps show 2 million acres of acres burnt in Oregon. But I think that shows the worst case scenario, right? That is a map showing where the fire was, but I think we can safely assume that there wasn't 2 million acres burned. There's a perimeter around 2 million acres total in Oregon, but there's going to be stringers that didn't burn. There's going to be places that actually burned and provided benefit to the landscape. So I think the most important thing to do now is plan. Welcome.
Quick clarification. Kobe, can you help me remember, you and I on Hartstein were at the SageCon conference. They shared this year's sage grouse numbers. I think they were up pretty considerably, right?
So this is a plug for that slide, that sage grouse slide. Every graphic you saw on that slide comes from the SageCon dashboard, not from the application. I wanted to feature the data that's available for everybody. Just Google search SageCon dashboard and you'll find it. And you will see all these graphics plus many more in a whole bunch of language if you want to be updated on sage grouse, their conditions, their stressors, and what's going on with sage grouse in Oregon. So to Sarah's plug, a few weeks ago, several of us on staff went to the SageCon conference in Prineville. The data on SageCon, I think, is current through either 2021 or through 2022. And we learned at a presentation from ODF&W at SageCon that line that is, from your perspective, that's going down over time, in the last year went way up. A couple reasons. Some of it is because of the work that we've been doing that was showcased in that sage grouse slide and is also on the SageCon dashboard. But ODF&W found some new leks they didn't know existed. Leks are breeding grounds for sage grouse. So that number, it's not at 30,000. But it's certainly not at 14,000 birds like that graph shows. It's much closer to 30,000 than 14,000.
Is SageCon the equivalent of Comic-Con?
It's exactly the same, and costumes are required.
This is a sage costume.
I didn't, ODF found some new what?
So Lex, those are sage grouse breeding grounds, and they're a measure by which sage grouse populations are estimated in Oregon.
Thank you. Okay, I've got Chris, Bruce, and then Mark Webb.
Thanks, Kelly. First off, compliments to the RPRs on great set of presentations this morning. Really appreciate that. Liz, I was really excited to see the presentation on that project around freshwater mussel monitoring in Kellogg Creek. And it got me thinking a little bit about the fact that so many of the projects that OWEB funds, granted, many are about ecological function benefiting all native species, but for species-specific projects, the fact is most are to benefit listed species. I also note that you mentioned floater mussels, which aren't the petition species right now that we're looking at. That's Western Ridge mussel. But I guess it made me look at the monitoring evaluation criteria here, and I was just curious, when a project comes up for consideration, to what degree does its listing status come into play for the team evaluating that project proposal? And my question is also because our agency and our office in general in Oregon, there's been a shift to what I often refer to as pre-listing conservation or proactive actions trying to prevent additional listings of species. We're listing more than we're delisting or reclassifying. So I just wanted to put that back out to you as a question. Just curious, when a project comes up like that, looking at potential effects to mussels, in this case, perhaps a species that is not under consideration for listing, and how that plays into whether OWEB decides to fund the project or not.
Sure. That's a great question. And I think I'm going to start with, that's the beauty of the review teams themselves. Their broad diversity of expertise and knowledge helps us sort through those tricky questions. Certainly a listing will help us think about why here, why now, because that is a way of prioritizing a project. However, the teams also have really great conversations about other species that are really important, that may have an important role in the ecosystem, or might be on the verge of a listing. And that is exactly what the conversation was for Mosby Creek. You heard that during our comment earlier that that was a project that was not recommended for funding before, and it went to a recommendation for funding. And then one of the things that the review team noted is that the application addressed the why here, why now. Now, Amanda did reference that location wouldn't normally have that habitat, but during the review process and then the new application, they talked about, well, the western pond turtles are really close to listing, and that particular watershed would have had a ton of habitat for that species, but because at a broader watershed scale where there's been so much impact, we just need a foothold anywhere in terms of habitat. And so that's a really great example of the review process, pulling apart all those issues, and then also having a learning moment with the applicant to learn more in the second submission. But yeah, the conversation itself is how we try to sort through some of those questions. And we do talk about, it may not be listed, but we need to pay attention.
And just to add a small piece to that, I neglected to mention earlier that when we're talking about new versus clarifying information, and Amanda Gilbert came up and testified about the Mosby Creek project, with clarifying information that all that match has been secured and it has a time limit. So those pieces of information were not known at the time of review or the time of drawing the funding line. So just to make sure that that's clear to you as you're making your deliberations.
Thank you. Bruce?
I think that the open solicitation process we go through is maybe the most satisfying and challenging role that we're given as board members. And it would be absolutely impossible to do it responsibly as a board member without the incredible work of the staff, and I'd like to thank them for that. That was, I agree with my colleagues, the presentation was great. I have yet to go home after one of these exercises and of our responsibility and have trouble sleeping, saying, did I miss something? Was I wrong? Because the justification for how we award the money is so well done. Even though sometimes we have discussions on making changes, they are such a small portion of the overall body of work that we do as to make it doable. So thank you. There's one particular project. It's called the Shangri-La Wetlands Restoration Application 224-1028-23624. It's in Region 1. It's by North Coast Land Conservancy. It deals with 70 acres of estuary and freshwater wetland habitat. We addressed this 70 acres some time ago by funding a conservation easement. And that was awarded and taken care of. So as a board member, I might think job done. This project calls for a quarter or about a half mile of fencing to restrict human access. That calls for money to clean up trash on this wetlands that we have a conservation easement. This is a homeless issue, houseless issue in Seaside on a piece of property that we did our best to protect in our funding decisions. And we're asking, and there's another $250,000 here now to protect it by walling it off. I don't have a solution. Obviously, Seaside community in my county doesn't have a solution. Astoria doesn't have a solution. But this is, I just wanted to note the sadness that I have on voting for $250,000 for this problem that in a beautiful community, coastal community in my backyard. So I will vote for it. I wonder if it is the tip of an iceberg on other properties we've protected that are close to urban areas. And I'm not talking about large urban areas. It's not Portland, it's Seaside. So I just wanted to note that for my colleagues that I'll be voting for it, but of all the projects, it's the one that makes me saddest. Thanks.
Thanks, Bruce. I think Katie has something maybe to add.
Katie Duzick, Region 1 RPR. Bruce, I think that many of us working in natural resources share your concerns and sentiment, and yes, also sadness that this social problem has been affecting properties like this that we have conservation easements on. I thought I should speak to the hard work that our partners have been doing there. The North Coast Land Conservancy has devoted an incredible amount of compassionate staff time to the issue at this property, which is, something, this isn't the only place around the state where we're seeing this type of use. And I know it is hard to think about building a fence to keep people out, but we are viewing this with the lens through our evaluation criteria as any other threat to the landscape. And the application clearly made the link between the potential ecological benefit. You mentioned the trash, and there is clear water quality impacts that have come from the activity on the site. I think one of the reasons the review team recommended the project for funding, in addition to that link with ecological benefit, was also that the work that the Land Conservancy is doing, they're closely partnering with the community. There's community resource officers that are engaged in helping to find the people making this place their home, additional housing resources. There's been some new resources diverted to the city of Seaside, and they're hopeful that once kind of the memory of this place is removed in the community as being somewhere that you can call set up a tent and call your home is altered, that they'll be able to move forward, and this is kind of like their last ditch attempt to fix the problem. So just wanted to comment that that's one of the reasons this rose to the top and is recommended for funding this round.
Thank you. Mark Webb, did you still have a question?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. So okay, and I just saw Jamie's hand as well. But what I want to do is just do a time check here. It's 11 o'clock. We're running a little behind. And so I just want to ask my fellow board members, do you have clarifying questions on specific projects that would impact us being able to take a vote at this point in time? So I saw Jamie and then Mark.
Thank you, and apologies for, but Eric, you said regarding the Mosby Creek project, I think I just heard you say that you didn't have the information about the time sensitivity of the match before this recommendation. And my question to you is, if you knew that information, clarifying information, would it bump up above to the recommended funding section?
I think it likely would.
Mark.
Well, thank you. It's not a clarifying question, but I think we just need to make sure that we heard from Jeff Huntington yesterday about some things that the governor thinks is very important, and I realize that came after all of this was done. But I wrote down in viewing the administration of streamlining application to be as simple as possible for applicants. Increasing silos creates complications for applicants. I just make sure that there's a line here. You don't want them to be so simple that we end up with audit problems, but you don't want it to be so restrictive that the applicants are going, I can't even apply. So I think it needs to be said that, just keep that in mind as we move forward with implementing these open solicitations, that we need to keep in mind what the governor's direction is of us. So.
Thank you, Mark. Any other questions or comments? Scanning the room, not seeing any. Okay. I would entertain a motion if someone is ready. Jamie.
See if I got my math down. In light of Eric's comment that based on this clarifying information, you would bump the Mosby Creek project up in a recognition that monies would have to be moved from restoration and making the assumption that would carry over the same logic. I move the board adjust the open solicitation amounts to move $302,167 from restoration to monitoring in the 2023-2025 spending plan to include the agenda section of the board book and award funds from the staff recommended projects listed in attachment A with the adjustment of also including the Mosby Creek floodplain habitat for Northwest Pond Turtle project.
Second.
We check in with staff on whether that creates any.
Yeah,
consequences?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding the spending plan implication of this. To fund the Mosby Creek project, we would not have to make additional spending plan movements. So you could use the amount that's in the motion.
I adjust my motion. Thank you. I withdraw my motion and make a new motion that I move the board adjust the open solicitation amounts to move $8,067 from the restoration to monitoring in the 2023-2025 spending plan included in the agenda section of the board book and award funds for the staff recommended projects listed in attachment D with the addition of the Coast Fork Willamette Water Council WC grantee project entitled Increasing Complexity in Mosby Creek's Floodplain Habitat for Northwest Pond Turtles.
Second.
Okay. We've had a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Mark?
So what does that do to the funding scenario for the next round? And
Yes, thank you, Mark. I should have added that. When we went through the slides that showed the amounts in the spending plan, there was something like 10.7 million remaining in the restoration line item. So we simply took the 323,175 from that. So there will still be 10.4 million remaining in the restoration line item for the final cycle of the biennium, which is a healthy amount still.
Thank you. Mark Webb?
So, Eric, do you feel like how do I want to put it? Suppose this motion hadn't been made and we weren't considering funding the Mosby Creek project, would it likely be a top choice in the next funding round? Or do we not know that?
Yeah, I think we can't know that, Mark, until we know what the submitted applications look like and how the regional review teams evaluate the applications that come in next week.
Okay, thanks.
Any additional discussion or questions? Okay, not seeing any. There's a motion on the floor. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Mark Webb?
Yeah, I don't know if it's allowed by Robert's Rules of Orders, but I'm conflicted, so I'm not voting.
Okay, so one abstention. All right. Motion passes. Great job, everyone. Thank you.
All right, we are now moving on down to agenda item L. And Renee's going to give us an update on the drinking water source protection program.
Good morning, co-chairs and members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager. I will try to get us back on track a bit. So as Barbara noted, I'm here to talk with you about agenda item L, which is a spending plan amendment associated with the Drinking Water Source Protection Program. The staff report is on page 592 of your ebook now that we're done with open solicitation. So specifically, we're going to focus on the spending plan amendment. I'll give a little bit of background about the program. We'll talk about the reason for the spending plan amendment, and then I do want to just take a few minutes to update you about where we are with the program, since it was mentioned multiple times yesterday in board member comments. So the Drinking Water Source Protection Grant Program was created in 2023 per the direction of House Bill 2010. The intent is to provide resources for water suppliers to protect the source water areas for their drinking water supplies. And that the intention with the bill is to provide funding for land acquisition projects to do that. So this is not for restoration project, this is to secure those lands where particularly rural or lower or economically challenged communities receive their source water from. So there were a few different funding bills associated with the Drinking Water Source Protection Program. One funding bill provided $1 million in general fund resources for the program. Another funding bill provided $4 million in lottery revenue bonds. And you may remember over the last several board meetings, we talked about the fact that this is the first time OWEB has received bond funding. So there was a steep learning curve associated with that. Lots of expectations and restrictions on bond funding and how that can be used. So as I mentioned yesterday with Oregon Ag Heritage Program, this program also has an entirely separate set of statutes associated with it. It has a separate treasury account, and we went through rulemaking. You all adopted rules back in July for this program. So while it is a land transaction program, different from Measure 76, different from Oregon Ag Heritage Program. So given this, we did spend a significant amount of time working with the Department of Administrative Services, working with Department of Justice, and with DAS, with their bond counsel, to make sure that really we're following the appropriate rules of the road with that bond funding in particular for the new program. Let's see here. So in terms of where we are with the program and why we're requesting the spending plan update, on Monday, we launched the grant program, the grant offering. So that's very exciting. Pretty quick stand-up of a new program, have to say, especially going through rulemaking. But now that we've opened the grant offering for this first solicitation, we do want to amend the spending plan for the board for this current biennium to add in the $5 million total of resources available for the drinking water source protection program. So if you look at lines 64 through 66 of the spending plan in the ebook, you'll see where this is denoted. We do have two separate sub-line items to specifically call out the general fund versus the lottery revenue bonds. And again, that's because the two different fund sources have different eligible uses, and that will be important as we are receiving grant applications and considering the types of projects that can be funded with the different funding sources. So I think with that, I'll stop in terms of the official update associated with the staff report, and then just give you a quick status update and sense of timeline of where we are with the program. So we launched the program on Monday, as I mentioned. Prior to that, I first should call out our incredible drinking water source protection specialist, Audrey Squires. You all, or those of you, I guess all of you were here in July, had an opportunity to meet her in person when she was here for rule adoption. She has just done a phenomenal job of coming in, jumping in with both feet, coming up to speed on incredibly complex funding considerations, subject matter expertise that is not typical to this agency in terms of water supply and drinking water considerations, and has just done a stellar job. So huge kudos and gratitude to Audrey, first of all. So before we launched the program, she had done a lot of legwork in program stand-up, completed an informational webinar on the 10th of October, very well attended, engaged last week in the DEQ coastal drinking water workshops that I think a couple people mentioned, actually. Mark Webb mentioned it and Dan mentioned it also. So really helping folks to understand the expectations and opportunities with the program as they're exploring opportunities to protect their source water supplies. So currently we're working through scoping membership for the review team for this program. Again, this is not our subject matter expertise, so we have relied heavily on partners at DEQ, EPA, other sister agencies to really help us to ensure we have the right technical expertise for this review process. The grant cycle closes on the 12th of December, and then we will jump into the review process with the expectation of bringing projects for your consideration to the April board meeting. At this point, we're expecting at least 10 applicants to the program. I mention that because, again, we have $5 million total for this cycle, and there currently are not resources allocated either on the grants or staffing side for next biennium. So it will probably be a challenging review process and maybe challenging discussion for all of you, because I suspect there will be some amazing projects that are proposed. We've had interest expressed from folks along the coast, Southern Oregon, North Central Oregon, Northeast Oregon. So really good geographic interest in the program. In terms of the webinar, we did have 15 additional entities beyond those we're expecting to come in as applicants. So that included water suppliers, tribes, statutorily accepted holders such as land trust, who were just trying to understand what the program opportunities might be. With that, I'm happy to either answer questions that you might have about the spending plan or just where we are with this exciting new program.
Bruce, and then Mark Labhart.
Yeah, thanks, Renee. This is an exciting program and lots of interest along the coast. Maybe I've become a cynic in my old age. Are we absolutely certain that the $4 million of lottery funds is new lottery funds money for us and not allocation of our existing lottery fund money?
Yes, we are certain about that because it's not lottery revenue funding, it is lottery revenue bond funding.
Good,
And
thank
that has made all of the difference, both in terms of protecting the lottery funds that we need for other programs, and requiring us to learn a lot about administering bond funding.
Mark Labhart.
So that's my question. I know just enough about bonding to be dangerous. So the way it's working in ODF and W is the legislature said we're going to give you this bonds and you're going to put it in your 23-25 budget, but the bonds aren't going to be sold until like a year from now, and it's actually going to be spent in 25-27. So are these bonds in that same kind of a category? They're in our budget, but we really don't have the money until the next biennium?
Shouldn't, mostly correct. We're expecting the bond sale will occur in spring of '25, so right around the time you all are considering grant awards, anywhere from March to May, if you look at the past several biennials when the bond sales have occurred. So they may, in fact, hit the books before June 30th of 2025, but for all intents and purposes, well, if you're making awards in late April, we're going through grant agreement processes. I suspect that those will not be in executed grant agreements until close to early next biennium. Yes, and then there is a lifespan. We have an 18-month to closing timeframe built in by rule, and part of that is being mindful of the lifespan of lottery bonds. They do not have the 6-year lifespan that lottery funds do.
So even though we may not have the money, we got the full faith and credit of the state of Oregon, right?
Yes.
Whatever that's worth.
Well, and I think, Mark, to that point, and Bruce may ask a follow-up question on this, all of this hinges on those resources being available. We have that language built into all of our grant agreements. It would not differ on this front. It would just identify a different funding source, and if something unexpected happened with that fund source.
Okay, thank you.
Russ.
Just a quick question. Do we have an obligation to the legislature for an update, and if so, when?
We do, Russ. Thanks for that. We are to update them by April of 2025.
After the review or before?
I believe, and I would have to check the statute, and maybe Eric Hartstein can come up and help me. I think that it probably is by the end of April. So there is the chance that we could sneak in what the ultimate decision is. I think part of the key, though, with that update is to help the legislature understand demand, and we will have a clear sense of that by the deadline in December.
All right, any other questions or comments for Renee? If not, I would entertain a motion, please.
I'll do it.
I'd move the board approve the addition of $5 million for the drinking water source program to the 2023-2025 spending plan.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Mark Webb, seconded by Kelly Coates. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Anybody abstain? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Extra cookies for anybody that moves us back then.
Thank you, Renee, for giving us some extra time here and just for the great job standing up a program really quickly, figuring out how to deal with bonding. That's a lot, so thank you. Okay, we are moving on now to agenda item M, committee updates. So we will start with the Water and Climate Committee update.
Jamie McLeod-Skinner, myself, and Bruce Buckmaster, our co-chairs. Staff did a great job in the staff report. The information's in there. Just two things to highlight. One, the remarkable job Alexa Schmidt has stepped in, and she's doing a really great job. Really, such a delight to have her. She had big shoes to fill, I'll say to my colleagues to my left, but she's doing a great job, so appreciate that. And then also just to highlight that staff did a great job of setting up for our December meeting. There's going to be a focus on the representatives from the Legislative Water Caucus and the Governor's Office talking about joint water policy priorities, if anyone's interested in joining us for that meeting. And defer to my colleague Bruce if there's anything else.
It's fine. Thank you.
Okay, Thanks, Jamie. The Grants Committee.
All right, Barbara Boyer for the record. Sitting next to me is my co-chair, Dan Brown. And pretty much our whole grants committee was discussed at this meeting. So I don't think I have too much to really add, except I do have one question. Under open solicitation in the report, item number 2, it's noted that one funding cycle remaining in the biennium, and there's some flexibility, which we dealt with today. But the last sentence is staff will also identify recommended projects that could potentially meet the requirements of the natural and working lands funds appropriated. Did I miss something there?
Eric Williams, apologies for that. Barbara, you did not miss anything. We neglected to do that. And one of the reasons that we did is between the time that the staff report was written, which was some time ago, we also compiled information that's in another agenda item on wildfire impacts to funded projects. And so that's one piece. And then the other piece is that Alexa Schmidt, who was just mentioned as our climate coordinator, has been doing a lot of really great work to set us up for implementing the use of the natural and working lands funds appropriated by the legislature, and has gotten a lot farther along in that work since the time that this was written. Just for a little bit of background, that bill put some funds towards OWEB for funding projects that advance climate goals, particularly for disproportionately impacted communities, through both our ag heritage and open solicitation type programs. And so we had that in there as a preview or a precursor to what we might be able to do under that program. But since that time, Alexa has done a lot of work to begin firming that up, and you'll be hearing more about that at future meetings.
Thank you. That is all I have, unless anybody else on the committee wants to add anything. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, and I will just kick it to myself for the DEI committee update. Kelly Coates for the record. First of all, I want to thank OWEB staff and also Amy Charette in particular. I was unable to make the majority of the DEI committee meeting, and so staff did a great job updating the rest of our committee members and providing me with the information to give the update. So you have the report out in your board book, and just a couple of things to note on that. The committee reviewed and discussed the DEI action plan. Staff drafted and submitted the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Action Plan to DAS in accordance with Governor Kotek's expectations of the state agencies. Staff met with the Department of Administrative Services Office of Cultural Change to work through the action plan, and board members previously provided input for how OWEB's strategic plan and other guiding tools should interact with the action plan. So a lot of crosswalk there. Staff updated Goal 1 for language, clarifying what OWEB's DEIJ capacity means. Staff reviewed the 9 items in the DEI and EJ resolution to make sure they're consistent with the action plan. Environmental justice was added to the name of the action plan to be consistent with naming along with the DEI and EJ resolutions. And then the action plan will be revisited annually to review the content and track process for that. And within your board book, at the bottom of the committee updates, you will have the updated version of the action plan. So any questions? Mark?
DAS was good with the plan? Just sounds like it.
I'm getting a thumbs up from Courtney, so yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Good work, committees. All right, moving on down to item number N, and we have Eric Hartstein, Eric Williams, and Kathy Leopold's on virtually. We're looking to approve the small grant rules today. While you guys are setting it up, I have an edit on the small grant rulemaking committee. Conservation districts don't have the word county in them. We are not part of the county. We're just the name of the county. So I see it says Yamhill County, Soil and Water Conservation District, Crook County, and then Wheeler County. None of us have county in our name. We get confused. They think that we're part of the county, so we all removed that in the 80s from our name.
Well, thank you for that clarification, Barbara. Okay, so for the record, Eric Hartstein, Policy Coordinator, and I'm joined at the table by Eric Williams, our Restoration Grants Manager. And in the virtual world, we have Kathy Leopold, who is a Small Grant Program Coordinator. And so we are bringing back to the board the proposed rules for the Small Grant Program, which is Division 35. So the board initially initiated rulemaking on the Small Grant Program back in July of 2023, with the main intent of really broadening the applicant pool to the Small Grant Program. So in response, OWEB staff and Rulemaking Advisory Committee worked on developing language that would both broaden the participation for applications to the program. And then we made a number of other revisions to the Small Grant Program rules in addition, including broadening participation on the small grant teams. And I think that was in July where maybe we fell a little bit short in trying to get the most inclusion on those teams. So what we're going to do here this morning is kind of walk through the initial revisions that this will be a reminder for those of you that were here in July that were proposed to the small grant rules. And then we'll have a slide on what we've done kind of post-July. So to start with, and this is, as we go through the rules, these are attachments D1 and D2. So we have a clean version and then the red line version in your board packet. So in the small grant program section, we added language to make clear that the small grant program rules supplement the Division 5 rules. These are the umbrella grant program rules that oversee all of OWEB's grant programs, and this will be important here in a slide or two. Then we also update some of the terminology to reflect broader program eligibility. In the definition section, we suggest removing the $15,000 project cap for small grants. We'll get into a little bit more detail on that shortly. And here we're also allowing for broader participation on those small grant teams. And we are requesting language that changes to allow for the small grant teams to be awarded grants to administer the small grant program in their area. And then we have some cleanup just to remove references to some terms that we no longer use, like small grant fiscal agent and program administration. Okay, in the small grant program administered by small grant team section, we provide some of those details on how small grant team grants can be used to administer the program. And then we have the process here that describes how participation can be broadened on the small grant teams. And this is kind of that place there was concern that was noted in July. And on the last slide, we'll show the language that changed post-July board meeting. And in this section, we also allow for the OWEB board to determine the cap on small grants with the adoption of the biennial spending plan. So we removed the $15,000 cap in the definition section. And in this section, we're saying with the adoption of the biennial spending plan, the board will determine the maximum amount. And the idea here is to really have the board take inflation into account. So we don't have a kind of a static number of $15,000. In this section, we also have some updating of the administrative processes related to recommending projects, grant agreements, and reporting. And in the small grant project application section, here we broaden the application eligibility to be consistent with other OWEB grant programs. So this goes back to having Division 5 mentioned as that these rules will supplement, because Division 5 rules note all of OWEB eligible applicants. So as we talked about in July, that's really any entity except for an individual person, state or federal agency, for-profit corporation. So those would all now be eligible for OWEB small grants, because currently eligibility is watershed councils, tribes, and soil and water conservation districts. In this section, we also remove reference to potentially outdated guidance materials, and then align the application signature requirements with other OWEB grant programs. This was important to the Rulemaking Advisory Committee, as they noted that under current rules, particularly in areas where there's long distances to drive, that applicants would develop their application and then sometimes have to drive 2 hours in order to get a signature from a landowner at the time of application. In the small grant project grant section, we reiterate here that the cap on individual small grant awards will be determined biannually by the board, and then provide some updates to the individual small grant administrative processes. In eligible small grant projects, we're adding revegetate stormwater runoff treatments as eligible project type. This could be important in urban communities. And then a language change, create off-channel flood storage is now restore floodplain reconnection. And then we're clarifying that integrated pest management projects need to be in conjunction with a restoration project. Provide some examples of projects seeking to recharge groundwater, and then adding some additional requirements for projects involving irrigation efficiency, improved irrigation practices in order to demonstrate ecological uplift. And then in the last three sections, ineligible small grant projects, periodic review and evaluation of the small grant program, and waiver of rules, we just have some fairly minor revisions. Okay, so post-July board meeting revisions. So in that small grant teams section, the number is 695-035-0020 sub 4. So we're clarifying here that small grant teams must have at least 2 actively participating eligible application organization types to be eligible to receive funding from the program. So the language here before, or as it currently reads, is 1 watershed council and 1 soil and water conservation district. So we feel that, and we ran this by the DEI and Environmental Justice Committee last month, that this language would now allow for, well, a tribe and a watershed council, or a soil and water conservation district and a local school district, or another community organization and a soil and water conservation district. Those would all be entities, if there was at least 2 actively participating, they would be eligible to receive funding from the program. And then we had another sort of late breaking change. And so this is in response to the federal government changing their de minimis rate for indirect costs on grants. So that changed on October 1st from 10% to 15%. And OWEB will be incorporating that change in January to our grants. And Kathy was an eagle eye and noted that in our small grant rules that we actually have 10% listed there. And so we're requesting that that be removed so that the applicants can use that 15% de minimis. Or if they have a federally negotiated indirect rate, they can actually use that, that rate as a part of the small grant application itself. So with that, I'll see if Eric, if you have anything to add, or Kathy as well.
I have nothing to add. Kathy?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Mark Labhart?
So that 15% figure, anytime we put something like that in rule, and the next time it changes a year from now or whatever, then we got to go back and change the rule again. Is there any way we could just put in some kind of wording that just says the, whatever the rate, you know, not the number, but will be in compliance with whatever the rate is, so we don't have to change a rule every time that number changes?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, that's what we're proposing, to just delete that altogether. So
I couldn't find it in here. So-
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Liz?
So Eric, as you went through these revisions, and I'm just thinking about this past summer, is there anything that you may have wanted to lean into with sort of the really large, expansive landscape impacts to wildfire and even more impact to individuals and communities? Are there things within here in your revisions that will help with that?
That's a great question. I think one of the real benefits of the small grant program already, and I don't know if these revisions will change that at all. In fact, I hope that they don't, is that it's a real responsive grant program that applicants are able to quickly work with landowners, apply for funding, and get those projects on the ground. You know, it's a relatively modest amount of funding, but depending on where those projects occur, it can be really meaningful.
You know, so perhaps a quick gap fill as we wait to do more restoration.
Correct.
Thanks.
Bruce?
Ready for motion?
Kelly has a question. Thank you. And then yes.
Oh, I see.
Okay. And Liza Jane.
Liza Jane,
Okay,
yeah.
go ahead. Kelly, Mark, Webb, and then Liza Jane.
Thank you. So with the change to the rules, first of all, I want to say thank you, Kathy, for catching that indirect rate. I know when we were a small grant recipient, it surprised us when we were like, wait a minute, we have to use the 10% amount, but we have a federally negotiated rate, and let me go talk to my grants people really quick about this. So really appreciate you catching that. And hopefully that makes it easier for folks. And helps with those administrative costs. And then my question is really, I just want to get clarification on this. So the board will set the annual cap for small grants? Is that like every year we will set the cap, or can you walk me through what that's going to look like?
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. What we're proposing here is that the board would include what the cap should be for the biennium when you adopt a spending plan. And so it's kind of a policy decision that goes along with how you're deciding to allocate all of the funds across our different grant offerings.
Okay.
And we'd probably come up with a recommendation for you.
It's like you read my mind. Like you're going to walk us through what we've done in the past, right? And recommend what, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Mark Webb?
So I appreciate from a couple meetings ago, Eric Williams persuaded me that it is appropriate to support watershed work in urban areas. I just wanted to make sure here, in terms of the language, that there's not a situation in which an eligible applicant doesn't include either a tribe, SWCD, or watershed council, because I want to protect their involvement in this. Not that they're the lead or that it's happening in a non-urban area, but Is there a situation in which eligible applicants would not include one of those three entities?
Yeah, so I think,
Is that
yes,
clear?
there could be definitely instances where another entity would be the lead applicant. And that was one of the main drivers behind this, was allowing for, say, non-traditional partners to be eligible for these grants, given that they are relatively modest and easy to implement, and really a good way for entities to become acquainted with OWEB and in conducting the restoration activities. I will say also that in high likelihood that watershed councils, tribes, SWCDs will also be a part of the small grant teams, and will be providing some of that insight and best recommendations to be putting projects on the ground.
But in all cases, Mark, those three entities would always be eligible to apply for a small grant in any of the 28 small grant team regions.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Liza Jane, your hand was up. You took it down?
Yep, took it down.
Okay, thank you. All right. Bruce, please.
As a partial amends to my strident tone on this topic at the July meeting, I humbly move that the board approve the small grant program administrative rule found in attachment D with an effective date of July 1st, 2025.
Liz seconds.
All right. It's been moved by Bruce, seconded by Liz. Is there further discussion?
Can we make sure we add the humbly in the motion?
Yeah, let's.
That's what I'm voting for.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Anybody abstain? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we are officially ahead of schedule. Right on. So can we come back at 12:30? Okay, does that sound all right? So I think lunch is in the back. I think it's all come in. So we'll didn't I? Is it all there?
Some of it's there.
Oh,
I see plates. Yeah, there's bread. You can't just appetizers.
I mean, another, if lunch isn't ready, I could do the end of director's report.
It's actively being.
Oh, it's
We
there.
could just give folks a couple minutes to do it.
Can do the next one.
it's not quite ready? Okay,
Okay, so.
go, all right.
Another possibility is we can move on to the next to item O.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're kind of on a roll with rulemaking.
Yeah, you want to go for it? Eric, you ready?
Let's do it. Oh, that's me. Okay.
Ready for a motion?
I know, look at this.
Bruce is ready to make a motion already. Okay. Okay, thanks. We are moving on to agenda item O for initiating rulemaking on monitoring and engagement, and we have Eric and Courtney.
Okay, so for the record, Eric Hartstein, Policy Coordinator, joined by Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Manager, and we are on page 650 of your board books. And so at the October 2023 meeting, the board concurred with a grants committee recommendation to remove the term stakeholder from our engagement grant offering, as the term has some historical context, referring to staking a claim that was on land that has been really stolen from Indigenous people. So I think Director O'Brien kind of prefaced this nicely yesterday, saying this is a sort of a minor correction, but yet a really important one to our rules. Because, since October, staff have been removing that term from our application materials, but it still exists in rule. So really what we're requesting here is the opportunity to formally remove stakeholder from the engagement grant rules. And at the same time, we're also requesting to open up the monitoring grant rules to remove stakeholder as it occurs in at least one location in those rules as well. So along with opening monitoring to remove stakeholder from those rules, we also have a process improvement that has been made. We've talked a little bit about streamlining the application process and review process. Well, we had an opportunity here to do so where previously monitoring grants that were submitted through OWEB's Open Solicitation Grant Program had a two-phase review. One would go to first it would go to a statewide team, and then the monitoring grants would be further evaluated by the regional review teams. Within the last year, I believe, we've made this process improvement where instead of having a two-phase process, we would have those monitoring grants evaluated just by the statewide team and not going to the regional review team. So I feel like it's one of those things that can really allow for efficiencies and streamlining and really make a process improvement. So if you're looking at the staff report in the board books, you'll see a rulemaking schedule here, and it's a little bit abbreviated. Typically these take a year to do rulemaking. A big part of that is because we need to go and recruit and develop a rulemaking advisory committee and have several meetings to discuss the content of the rules. We're comfortable right now with what we want to do here. We're just going to strike a term from the engagement rules and then just really update that process improvement that was referenced when it comes to the evaluations of the monitoring grants. So if the board does approve rulemaking here at this meeting, we could pretty quickly make those edits to the rules. We still need to do the formal process where we file with the Secretary of State. We would do the notification for the public and tribes that we're conducting rulemaking. And we hope to be able to bring back the rules for board consideration at the January board meeting. Anything to add, Courtney? Okay.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, any questions? Jamie?
Yeah, thank you for that, and agree with all the stuff you've proposed, streamlining that, and we just received the governor's request as well, so that's all good. I'm reflecting on Russ's comment before about that aspect of time sensitivity of matching funds. That's one component, and the other, Eric, mentioned that that's part of the internal process, but just wanted to get your thoughts on including that specificity in the rules, because sometimes I get caught between rock and a hard place of saying, hey, these are rules on reviewing grants, and so we can't make change, or we can't consider some of this additional information that comes in. Is this something we should also be looking at to tweak in the AORs, or do you feel comfortable that we have that covered? That aspect of the matching grant coming in, or finding out about matching grant, that time sensitivity aspect of projects. Are we covered, or should we be tweaking that as well?
I think that we're likely covered when it comes to the evaluation criteria in monitoring grants. I would have a little bit of caution about doing too much more within both the engagement and monitoring than what's proposed here, because then I think we'd want to be developing and engaging with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. So if there's areas where, we think we want to like, go in and do anything beyond tweaks, in this case, some important tweaks, but, I think it would take a longer time frame, and want to probably dig in a little bit deeper.
And just building off of that, for the record, Courtney Schaff, some of those pieces are captured in the overarching, which is Division 5, Eric. So there's overarching rules for all grant programs that touch on some of those things that we make sure we're consistent across all grant types. And then really when we're diving into the specifics of engagement, monitoring, restoration, that's really where we're talking about the evaluation criteria, and then specifically in the monitoring rules, that two-step evaluation process. So I think as we consider, feedback from the governor's office and ways to streamline, probably looking at those Division 5 rules is the place where we would want to, and not these specific rules.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you. For the record, Lindsay McClary. I was going to bring this up at open solicitation, but wanted to be mindful of the agenda and keep things moving. But I think I would just like to have on record just a little snapshot of match, and maybe staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but being a practitioner and putting in applications to OWEB, I believe that there is flexibility a little bit on match, and want to just note that sometimes there's a process. And so if you're looking for technical assistance or engagement, and that is the first step of the process, and needing an OWEB grant to do that, and also applying for other grants that come in as match, and if you don't get the OWEB, then it kind of messes up the process. But if you have a really sound kind of restoration grant, and you put it through the open solicitation and don't get awarded, and then resubmit, or whatever your timeline looks like, I think you can look back at match for a period of time, and you can look forward at match for a period of time. So let's say I put in for an application on Monday, but within the last, I don't know, let's say 2 years, I've had other funding on this particular project, that can actually count as your match. And so I think there is some fluidity to match that I just wanted to note here. So staff can correct anything I misspoke about there.
No, I think you're right. I think OWEB is very flexible when it comes to accepting match, both future-looking, past-looking, and has a lot of flexibility there.
Yeah, and just building off of that is we've been having a lot of conversations with people right now. If have a board, council, district, nonprofit, land trust board member time is match. Again, really flexible about looking back if you're designing a project, technical assistance provided by, agency staff, by the landowner in the prep for that project, and then, post-project work. Whether sometimes folks don't want to use all of their federally negotiated indirect cost rate, and sometimes they use part of it as match. We are really flexible, and our guidance document that we provide to grantees tries to lay that out to the fullest extent possible.
Great clarification. Thank you.
Can I share a quick clarification as a former grantee, though? That doesn't happen in reverse necessarily. So if folks are using OWEB funds to match a federal program, so that kind of slices both ways, right? There are a lot more restrictions for other grantors counting match. And so I think that dynamic can still affect grantees pretty significantly.
Okay, any additional questions? Is someone ready to make a motion? Lindsay.
Thank you. For the record, Lindsay McClary. I move the board authorize rulemaking for engagement grants, Division 15, and monitoring grants, Division 25.
Barbara Boyer seconds.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great job. We are on a roll, guys. Look at that, 11:54. Oh my gosh.
Leadership.
Okay, I think lunch is ready. Yep, I'm getting thumbs up again. Okay, we are going to break for lunch. We will be back at, should we just keep with the schedule?
Let's keep with
Okay, I was maybe gonna be mean and take 10 minutes off, but we're gonna keep with the schedule and we
It's
will.
up to the co-chairs.
Do you want to add any? Nope, okay. All right. We'll be back here at 12:40. Thank you.
how is it?
It's really good, Barbara.
I'm unsure
I
if you're
almost
being.
resisted, but then I've got a long drive home. So. You know, you look
Probably
like
stick it in your bag, don't you think?
You look like you're wasting away, so you could, yeah.
Oh, those cannolis are really, really good.
Okay, guys, you're unmuted.
All right. Everybody find their way to their seats, please.
Between Astoria and between,
Jamie's in the hallway.
Can anybody see Jamie in the hallway? Is she on the phone?
She just stepped into the restroom.
Oh, okay. All right, welcome back from lunch, everybody. We are going down to agenda item P, which is the update on the FIP rack. Hartstein, are you guys ready? Williams?
Two Erics for the.
They're priceless.
Ah, shucks.
It's like you're in the dark, isn't it? You can't see yourself.
I know, we're trying to get it turned back on.
They're under the witness protection program.
Okay. Co-chairs, members of the board, happy to be here for item P on the agenda. This is an update on where we are with the Focused Investment Partnership Rules. I'm Eric Williams, Restoration Grants Manager, and with me is Eric Hartstein, Policy Coordinator from OWEB. What we'd like to do before getting into the details of the FIP rules, oh, and also my apologies, Jillian McCarthy is with us virtually, waving to us. Sorry about that, Jillian. Like to give everyone a brief background on program structure because I think it's important to, particularly for new board members, to understand that before we dive into the particulars that Eric's going to go through in terms of where we are with the rules updates. And so this, of course, is our larger landscape scale investment program. And it's premised on a couple of key foundational components. One is that an awarded FIP partnership must be addressing one of 7 board-identified ecological priorities of significance to the state. So this is board-driven and one of the very few places that the board expresses specific geographic priorities. We would like these partnerships to design programs of investment that achieve clear and measurable ecological outcomes. And to do that, they're following a strategic action plan that they've created as a partnership of organizations that includes, importantly, a theory of change that really gives them a roadmap for here's the actions we propose, and here's how specifically they get to achieving those ecological outcomes that they're aiming for. And finally, FIP is implemented by what we call a high-performing partnership. And that phrase, it sounds maybe like it's just a phrase, but it has a lot of meaning behind it. And a lot of that is how that partnership has come together and performed together with a history of that activity before even coming into the FIP program. The FIP program would be very challenging for a brand new partnership to just come in and put together and enter the program. And so the FIP investments really are recognizing a lot of preceding work that these organizations have done together. And the high-performing partnerships have a governance structure. These are independent organizations working together, so they need a decision-making structure. And that's got to be documented and agreed to with everybody that's a member of the partnership. So that's what we mean by high-performing partnerships. Now, those 7 board-identified priorities, they're listed here. Usually I have to say these off the top of my head, and this slide makes it easy. I can just read them, but here you see what they are. And as we've talked about in the past, the board updates these every 5 years, and we're going to talk about that a little bit as we go through the where we're at with the rulemaking process. So far, we have funded 4 cohorts of FIPS. First one started in 2016. Those 6 were the initial cohort. Their 6-year period of investment ended in 2021-22. The other 3 cohorts are still active in terms of investments. Cohort 2, this is their final biennium of investment for those 5 partnerships there. Cohort 3, those 5 partnerships are on their second biennium of investment, and cohort 4 just got started with awards earlier this year. You'll note too that we do have 2 partnerships that successfully came in for a second FIP award, the Oregon Sage Grouse Partnership and the Harney Basin Wetlands Collaborative. Note about the Sage Grouse Partnership, it's essentially doing the same kinds of work, but it did expand its geography, and we've welcomed Crook SWCD into that partnership, which has been really critical to the ongoing success of that group. You can get a sense of the geographic extent of this investment with this map. We've hit many parts of the state, and as we talked earlier today and yesterday, many different types of ecosystems and terrain, soils, mountains, deserts, and everything in between. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Eric to give you the update of where we are with rulemaking.
Great, thanks, Eric. And for the record, Eric Hartstein, Policy Coordinator. So as a reminder, the board did authorize rulemaking in the FIP grant program back in January of 2024. Following that, we have assembled a rulemaking advisory committee consistent with ORS 183.333 that is made up of entities most likely to be impacted by the FIP rules. So that is expert reviewers. We have some current past FIP partnership representatives. We've brought in some other eligible OWEB grantees. We did do outreach to tribes to participate on the RAC, and unfortunately, we're not able to secure representation for this particular RAC. So we've had 4 RAC meetings, which we held over the summer virtually. They are open to the public. We had public comment period, both written and verbal, associated with each RAC meeting. So the way we look at this is sort of 6 major rulemaking themes that we're embarked on with the FIP rules. So to begin with, we have definitions, and we're really looking here to provide some clarity. And in particular, we are aligning that terminology in the definitions with OWEB's guidance for strategic action plans that are a required element for the FIP program. With the evaluation criteria, we are really putting a fine point on having the high-performing partnerships element of the FIP program, as well as the need for activities making progress towards meeting those ecological outcomes. So making some refinements there in the evaluation criteria to really highlight those elements of the program. With the review process, we spent a fair amount of time with the RAC on like what are the roles to be clarified with the expert review team, OWEB staff, board committee, and then for the full board. So I think we'll have a process that's lined out pretty effectively that provides a good streamlined process, and that is also transparent for our applicants. Oops, wrong direction. Knew I shouldn't use the mouse. Okay, so the remaining 3 rulemaking themes, funding cap. So this is a little bit of the theme of the meeting as well, because we went through this with the small grant rules. So the current rules cap individual FIP awards at $4 million maximum per biennium. So these rules were first adopted in 2018, and since then we've had some inflation. $4 million isn't what it used to be. And so in order to not try to put a guess of what dollar amount would be the maximum. Again, we're returning back to that theme what we had with the small grant rules is we'll have the OWEB board determine what that amount is prior to solicitation for each FIP. And then the overlap rule. So the overlap rule is one that prevents projects that are focused on the projects and actions of a FIP initiative that are also within the geography of a FIP initiative from being eligible for OWEB's open solicitation and acquisition programs. So talking with the RAC, we're going to recommend that this rule be removed. There's a lot of reasons why. I think a couple of examples are for organizations that are not a part of a FIP partnership. This has prevented them from applying for OWEB's open solicitation grant program, which I know has been really frustrating for those entities. And even within FIP partnerships themselves, we've heard stories where landowners have come to the partners saying we have projects, but since they are consistent with the programs and actions of a FIP initiative, they're in the FIP geography, and they're not on the work plan, there's really no avenue for those projects to be funded through OWEB if they're not allowed to go through open solicitation. So that will be recommended for removal when you see the rules in January. And finally, again, a theme here, match. So we are looking to refine how match is accounted for in the FIP program. Currently, it's 25% match required to be met at the programmatic level. And our systems for tracking match are really at the project level. We have a really difficult time of trying to account for match at the programmatic level at 25%. Part of it is a timing issue. And so what we're looking to do is have that match tracked at the project level with the match requirements that are consistent with open solicitation. So in this case, be 5% for engagement grants, 5% for technical assistance, and then 25% for restoration, 25% monitoring and acquisitions, if those are included in their FIP. So we realize that that's a little bit of a change. So we talked this over with the RAC as well, as the spirit of trying to account for match at the programmatic level, we think is met, and we did some tweaks to the rule revisions themselves so that FIP partnerships can still have that programmatic match, but they would just need to make sure that they account for it at the project level. And so maybe a good example of that would be if a partnership had like a $1 million grant with the U.S. Forest Service, and they had that letter or that grant agreement from the Forest Service, they could upload that document to a restoration application and say it was a $100,000 request from OWEB. They could upload that $1 million agreement or letter from the Forest Service and say, we're going to use 25,000 of this for this project, and then use that same agreement, that same letter for other restoration, other technical assistance, grant applications throughout the FIP initiative. So we're making sure we retain that spirit of keeping match at the programmatic level, but really tracking it at the project level. And went backwards again. And so next step, so right now what we're looking for is really kind of a sense of the board on kind of the direction that we've taken with these FIP rules so far. And, if it is looking like the direction that you all want us to be embarking on, we would be filing the notice with the Secretary of State, likely in December. At the same time, seeking both tribal and public comment on the draft rules. during that month of December, and then into January, we would be reviewing and responding to comments received, including if those comments resulted in a change to the draft rules, and then finally bringing the draft rules to the board in January. One other bullet probably should mention here, as Eric noted it, the FIP ecological priorities. So those are mentioned in rule, but they're not specified exactly where the ecological priorities are in rule. They are due for review by the board in 2025. So at the same time as we would be taking the rules to the board, we'd also likely be kicking off that process for reviewing those FIP ecological priorities during calendar year 2025. So with that, I think we could take any questions.
And just one more note, our colleague Denise Hoffert has joined us in the virtual room. Denise, Jillian, and Eric are the folks who work with all of these FIP partnerships to get these things accomplished on the ground. So welcome, Denise.
Do either of you have anything you want to add, Jillian or Denise? Okay. Thank you. Eric Murray has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Eric's, for that presentation. From a salmon perspective, regarding the overlap rule, there's been a lot of resources dedicated to Oregon Coast coho salmon and their recovery, which is great. I mean, I think it really makes sense to focus in on that area, but that is one of the lowest risk species that we have in Oregon. So I'm wondering if you remove the overlap rule, would that be more investment in Oregon Coast coho, which might get it, closer to recovery, but it might take some resources away from populations, for instance, the Willamette and others in the interior basin that are actually at higher risk?
Thanks, Eric, for that question. I think some of the responses to removal of that rule will be things like that, where projects that otherwise wouldn't be eligible could come in. So there could be more coho projects that come in to open solicitation. But I think that in terms of how does that work out in terms of a competitive grant program like open solicitation is, it'll be getting the same evaluation as every other application that comes in. And so if there's applications that come in that are addressing maybe a higher risk species and the review teams note that and rank it, it may rank out higher than something that's addressing a lower risk species. And so I think for things like that, we have to rely on the process we have in place to make sure that we're recommending and that you're awarding the projects that really are getting us the most watershed benefit for the dollar.
Thank you.
Liza Jane, I had you on my list.
Nope, I keep chickening out. I'm quiet.
All right, I've got Chris, Bruce, and then Mark Webb.
Thanks, Barbara. Yeah, just a follow-up question on the board identified geographic areas or priorities. I'm curious why that discussion of those priorities and any revisions to them, why is that not synced up with this timeline of revised rulemaking on FIP? Why would that come after?
So the rules themselves say the board shall evaluate the ecological priorities at least every 5 years. And the last time that occurred was in 2020. And so be due in 2025. And we actually expect this to take probably 9-12 months with the board to have the review of the ecological priorities. So in syncing this, we'd have the rules hopefully go through first. That would then kick off the ecological priority review process.
Just quick follow-up. So the revised ecological priorities, that wouldn't be, those wouldn't need to be also incorporated into a future rulemaking for the FIP program?
Correct. The rules themselves are silent when it comes to what the ecological priorities are, just that the board will select ecological priorities.
Okay, thanks, Eric.
Bruce, please.
Yeah, I liked Eric Murray's question, and it reminded me that, or it suggested to me that this priority, the coho-centric priority, is consistent with the Oregon plan. And the Oregon plan itself is not something that we can change. That's outside. But it's been a long time since the Oregon plan's been reviewed, and all the issues that Eric brought up, I think, are real and have some opportunities for us. So my question is, how wed are we by statute? Are we wed at all to the Oregon plan?
Thanks, Bruce. The statute does describe in detail what the plan is, and it does include reference to Oregon or OWEB's funded projects being things that will help implement the plan, the Oregon plan. So there very much is a relationship there. I think with respect to what the board selects as the ecological priorities, there's a lot of possibilities, right? And the Oregon plan encompasses a lot of possibilities. We talked a little bit about ODFW's conservation strategy yesterday, and that's something we'll continue to be having dialogue with our colleagues at ODFW and considering the Oregon conservation strategy as we're looking at this ecological priority update. And so I think that kind of is the essence of the Oregon plan, is that collaboration among people that are working on conservation issues. But it's not as specific as to say, well, OWEB needs to do X, Y, and Z to implement the Oregon plan.
Mark Webb, you have anything you want to add?
I just wanted to say that for my part, suggested changes and next steps make a ton of sense.
Jamie.
Just on the overlap rule, to Eric's initial discussion and Eric's great question, Eric's great response. I know I would say it does sound helpful. I would just say that when we're reviewing the project, it would be helpful to have that information in the summary of that they're also engaged in FIP projects. So if through the process, assuming we go forward with this, and we're reviewing projects that would be in those FIP areas, it would just be helpful to have that reference in the staff report, so that can be factored into thinking if two projects are close. And then this is related to the overall process, but a step back from what you're proposing specifically. But you mentioned struggling to get tribal engagement on the RACs. I think we'd all agree tribal engagement whenever possible is really important, and of course in our government-to-government consultation process, but we also know that there's high demand on staff time for tribal staff. So my question is, would it be appropriate to invest resources in paying for staff for tribes? So they would be hired by the tribe because they would then represent tribal interests, but to have that investment, either an OWEB investment or a statewide investment, so there would actually be additional staff time to review these processes that wouldn't then put demands on other staff time for tribes.
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about that. And we've investigated some avenues for, potentially compensating volunteers, which would include participants on RACs. It's a big challenge because there's involves kind of taxes and getting W-2 forms filed. Sometimes gift cards are provided, or debit cards. And I think it is something that probably would be best left to kind of that enterprise level of government to see how best to compensate volunteers for participation on committees with state agencies.
Liza Jane?
Thank you, Barbara. I'm going to ask this question because it doesn't really fit. I support the rulemaking, this agenda item, but it's about FIPS, so I don't know where else to ask it. So we've had a gathering of FIPS in the past that I had feedback back that it was amazing, very helpful, sharing of information. I remember that because I wanted to go and I wasn't allowed because it was just for FIPS. But I've asked about it. Are we doing that for our cohorts? And how can we make sure that happens?
I'd like to let Denise answer that one because she was, I can go in great detail about what a powerful force she was in putting on a recent FIP gathering, but I'll let her describe it for you.
Awesome.
Thanks, Liza Jane, for asking about that. And it's like someone prompted you to ask this question. We did just have a gathering. It was the second time that we have gathered in person. There was one virtual gathering that was done during the COVID era. So we had the FIPS in cohorts 2, 3, and 4 together for 1.5 days in Central Oregon, where we met and discussed a number of topics that are of real value to our partnerships. We had support from the Bonneville Environmental Foundation in putting together the agenda and delivering some of the content, and OWEB staff also delivered content along with our partnerships. And we've received really good feedback from that event that's going to be used by us in helping adaptively manage the program going forward. And some real short-term actions around helping the FIPS connect with one another and continue to build that peer-to-peer support network that folks have really expressed an interest in. We have some longer-term things that we're also going to be looking at, that especially looking at post-FIP. How do we support FIPS as they're, coming off of that FIP initiative? I should mention one other short-term action that's happening that's related to, but not a result of the gathering, but we'll be having 2 trainings in November that are being provided by one of BEF's contractors and Moot, who'll be delivering trainings on governance documents. One is an introduction, and then one is a more in-depth. In recognition of the importance of having good governance for these partnerships and being able to work through the implementation of their FIP over that lifespan of the FIP. And we've opened that training, the introductory training, up to watershed councils and SWCDs as well. Just knowing that good governance isn't just, within partnerships, but having that governance document structure in place is important for any entity that's working collaboratively. But we had really good participation. We had 40, I'm going to have the exact number wrong. We had somewhere around 46 FIPS participants from every funded FIP in cohorts 2, 3, and 4. So it was a really good event, and hopefully something that all will be able to support doing again in the future.
That's awesome. Thank you. You made my day. Good work.
Kelly.
Thanks, Barbara. I just wanted to say, kind of piggybacking off of something that Jamie said about tribal participation in these rulemaking advisory committees. I think we have to be careful because there's a capacity issue too. So it may not be that it's a funding issue. It may be that it is a capacity issue for not only tribes, but organizations to have someone sit in on these racks. And so I think that we have the tribal assessment that we can go back to that really clearly lays out the barriers to tribal participation for things. And we can take a look at that in relation to our rulemaking advisory committees. But this comes up, I feel like, every time we have a discussion about a rulemaking advisory committee, and if there isn't a tribe that's participated on it. And so I just want to call that out because sometimes I know we're a small shop and I have to be really careful with where my staff allocates their time.
May I follow up?
Jamie and then Mark Webb.
Yeah, thank you for that. And my intent of my question was to incorporate and recognize that. So, and I didn't follow up, but I wasn't just talking about volunteer time for one-off committee assignment. What I'm talking about is either OWEB or even the state as a whole saying, we need this, we value and need this input. So we're going to approach your tribe and say, can we give you the money to hire a person to do this work specifically, so that the resources are invested. So, and this is something, it wouldn't be an OWEB staff member because the the driver needs to be the tribe, but essentially allocate money specifically for racks and rulemaking so that the tribe can hire someone and have that resource. So it's not you're not having to divvy up your staff, but it's a value add. It's another person on your staff who has that role and someone else paying that, paying the bill to make sure that happens. That's what I'm talking about. And again, I was trying to capture the concern you raised in that.
Thank you for that clarification.
Mark Webb.
Yeah, I can't read my own scribbles now, but I'll try to recall what I was thinking. So this is a response to Jamie's question. I appreciate Kelly's response in part. I would be interested in Eric's response. So I'm going to talk about my experience in public land management, collaborative context, attempting to include 3 different tribes. And so we have a collaborative, a lot of diverse interests, environmentalists, conservationists, industry folks, community folks. And we have attempted to reach out and include different tribes in the area in our work. And I'll just say 2 things about it. One is, at least at the federal level, it's important to recognize that the tribes have a different working relationship with the federal government than we do. That's relatively unique. And it's probably also maybe inappropriate, as much as we like to talk about the Oregon way in collaboration, to assume that the tribes want to participate with us in the same way that we participate with one another. So just a caution there, there's only one tribe that we've reached out to that maybe has a capacity issue. In my sense, anecdotally listening to folks, is that even if that wasn't the case, for federal land management, they're really utilizing that government-to-government relationship to inform the kind of actions that they want to see happen on the ground. I don't know what the relationship is between tribes and the state, but I do think we need to be cautious about assuming that we can include them in what we're doing. And it might be best just to ask them, how would they like to inform this process or these decisions, if at all, even if it's not within the structure that we're pursuing now. So just wanted to share that.
Kelly, and then Brian.
Thanks for that, Mark. I also just want to say, and I've said this before, I know that OWEB does a really great job of reaching out to tribes every single time there is a rulemaking. I know Lindsay gets those emails. I know I get those emails. So I see it every single time. And I will say OWEB is one of the state agencies that is really good at reaching out to tribes early and often when there are things like this. So, and again, this is another one of those things where I don't know that all the board members know this, because we see the stuff behind the curtain, right, with it. And so I just want to relay that to everyone as well, that we do get those emails. We do get those early and often notifications about rulemaking, and we really appreciate those, even if we don't send staff to them. So thank you.
Brian, please.
Yeah, really appreciate the discussion on FIPS. I think they're a really key way that OWEB delivers on its mission, and it's good to see the opportunity to kind of revisit where that's going in the future. We talked yesterday, and we heard a lot about monitoring and evaluation. Really good work being done. In looking at the strategic action plan kind of direction, there's a very solid component on monitoring and evaluation within these FIPS. So that's really good to see. I guess my question is, FIPS, I think, appropriately focus on place-based and ecosystem-based priorities and linkages to that. The question is there an opportunity for, or a need for, really, perhaps focus investments on strategic monitoring and evaluation type questions that, I think most monitoring is appropriately done in the place-based context that the FIPS already set up. But there could be questions that apply broadly across the state. It might be targeted for a focused investment on monitoring and evaluation about, say, the role of floodplains, floodplain reconnect, or strategic level questions that we think could be addressed through a targeted investment there. Does the FIP program allow for that, or is there even a need for such an approach?
Wow, looks like we had a friend join us here. Magically appeared. Just as introduction to our response, and Courtney can provide her wisdom on it too. We don't have a structure within the FIP program to create a monitoring FIP. The structured program really is premised in, as we talked earlier in some slides about what our constitutional mandate is, which is in service to watershed protection or acquisition and restoration projects, monitoring and engagement and technical assistance being in service to those restoration and acquisition projects. And so the FIP program follows that structure, but focused in specific geographies. We do provide monitoring guidance and adaptive management guidance to FIPs, but it is up to them how they structure their monitoring. They all have partners from other agencies that are providing some of the kind of monitoring that you're talking about, but perhaps not quite at that landscape scale. So I'll let Courtney offer what she's got too.
Yeah, just as a clarification, I was talking about monitoring that was in service of the objectives you talked about. So.
So for the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager. And so in your spending plan, one of the line items is quantifying outputs and outcomes. And that's where Ken and I really work together with partners across the state and other OWEB staff to identify those landscape level monitoring questions. And then we can fund them out of that quantifying outcomes. So it's separate from a FIP, which is, a 6-year up to $12 million investment. So the last couple board meetings, we've had funding around the stage 0 monitoring that's been done in the McKenzie and in the Deschutes basins. That is directly that more landscape scale effectiveness monitoring that we're looking at and that we fund out of that line item. So always looking, especially from our, state and federal partners, also are their priorities. And Dan Brown and I have, exchanged a few emails and some thoughts around some things that came out of the IMW. So always looking for other ways that we can invest in that effectiveness monitoring that will inform the restoration actions of our local partners.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions or comments?
Can I see if something prompts a quick question? I just want to remind folks of my crummy bookshelf diagram earlier. And this is the, beginning to midpoint portion here. And so this would be a really good time before we start narrowing the funnel any further. If there's something that occurs to you that you'd like us to think about, this has been a great discussion. I don't mean to drag it on, but just a reminder that surprises are pretty welcome now. And surprises will become progressively less fun to deal with as we progress through the rulemaking process here. So I really appreciated, Jamie, for example, your comment on the monitoring engagement earlier. Is this a good place to put this kind of thing? It turned out the answer was no, but that's exactly the kind of thing that we want to hear at this point in the process is like, hey, what about? So it's okay if there's none of those, but I just wanted to remind folks of the process.
They're not surprises unless they come late. So.
There are a lot of different kinds of surprises.
All right, I'm not seeing any. Oh, go ahead, Russ.
Does anyone have clarity, perhaps, Mark Labhart, you might have this. When is ODFW going to be updating the conservation strategy for the state?
It's in process right now.
That'll be available to us, the results?
Yes.
For the 2025 ecological priority discussion?
It should be. Yep, it's in process. Oh.
Summer to fall, I believe, 2025.
I can look it up and forward it to you, Russ.
That's okay.
Go ahead, Dan Brown.
All right, I'll give a surprise. Only because I've thought about this in the past on the grant subcommittee when reviewing these FIPs, and it's sort of like the representation question, right? And I don't know if it's even appropriate to put something like that in the rule, but as far as when the board sets these priorities, is there any desire for this board to have like funding across across all of those priorities? And if so, is something like that something that should be considered for a rulemaking? And then the other piece kind of associated with that is like the longevity of these programs. I mean, these are pretty big investments, and we have these incredible partnerships that we want to continue to support. And I also hear this board talk a lot about trying to create new partnerships. And so I don't know if there's any consideration that this board has for, is there a limit to the number of FIP funding that a partnership, should continue to get in order to create space for other newer groups? I'm just throwing that out there because Sarah asked for some surprises.
Sorry, guys.
Any response?
Yeah, I can respond. I think, Dan, to your first point about, I think, kind of like priorities of priorities, maybe. I don't know if that'd be the right spot for rules, because that would, could change over time. Could be a discussion that the board could have on a policy level, once ecological priorities are selected. And I forgot what your second point was already.
The, whether we want to continue to fund, like there were a couple of repeats, which is great. It just shows that these are great partnerships doing great work, and we want to continue to fund them.
Yeah.
And it's like, do we want to have any intention around that, like to keep doing that versus intentionally sort of maybe putting a cap on that to provide space for others? I'm not advocating one way or another, just a question.
Yeah, because currently in rule, I think it does say limited to 6 years, so 3 biennia. And again, that'd be a policy call by the board. I mean, you could do that in rule. Maybe if we take these to you in January, you could say, we want to cap it at just one time for those six years, or I don't think that'd be a big surprise to us anyway. We can probably make those adjustments, or if you wanted to extend that even, to 8 years or 10 years. So, that'd be at the purview of the board.
And a couple other points on what post-FIP looks like. One is that, and we talked a little bit about this when we were talking about strategic action plans, it does make a partnership attractive for many funding sources, including our open solicitation program. The other is Denise manages the partnership technical assistance offering, which has a component to it to provide ongoing support and capacity for partnerships that could be post-FIP partnerships, and some have taken advantage of that. It doesn't mean we have all the answers to what, post-FIP should look like, and we're looking at potential ways to set up post-FIP reporting back to the board, because we've learned over time that the period of investment isn't necessarily long enough to show results, but we want to keep checking in to know what those longer term results are looking like. So we're still putting thought into that, and don't have all the answers yet, but we're trying to recognize the pieces we do have in place that can help support that post-FIP work.
Sarah?
Can I share a quick addition? Totally agree with what the Eric said, and I think, Dan, if I understand OWEB better than I did a couple months ago, at least, we'll see if I get a panicked look here. I think the spending plan will be another great place to have that conversation, but to have it in the sense of like, here's the OWEB spending portfolio across programs. And we do have a lot of grant offerings that are more targeted to more nascent partnerships or to non-traditional partners. And that's not to say that that FIP isn't a good place. But rather than sort of artificially, or in addition to potentially sort of setting sideboards around FIP, the board's direction on investment in those different programs, I think, are a good tool for balancing those investments: old, new, large, small, strategic, risky. And so we'll be starting to talk about that again soon. Did I make sense?
Mark Webb, then Bruce, please.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to press a bit more, maybe push back on the tribal engagement conversation that's come up several times in a few meetings I've been here. I think it would be nice, and I don't know if the staff feel awkward about this, but what a reasonable approach to engaging tribal members or tribes would be. Is it something as, I guess, simple as reaching out like they do to Kelly and saying, here are some things we're considering, what would you suggest and whatever? Or are we actually expecting something more robust? I think it is important that we get clear about what effective tribal engagement looks like so that we know what to expect and we don't have the ongoing conversation. And it may look different for different tribes, but anyway, just based on my experience, they're not going to engage in the way that we as a collaborative typically do for pretty darn good reasons. And we need to respect that and figure out other ways in which we can align our efforts with their efforts to have and achieve good outcomes on the ground. So.
Eric, can I take the response to that and ask you guys to fill in? I just want to note, Kelly mentioned this, that we did that through our tribal assessment. We do that through our tribal policy. And so it might be helpful to ask Ken to come back and sort of revisit some of those in a 101 or refresher. I think that a lot of that homework is done, and a lot of what Kelly was describing is sort of structured and predictable points of outreach that are separate from the RAC process, exactly for the reason that you described, Mark, is that we want to create a more accessible channel. And as someone that has sat on a lot of RACs, I can tell you, it's a rare human that feels like a RAC is the way that they want to spend the amount of time, unless you know, people make their own decisions about how much time to invest in decision processes. And that, even among organizations, let alone among sovereign governments, that's an individual decision. So we have, I think, done a really good job of responding to that assessment, setting some structures in order, having a very comprehensive tribal policy, implementing it consistently. It may be time to check back in and see what our next points of improvement are, Mark, to your point. But it may also be time for us to just remind folks in a more systematic way, what are the systems that we already have in place here? How are we implementing this? And to do that as one solid briefing so that we don't, like you say, if the question is coming up a lot, it may just be helpful to have some additional background on what we're already doing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
So Bruce, Liza Jane, then Russ.
Thanks for the presentation. As we look forward, thinking about some of the things that Dan was saying, I'd like us to consider, as we look at FIP, the geographic impact. As I look at a map of how FIP, the various cohorts have been implemented across the state, there are certain regions which do not seem to have as much investment, FIP investment, for good reason. I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying, you look at a map and you go, these places seem to be not getting them. We heard yesterday how important the FIP was to Coos Bay. And so as we look forward in making rules, what considerations should we have, if any, on geography? We have followed up. We had a cohort with heavy sage grouse over the 3 biennium, but then we have another cohort with sage grouse, so another 3 biennium. So we have created precedent for following up one FIP with, if not an identical, a very similar FIP in the same area. So that goes back to the question of how long do we go in a given area? And I think those are all important things to consider. I would be curious to hear if there were concerns, if staff had, as they looked at this, if they had any concerns, any places they thought, well, maybe we need to look at that a little more, or that didn't show up in the presentation on the positive aspects of moving forward with the RAC.
Thanks, Bruce. I don't have concerns at this point in time on the geographic spread. And I think when this program was envisioned, it was envisioned that it would take a long time to have broad reach. And, here we are 8 years later, and the reach, in my opinion, is quite broad. But the other piece of that is, we can't make it happen. And there are partnerships out there that have thoughtfully engaged in considering whether to apply to the program and decided for their own very good reasons not to. They may have decided, well, we can be just as successful in open solicitation or whatever the reasons may be. And so we'd like to honor that and not be, in my opinion, too prescriptive about sort of directing that, okay, there should be something here or something there, because it's frankly too difficult to just tell people to make it happen. It takes a little bit of magic sauce to make it all work, and that happens organically. It doesn't happen because of OWEB. Yes, having our funding there is a great incentive, but it happens for reasons that are very much local and very much related to the relationships people have built over a long period of time.
Can I follow up? That was a great answer. A follow-up question is, looking at that long-term, with those decisions made locally on whether or not they wanted to participate in a FIP, if we see FIPs operating southeastern Oregon heavily, less so on the coast and Region 3, would you ever anticipate a time when we would seek to balance FIP monies with open solicitation monies?
Yeah, I think that happens, and it has happened already. For example, in Region 6, the Mid-Columbia, where the John Day FIP is, when that FIP was awarded, the demand on open solicitation went down. And Region 5, for a long time, had 3 FIPs operating. It still does. Region 4 does also. And so you'll see lower demand on the applications in open solicitation where those FIPs are operating. The other thing I would say that I should have mentioned earlier is that, I think we all felt some degree of satisfaction when, with the 4th cohort of FIPs, we reached all 7 ecological priorities. I honestly didn't think it would happen that fast, and it did. And that, I think, told me anyway that the structure of the program is sound. Did you have something you wanted to add, Eric?
All right, we're going to do Liza, Jane, Russ, and then we're going to wrap it up. Please.
Wait. Thank you, Barbara. I just am hearing Sarah talk about the books in between the bookends. And I'm thinking about the governor's expectations, and I feel like this all fits well. These conversations and ideas about FIP and all our programming is going to get combined into some good solutions, and it's coming. And those great thoughts. But that's all really I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Liza Jane. Russ, please.
So, Sarah, to your caution and urging that we have conversations now versus later.
Sorry. Yeah.
As I'm reviewing materials, and I've now gone over this 700 pages for this meeting, 700 from the last, and I did a little review of thousands before. I do look at the ecological priorities and have to ask the question about ecological health overall statewide of the systems. And I see a pattern this is perhaps from my latter part of my career, where I was director of the Nature Conservancy's Restoring America's Forest Initiative, that we are possibly replanting with inappropriate genetic material based upon climate change, everything from tree species down to the forbs, all your perennial species in general. And it's just not an issue of historic knowledge, it's an issue of climate projections of what we're going to be seeing on the ground into the future. And I'm concerned that we were going to focus on specific ecosystems, but not capturing the interconnection of the necessity to make sure we have appropriate genetic material and the requirements and demands that we may want to be placing to ensure that we do not, that we are not wasting resources on species that should not be considered any longer, let alone policy of other agencies that perhaps we should stop demanding replanting of trees where we know trees will no longer be persistent. So somehow we have to capture that in the FIP discussion.
You or me?
If you have a thought, go for it.
I was going to say that sounds like a really important theme to bring into the priorities, the ecological priorities discussion, not to delay or defer, Russ, but like there are probably a lot of ways to structure that will effectively start surfacing what you described. It doesn't, I think, it doesn't have to look the way it looks now.
Yes, that's certainly true. The only other thing I was going to add is that those kind of conversations do happen in technical review around specific species, specific seed mixes. Is it appropriate in that landscape given changing climate? So we do have that conversation, I would say, fairly frequently in technical review.
I guess my concern is the availability of stock at the levels that you're going to need, and how do you drive that with your federal and tribal partners?
Seems like it could be incorporated into the strategic action direction too.
All right, great discussion. Thank you, everybody. So we are now going to backtrack.
Yes.
Into yesterday's. Oh, there's no motion, right? There's no action.
No, there's no action.
We do have a break on the agenda.
We were gonna bypass it.
Yep.
Yep. We're blowing through it. So we're gonna look at yesterday's agenda and pull that.
Yes. So we are going to go all the way back to agenda item E. Actually, no, we're going to go all the way back to D.
Back in the day.
Way back yesterday morning to director's updates. Sarah's going to share some slides, do a little bit of director's updates. Then we are going to go on to item E, strategic plan update. And then, then I think then we'll probably take a break and it'll allow us to, the chairs and Sarah to come together on the rest of, So I'm going to turn it over to Sarah.
Okay. Thanks, friends, for your flexibility on the agenda. It's been a great set of conversations, and it's really actually kind of covered a lot of the things that were in my director's report. So I think I can be pretty brief and take us back to strategic plan pretty quickly. However, I developed those slides yesterday morning, and I don't remember yesterday morning anymore, so I'm going to wait until Nicole pulls them up. I will share with folks while we get the slides together. I've been traveling a lot, which has been great. And one of the things that I know is flagged on my first slide is, gosh, I feel like most of it came up in previous discussions. I had a chance to join the FIP gathering that Liza Jane asked about. It was incredible. I never knew how good of a facilitation and sort of event planning and sort of good collaborative convening team OWEB had internally. And that gathering was just so inspiring and lovely. Can you go to the next slide? And also a great chance to connect with partners from all across the state. So sorry, Liza Jane, that they let me sit in and not you. But it was a really good getting to know you event. That was October 1st and 2nd. And I had a chance to look. There was a portion at which OWEB staff left the room, and our BEF facilitation support had a conversation around feedback for OWEB staff while we were all out of the room. And I had a chance to sneak a look through those notes at the end. And the vast majority of the feedback was, you guys are awesome, let's do more of these events. And so that combination, and I want to tie this too to something we may talk about in the strategic planning discussion, our ability as a grant-making agency to be able to convene, to train, to support, to help people collaborate, to even though I'm pushing us towards defining that grant-making role specifically in the strategic plan, it's that very role that gives us, you know, some license to bring folks together in a way that's really supportive of locally led collaborative conservation. And so I think that was a really neat example of us. We're not just signing grant agreements and handing out money, but we are wearing our grant-making hat, and it's really powerful to be able to bring people together that way. Another powerful event I had a chance to attend recently with a number of other agency directors and a couple of partners, I think around the room, was the Klamath Dam removal celebration. Dam removal is complete. There is a written update on some of the Klamath River Renewal Corporation funding in your director's report section. And please do have a look at the other written reports there too, if you haven't already, because you don't want me to talk through everything, but there's a lot of good information in those reports. When we left that celebration, we knew salmon were headed upstream, and then I was actually back in Klamath Falls to meet with a number of different collaborative partnerships and with Klamath tribes last Friday and Thursday when the first salmon arrived upstream of J.C. Boyle Dam. And Russ, you stole my talking points here a little bit. That was such an incredible moment. It was such an incredible celebration, both at the dam removal celebration and a couple of weeks later being able to be with tribal members and tribal council the day, actually, first of all, to be with ODFW when the biologist with tears in his eyes walked into the room and said that they'd seen a salmon you know, in the tributary. It was really, really cool. And to hear a point that Russ reflected from the dam celebration, that for Klamath tribes, there are a lot of important first foods and restoration in the upper basin, a lot of work that remains to be done, and a lot of situations in which irrigators are effectively shut off without being able to even achieve you know, tribal water rights. And so folks are still really hurting in the upper basin. And I think the level of OWEB and the type of OWEB investment is helping. And I think we'll continue to see opportunities to double down there, and also some really incredible collaborative efforts where the full diversity of stakeholders are sort of separate from the big political table, sitting down and doing collaborative work, and will be coming to us with proposals. I'm quite confident over the next couple of cycles here for especially for that upper basin restoration, but also some continued work around Lower Klamath Lake. So that was exciting to see, and an important sort of warning and reminder at that event from Klamath Tribal Chairman that the work is by no means done when salmon first start wrestling with Keno Dam, which is kind of where we're at now, let alone sucker populations. OWEB has been called out. A number of you noticed us in the news as part of the governor's executive order on Columbia Basin Restoration Initiative, which Dan talked about earlier. You'll start hearing from us in January. We've asked Courtney Schaff to be our ambassador to sort of the governor's table around CBRI implementation. We will have new reporting requirements. We're going to identify investments. We're going to identify gaps. It's one of those things where you're glad to see your name in there, and then it's like, whoo, that's going to move really fast. So we're excited to support the state's commitment to that effort, following up on the commitments of the 6 sovereigns and sort of the path that's been laid there. And it'll be kind of a new stream of information and communication and conversation coming to the board there. And then our last agenda item for today will be around our proposal back to the board in terms of how to implement potential fire recovery TA offering to respond to fire season in Central and Eastern Oregon. Staff did hear the question from board members last time about sort of a rough assessment of fire impacts to projects. We put that in written materials. We did our best to get you a good overview without getting in the way of partners that were obviously busy with fire response and immediate recovery. Had some great conversations with other funders, including NRCS, who's been a great partner in kind of sorting through where those gaps are. So we're really excited to bring that to you guys, and we'll talk about that a little bit more later. Go ahead, Nicole. One of the things that I've been realizing as I get to know OWEB is that in addition to project life cycles, there are these like program life cycles, and probably either there may already be a figure for that and I couldn't find it, or we haven't done one yet. But because of this, you know, as Jeff Huntington described it, sort of accumulation of legislatively funded programs, some of which are one-time investment and some of which we at least hope will become longer term investments. We have a couple of projects that are just starting off. We have projects that are, or programs that are at various sort of stages of development and evolution. And we have programs, in particularly drought and wildfire response from previous biennia, that are probably sunsetting, and staff associated with those, in addition to just kind of knocking it out of the park and delivering on those programs, have been kicking in on other programs and initiatives. We're going to really work hard, and I'm going to not get sideways with governor's budget here if I can, but we're going to work hard to keep everybody that we've got, and we have a ton of folks in limited duration positions that have been established because of these one-time funding opportunities. And the OWEB team is very flexible and responsive, and those are folks who are already working on other priorities, and it's really important to us to keep the humans and to keep the positions, to keep that work going. So just because one grant program cycle ends and we're starting on something else, we've kicked a lot of new priorities in the last legislative session, and as you've seen, we're still working to build those programs up. So nascent, we hope that you'll be kicking us off with a wildfire recovery TA offering here. And really, this almost just gives you a sense of how many different programs we're juggling at a given time and how they're all different in different stages. We have a number of programs we've discussed here today that are launching or about to launch with new funding opportunities coming out the door. We have Oregon Ag Heritage Program, which is maturing, heading into round 2, making some course corrections, but not only in rule, but just in our implementation of the program, and really reflecting feedback from partners, and that has been really important. We built it at high speed to be responsive to the funding opportunity, and partners have been good in sort of reporting back and telling us where we might have over or under engineered some portions there. So that's heading into round 2, and we'll see whether additional funding is added in the next session or not. A lot of feedback and adaptation around existing programs. We don't have a presentation on this today, and I'm nervous about talking about it because it involves IT and I get over my head really quickly. There are changes that have occurred behind the scenes to significantly simplify our application process by peeling out the kinds of stuff that we used to put there because we knew we were going to have to report it. And then it got kind of stuck in our software effectively and stuck in our application process. And we've gone through this phase before my time, I can't take any credit, to really peel out anything that could effectively be collected later once somebody is actually funded, implemented, and to pare down the application as much as possible. And that's involved a ton of work behind the scenes from our IT geniuses to help us figure out how to make that work through our online applications. They've done that in a way that's really forward thinking so that we can continue that kind of continuous improvement, adaptation, simplification cycle. So it's both the joy and the frustration of the governor's expectations that we shared with you yesterday, that like, that's great, we're already implementing that. And like, why didn't you know that we're already implementing all this stuff, right? And so there's a lot, as Liza Jane pointed out, that's already in motion that I think puts us in a really good position to report back success early on those governor's expectations. We have other application improvements underway. We're conducting a series of listening sessions around our land acquisition program. You've heard some public comment at board meetings around that, and we really want to get to the nuts and bolts of what's causing folks frustration there. We have our first session, which our Coalition of Oregon Land Trust Partners are helping us convene on Halloween. I am coming as Professor McGonigal. I'm going to make that commitment now. And so hopefully that'll add to the conversation. We've also been asking partners for feedback on potential changes to the open solicitation cycle timing. So you may hear back from us in the next meeting. So this stuff rolls, right? And it rolls pretty fast. And I kind of wanted to share that as another, maybe I can have a garden path, visual next time. But you guys get a lot thrown at you from these individual programs. Now we're rulemaking, now we're deciding, now we're incorporating feedback. And so that's kind of how it feels to us too. And I just kind of wanted to share that view of like, there is a program life cycle, especially for our legislative, additional general fund project or programs. It's hard for us to fit it into a biennium, but we're getting pretty efficient at building and flying these things quickly. So that's kind of a cool trade-off too. Are there more slides, Nicole? Okay. This is the lovely slide that Linda built me that I didn't want to waste the photo and just had to change when we were going to do these things. So what we're going to do next, unless there are questions on any of the director's report items, is invite Eric and Audrey back up to continue the strategic plan conversation. Go to that agenda item. With whatever time we have left, we'll talk about committee work. And just to save Eric and Audrey the time, I want to remind folks a little bit about what they said yesterday, which is, you saw the strategic plan in April. Folks were pretty close and you waited for me, which I appreciate. We did a pretty earnest attempt to respond to comments, and you heard from a couple of public commenters that there was interest in having more language around land acquisition, water acquisition specifically, which we thought in our language we had tied in through adding protection in the specific places that the commenter requested. I think we just use different language, so if there's a need to further clarify that, we can discuss it. And similarly within stream. So, you know, any organization uses kind of internal language to express stuff, and then we have to go through a kind of translation interpretation process. But I hope it was clear from Eric and Audrey's discussion yesterday. We heard it, we did our best to respond to it. If additional edits are needed, you know, we trust the board to guide us through that. And then I had the suggested edits that turn up in red line this time, specifically around defining our role as a grant-making organization, which I would put in the category just if we all forget to put in our strategic plan the things that are obvious to us about our organization. But we get pulled in a lot of different directions, and I think clarity around that role and what it means to wear that hat when we come into different kinds of conversations will serve the organization well, and it's something that I hope the board will agree to move forward with the strategic plan. I will say quickly also in terms of timing, just a reminder that we were supposed to submit this in June 2024. We got an exception. I would very much appreciate the board trying to resolve this today. We can find another route for the committee conversation if we need to. I would strongly prefer not to go back to the governor and tell her we couldn't get it across the finish line. So I'm fine with edits. I'm not trying to make it a rubber stamp process, but there is a time element here. So I'd appreciate the board's deliberation on this today.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, Eric and Audrey.
If they were planning any further presentation, I just probably destroyed it. So I don't know if you guys want to share anything else or if we should just
No,
go
I
straight to
think that
discussion.
recap was right on. Thank you for that.
That's what's dangerous about giving me a microphone.
Just a sec. Audrey, did you want to say anything?
No, thanks. I think it's been captured well.
Okay, great. Dan? I'm sorry, we can't do that now. We're on the next agenda item, so.
I'm sorry.
Our new co-chair is finding her feet here.
Would you entertain?
I would be happy.
Go ahead, Dan.
When Jeff talked to us the other day about the letter, there were several great questions and a lot of, I thought, deferral, quite frankly, to you providing more detail. And your director update just filled in some of those.
Good.
And, but, the first one about the structural, and I get the shifting people from through these cycles, but it seems like OWEB is stuck between a rock and a hard place between core programs and legislative direction. And I just don't know what the path through that's going to look like.
Yeah, let me think about how to say this diplomatically. I think that's true. OWEB has tried to say no to legislative priorities, and there is a tension between branches of government that it's not in our place to get sideways with, right? And so my interpretation is that that letter was not only intended for me. And I think that's part of the reason. I mean, it seemed important to share with the board so that you know what information I'm getting from my boss, period. But I think it's a signal potentially to a broader audience. I think that, even as somebody that's new to the organization, there's a little bit of a temptation to look at that and be like, why are you telling me to improve something that I wasn't able to stop in the first place? But I think in the spirit of trying to find a sustainable path forward is how I read and interpret that, and that it does provide us the foundation to come back and have a serious Mikey conversation, Mark, and say, what are the sideboards for what we as OWEB and agency should take on? and what happens if we get pushed beyond those boundaries, and what's the staffing level that we need to responsible with our current level of customer service or better to be able to deliver on those commitments. And the governor's office is welcoming those conversations. And I think that letter, that portion of the letter was kind of a signal that, I mean, we went into this budget process with 45 positions, and 16 of them, I believe, were limited duration positions. There's no one else except maybe Department of Energy that faces that challenge in the Natural Resources Cabinet. And it's not fair to humans, it's not fair to our customers and grantees, it's not fair to the work. And it happened for a reason, and it's just time to set a more sustainable course. And so I don't take it, I think Mark's question to Jeff really helped me clarify that, I think, in thinking about it with staff. We're not saying you guys screwed up. We're saying there is a systemic challenge here and an opportunity to fix it with this governor, and I want to take advantage of that. Thanks, Dan.
Looks like we have Liza Jane and then Russ.
Thank you, Kelly. I just want to ask a simple question. Sarah, do you and our staff support this strategic plan as it's written?
I'm going to just try to make eye contact with the remaining staff in the room. Yes, yes.
Right.
And I welcome edits, I sincerely do, but I think it's we can do another one in a year or two. We have to do another one in 3 years. So I think it has space for the priorities that the board has discussed, for the priorities that the governor's office has discussed, and the priorities that we see internally. And it lays it out in a way that helps with accountability.
To me, it's verbose, but most things are to me. And so I wanted to make sure that, it was a useful document. You felt it really guided our work, and that it's good by you.
Liza Jane, real quick, the last gift I left Willamette Partnership, my previous employer, was a 2-page strategic plan. And it'll be interesting to see whether that actually passes the board and gets published as a 2-page strategic plan. But if you want to try for that next time, I'm game.
That's amazing.
No, you got Mark too. You guys shouldn't let me talk.
Okay, I had Russ, then Jamie, then Mark Webb, then Bruce.
So I'm going to go back to your director's comments. Is there any, I guess it's under the guidance or framework of, I would call it early detection and then rapid response. In terms of your ear to the ground with the legislature, are there any, in terms of who this letter was really written to, are there things that our members at large can be doing to educate and inform to help support the effectiveness of this program out into the future? And you see what I'm getting at?
Yes. I think I hear two things. Are you asking whether there are more programs heading our way, or are you asking?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have not heard, I know Stephanie had some calls last week. I have not heard any indications of specific new programs. We've shared that we have wildfire recovery capacity and grant structure in place. And that's the end of my engagement with that discussion, unless the legislature comes back to us. I think that we have legislative partners that understand the corner that we've gotten painted into, and that was not the intent. It was just like, this is short-term money, let's get it out the door. It makes sense to have a limited duration position, and it's a cumulative impacts thing, right? And so we have folks that recognize that. We do also have partners that, as Carson was saying from Colt yesterday, are already out there advocating both for grant dollars and for staff capacity. And that's all I'll say about that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Russ. Okay, I'm just going to clarify. So I have Jamie, Mark Webb, and Bruce. Are these questions for Sarah about the director's report, or is this about the strategic plan?
Strategic plan.
Strategic, okay. Mark is nodding his head as well. All right.
That's why I made the bridge slide. They're interrelated topics. So if we can just frame it as strategic plan so that we start moving towards a vote, that would be great, even if it's about the director's report.
I
We
really,
could do that.
I really like that slide.
Yeah, so everything else is taken care
I
of.
was actually going to ask all of you that later, so just be prepared for that question.
New business.
New business. Jamie.
So great job in building up to it. And of course, we're into that nuance of thinking very deeply about it. And I appreciate the proposed edits and especially that sense of focus. So I think it's appropriate to add some of that language in the overarching to show the primary influences funding, but with some modification. I think there's some places that the deep dive went a little bit far because I think there is some general work that we do beyond that. I also really like the language investment rather than specifically funding. So in the director's report, you talk about traveling around, meaning that was not funding, but that was also an investment of time and energy. So that really is what I'm getting to with the shaping of my thinking here. And then also, and this ties into actually something Jeff said, the governor's policy advisor said yesterday about OWEB being a unique board with a unique role, and so trying to flesh out some of the potential for that leadership role, that strikes that balance. So specific to the proposed edits, I agree with the statement, the overarching statement, and the intro and on page 4, but I actually recommend that we remove on page 5 the grant-making language because it talks about how we do our work, and I think that's more conceptual, broader. So if we've got the grant-making focus early on, we've made the point you're looking to make, but we're also, it's more of the kind of purpose overall statement. So I think it doesn't take away from what you're proposing that's met, but it also doesn't allow us to step away from more of a kind of visionary approach. And also on pages 6 through 7, under priorities 1, 3, and 6, I recommend that, it feels like we're narrowing too much on those, but on priorities 2, 4, and 5, I think those, because it's the investment language, I think those additions are good. So I can go back later and specify that if there's questions on that. So just an example, under priority 1, it says, the original said build awareness of relationships between people and watershed protection and restoration. So again, I would argue the work you've been doing and traveling around talking to people does that work. And then it starts out through our grant making. That's the bulk of our work, but I think there's this broader sense of what we do. And again, if we include through our grant making in the initial intro statement, I think we capture that intent that you're trying to achieve. And then when I mentioned pages 6 and 7, again, recommend pulling and not making the change to priorities 1, 3, and 6. There's reflective language in the remaining pages as there's some drill down or additional details, so that also be captured there. I was reflecting on the statement by the governor's policy advisor, sharing the governor's vision and direction. One, again, the sense that OWEB serves as a unique forum for multiple agencies and state agencies. And so I do recognize there's that pressure on the OWEB team, but there's also this question we were talking about at lunchtime. If we don't do it, who does? And so how do we realize that when there's limits, the line has to be drawn, but when there is that potential, and if we get additional funding to make it doable, so we're not crushing people, that we provide that opportunity. Because my fear is otherwise statewide, we don't have someone else in the role of helping to provide that leadership. The other comments made by the governor's policy advisor was the newer focus on land and water acquisition, also included in the governor's letter, to fulfill that charge. So I'd love to see us add specific reference to that in potentially the intro mission statement about the focus on land and water acquisitions. And then also the comment that Jeff made about the need to emphasize building resiliency, so responding to climate change. And so throwing in the word resiliency, I think would be really powerful. And in going through it, I haven't found the exact spot, maybe again in the intro statement, that helps to capture and show that we're trying to both adapt. Again, a comment Russ made earlier about adapting to the impacts that we're seeing. I mean, there's a new normal, and so showing that awareness in our work. And so, and also in the public comments we heard, talking about accountability and public service. I'm just curious if there's a sense that we still have some gaps in capturing. 3 of the comments I captured was, well, to the point of capturing resiliency, does completing our mission include investing in organization and partners, their resiliency as organizations? I don't know if that's part of our role, but that's something that came up, and I've just been mulling on it. The benefits to stream flows and benefits directly stated. I think at one point someone said, yeah, it is in there, so I just wanted to double check that. And then the comment made by Colt, the land acquisition and protection. So again, I think it was also something the governor directed us to do. So I think capturing that in that language would be valuable. And again, in looking at how we spend our time with our limited resources, how do we maximize our impact and potentially leverage or influence other investments? So it really struck me yesterday in the board member updates, there was a lot of federal funding and other funding that was being referenced. Can we be in a position to help leverage that funding to have an impact? So our partners have their missions that they're fulfilling, but are there opportunities for OWEB to help point to, with the information we have, help point our funders to where they can best invest that funding to have a greater impact on our communities? And I know those are all part of the discussions, but I'm just wondering if that's something we can be capturing that concept in this language as well.
So I see Eric and Audrey frantically taking notes. I do want to warn the board in general, there's a limit to how much edit that we can do live and not just bring this back to you later. So Jamie, I defer to the sense of the board on and the vote of the board on everything that you described. I think the latter parts to me, I think are in there. And if the board is not seeing them, by all means, let's work on some edits. I see a lot of it in there. Jamie, to your initial point on, we may have hit the grant making bell a little too hard there. I'm fine with backing off that language. And part of the reason that I wanted it to be comprehensive was to sort of float the discussion that we're just starting here with the board, which is when I go out and when I looked at these priorities without specificity, and it can totally just come up front. But we're talking about building awareness, about communications, about it's a lot of different people's jobs. And I want to have some clarity and transparency with the board. Whether that language makes it in the strategic plan or not, I'm completely agnostic on. But I want you to know the lens through which I see OWEB and the priority of our work in getting dollars on the ground. And I totally agree, Jamie, in that we wear a lot of different hats when we go around the state and that we do a lot of different activities in service of that role. So again, I defer to the board on the language in the strategic plan. I would encourage us to try to keep our edits as concise as possible so that we can get this, passed today. And I wanted to start this conversation with you because it's an agency that gets a lot of calls for our time and effort. And there are other organizations. There's the Governor's Natural Resource Office, the Natural Resources Cabinet, Oregon Solutions, Oregon Consensus, Regional Solutions, Oregon's Kitchen Table, that play a lot of these convening roles that OWEB has been, I think, very productively drawn into in the past, but which have stretched us quite thin in terms of our core grant-making mission. And those agencies and organizations are underinvested in for the roles that they play. So to Jamie's initial point, absolutely, we need people to play those roles in the state. I think that the board would need more discussion with us and with the governor's office and with those other parties to know what is OWEB's place in this space. We're nice people, we step in, we try to fill gaps, and it can be really hard. So Jamie, specifically to your edits, around grant making, I'm fine with what you suggested. It's not my decision anyway. But I want to prompt this I wanted to prompt this conversation so that it's something we can have a through line in our discussions over the next couple months and years here.
If I may clarify, and your point is very well taken. We do, I think, want to move forward with this today. And so I had you had some specific recommendation. I had a specific response to that. I do think, in terms of specific language, adding the word resiliency and adding the specific reference to land and water acquisitions in the intro statement, that would be the only specific. The other pieces that I referenced, I guess that was more of a question to say, is there, and it sounds like when you've read through it, you said, I think it's in there. I would also just like to ask our team who's been, is it there? Or
better
could you
than
say
I do,
that,
for sure.
yeah, it's here, or we could, I am looking at tweaks. I was trying to give context, because when I've raised some other things, I
It
didn't
was a
give enough
lot of good
context.
thoughts, is all.
Well, I didn't give enough context, even for instance, the issue on tribal investment, that Kelly stepped in. I thought, okay, I've got to give more context so it's understood. But your point's well taken.
Just for clarity, and as we move towards a motion, Jamie, I just want to make sure I'm capturing what you mean by the intro section to insert the words resiliency and land and water acquisition. Just page 1. Okay, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to confirm that.
Let's be careful, sorry, and I know you guys know this. We're not going to change our mission statement, which is the first sentence, but there's other, I know, Bruce. It'll be my parting gift to you someday.
Okay, so I have a lot of board members whose hands I've seen, so I'm going to go in order for folks that I've seen. So I've got Mark Webb, Bruce, Mark Labhart, Lindsay, and now Russ. So that's the order we're going to go in here. Mark Webb.
So I had maybe 2 requests. One is I think the strategic plan is good as is. I am interested in how strategy 4.2 and strategy 4.3 will interact. That's the 4.2 is indigenous knowledge being incorporated into OWEB activities or monitoring protocols and the like. And 4.3 is communicating data-driven outcomes to guide restoration treatments. And what motivates that question is Lauren's comment yesterday. She's with the Warm Springs Tribe. That understandably, at times, the tribes will keep some information to themselves. I don't need a conversation today. I just wanted to say that I would like to have that conversation at some point for my own clarification. And then the second request is based on Jamie's comments. I'm just wondering if we can't approve the plan as is today, and over the next year, as things start to take shape, begin to have the conversation about amending it as needed to make sure we capture everything that's important. So that was kind of a question for Jamie. I don't know if that's appropriate protocol, but that was my request.
Jamie, you can answer Mark, and then Eric, did you want to say something yeah.
Yeah, Mark, I had, yes, I think we can move forward. I'm hoping we move forward on today. That's my intent. There was some specific edits that were proposed. So I was responding to those specific edits, and I was also responding to the letter from the governor. So those, in terms of my proposed edits and modifications, were specific to the governor's letter to us, and then also a response to Sarah's proposed edits. And I think that can be addressed today. The big conceptual pieces, what my hope was that staff was going to come back and say, yeah, it's there under X, Y, Z. They just didn't have a chance to respond.
Thanks, Jamie. Eric and Audrey, if you guys want to respond, I was giving you some time to catch up with your.
Yeah, thanks. A couple of things. I just would note that I believe it was a year ago, one of the items that was discussed with the board was explaining kind of the priority shifts. So this is a refresh of an existing 10-year plan. So I just wanted to make that clear since we have a couple new board members. And then I would say regarding kind of adaptive management and adjusting going forward, that is exactly the intent within which the reporting item was presented yesterday. With every quarterly report, the board will get a written update on the strategic plan that'll kind of indicate which priorities are being addressed. And that is an opportunity to dialogue with the executive director regarding direction. And then I would kind of comment to specifically a couple items that were raised in public comment yesterday, Jamie. And Sarah touched on this. And so I'll refer to that spirit and just kind of going back and looking at, and I refer to the online document that is posted on the website under agenda item E. the update to the strategic plan on page 17 of that document for 4.1. And that would be page 14 of the document itself, if you're looking at the pages for the strategic plan. So item 4.1, the core activity, the first one, is regarding interest in there was a request for more information on in-stream flow monitoring to be added. And the point that I wanted to just touch on that I tried to make briefly yesterday was that first core activity gets at exactly the work of continuing OWEB staff working with subject matter experts from other agencies to continually advise the agency on monitoring priorities and assist with managing and storing data resulting from our investments in water flow and water quality. It does not list all the parameters, but that is what is happening under that core activity, and there's kind of a lot there. But I wanted to touch on that. And then in core activity under strategy 6.1, if you're looking at the published document linked online, it's page 21. It is page 18 of the strategic plan document itself. Strategy 6.1 talks about promoting training and learning about innovative techniques in stream flow restoration. And then there are a couple places where the protection component was integrated throughout that we can detail, but perhaps we pause for a moment and see if that answered that first concern.
Thank you. Okay, Eric, did you want to add? No. Okay. I believe we are at Bruce now.
Thanks, Kelly. The purpose of the strategic plan for any enterprise is to use it as a tool to improve our value, what we do. And that, it is a strategy defines a specific course of action that will take you from where you are to where you want to be. We got a lot in here. Why I might not choose the same words as Eliza Jane, probably don't need all of it. I mean, you could drill down on what you want to do all the way down to job descriptions and still justify it in the same way we've justified some of the things we have in here. So I think we ought to take Sarah up at her offer to get to a 2-page strategic plan or thereabouts over.
Not by June 2024.
Not by June, but give her time to do that, because taking away things is probably more difficult than adding to it. So that said, the only edit that I would make is I really liked the red line additions that we made on funding and who we are and what we do, the core job. Granted, there are other jobs that we do as well, and I agree with Jamie on that. In those additions, on a couple of places, the phrase was used, cornerstone funder. That happens to be a term of art for a specific type of financing that does not apply to what we're doing. It was, I've already checked with Sarah, it was used as an adjective, and it's a damn good one. But it's not the one one we want to use here. So I suggest anchor funding, anchor instead of cornerstone. If somebody comes up with something better, fine, but let's not use cornerstone. And that's the only edit that I feel that we need to make to get this round of strategic plan done.
Thanks, Bruce. Do you know where cornerstone is used in the document so you can?
Press F7, I understand you could.
Yep, there you go. Okay. Okay, I have Mark Labhart.
Okay, I'm actually, this would be unheard of, but I'm going to actually agree with my friend over here a little bit. He's not paying attention, so I'm actually going to agree with you for something. So it's almost unheard of, but yeah. So I'm actually going to be the bad guy here. And what I mean by that is we had a facilitated discussion in October of 23 with this. In January of 24, we also had some significant discussion. Staff has revised it a couple different times. And, you know, this is fairly human nature. We have lumpers and we have splitters. And the definition of a strategic plan in Wikipedia is a general plan to achieve one or more long-term overall goals under conditions of uncertainty. So a strategic plan is a 50,000-foot document that is a guidance document, and it should be fairly broad and not detailed. And not, well, we'll just change this word and let's change that word. It's an overarching guiding document. And the devil's in the detail on how we implement it. But a strategic plan should be 50,000 feet, not 40,000, not 10,000. So, you know, I lean toward let's approve this plan. And if we want to talk about how we implement it, we can, that's where the rubber meets the road on this. So I'm a lumper. I believe that a strategic plan should be fairly high level with overall goals under conditions of uncertainty. And to go through this thing page by page and saying, I think we ought to change that word and that word, we've done that, folks. We need to approve this plan and move on. And how we implement it, we can have individual discussions on it. So that's kind of where I'm at. So.
Thanks, Mark. Lindsay?
Thank you. Lindsay McClary for the record. Yep, I couldn't agree more with Bruce and Mark. I caution us, we're an 18-person board, and you're right, it is human nature. I support the strategic plan as written. I am ready to take a vote, and I would just caution us to, every time we look at this, we're going to have edits. We're never going to get it perfect, especially when we all look at it through a different lens. I think sometimes you just have to go, and it's never going to be perfect in everybody's eyes. So adding to that conversation, thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay. Russ?
I appreciate the nature of the conversation. I do also acknowledge the director's prerogative to be able to give her input to the process. And I really like the red highlights that you have added to it. I think it adds the clarity of the anchor of who we are, what we do, and our DNA. And I just want to propose I guess I would call it a friendly amendment to your first red line on page 40. And this is based upon, in part, the conversations that Jeff had with us, but also other comments we had from the public. And bear with me as we look at the specifics.
Sorry, Russ, that's page 1 of the written document.
Page 1 of the written document, okay, thank you.
So the intro.
Yeah, okay. So you make reference to OWEB achieves this mission primarily by serving as a responsive, science-based, and collaborative funder of locally led, and this says watershed protection. I would propose that you strike the words watershed protection, and for the benefit of the broader audience, inject the words land and water acquisition instead of those two words. Locally led land and water, land and water acquisition and restoration efforts.
I want to check in, Russ, with staff, because we do easements, we do different kinds of protection, and I don't know there. I didn't think about this before now, but I think there may be a reason that the staff use protection as a shorthand. And can we clarify in a way that meets the concerns that we haven't? Can we clarify? Can we find a way to clarify what Russ described without precluding other kinds of protection work that we do?
Yeah, thanks. And as Audrey alluded to earlier, the word protection actually was inserted in response to Colt's comments to an earlier draft last time. They wanted us to add the word protection in front of restoration. So we did that, and that's what's in this draft. To your question, Sarah, I think if you were to look at our water acquisition rules, for example, you'll see that we define a water acquisition project as a permanent transfer, a temporary lease, or contractually protected in-stream flow. Those are all called water acquisition generically in the rules. And in our land acquisition program, we basically have to have a conservation easement, or, we could fund an applicant to purchase fee simple with our easement. We can fund an applicant to purchase an easement, and we'd have third-party rights of enforcement. All of that is considered land acquisition.
So Russ, I want to acknowledge you flagged this question earlier, and I thought of something, and I asked you to bring it to the public meeting conversation and deliberation with the group, and that did not occur to me until literally right now that I didn't actually fully understand the implications of that language. So I hope we can find a clarification without running into the challenges that Eric just described.
So I think it's consistent. If you say locally led land and water acquisition and restoration efforts, you're consistent with your detail.
I believe we are. I do believe we are, because of the way we've defined land and water acquisition projects in our rules.
Okay, if you guys are comfortable with it, then I have no objection. And just to be clear, I have no objection to the direct edits that Jamie proposed either. So I hear the sense of the board. It is in the board's hands, absolutely. I just want to share that I'm comfortable with those changes if staff is.
And that's my only change for the whole document.
Okay, Liza Jane.
Oh, gosh. I was going to support Mark Labart's comments, and I think there's lumpers, splitters, and choppers, but I really want to go with this as it is, and I think the changes that are being suggested are great conversations for the full board to have. But not now.
Thank you, Liza Jane. Liz.
I wasn't sure where we were. Did we incorporate, Jamie, your comments, or did we not? And my only thought was, I really think it's important to have resiliency, the word resiliency up front. And I know it's not in the mission, but did we put it up front? And I would suggest that if we wanted to find a place for it in the first 3 paragraphs, it can go under the 3rd paragraph, and invest in the long-term health and resiliency of Oregon's watersheds. Just because of all the disturbance, the whole area and intensity of disturbance that's coming our way.
Thank you, Liz. I'm going to check in with staff really quick here. Have you been just frantically typing away and using track changes as we've been talking?
Have you been using track changes? Because I've been taking notes, but not in track changes.
I've tracked the edits that have been suggested throughout in the conversation. I have a couple comments regarding resiliency and protection, if this would be a good time for those comments.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so thank you. And I don't believe I said this earlier, and I apologize, but my name is Audrey Hatch, and I'm the Conservation Outcomes Coordinator on OWEB staff, for the record. And the comments that I have, I'll start with resiliency. And so the strategic plan has 6 priorities. The previous strategic plan had 7 priorities. They are relatively minor shifts in priority. The final priority is priority 6, take bold and innovative action toward funding projects that advance climate resilience. And so when you think about, is my concept reflected in the content of the strategic plan, the highest place to have something would be in one of those priorities, which then guide the activities and objectives and outcomes of work. And just a reminder that climate and equity are intended to be incorporated throughout all the work that we do. And that is something that came out of, was affirmed through the strategic planning process. And then specifically, I did want to touch on the use of the word protection that came up, and I'm happy to run through that. So in the title of priority 1 out of those 6 priorities on page 9 of the document, if you're looking online, or the published document, page 11, strategy 1.1, that word protection is directly incorporated into that priority. It's also included in strategy 6.1 and 6.2. And protection is also incorporated in the explanatory text of priorities 2 and 3. So just wanted to add that watershed protection and restoration was incorporated based on feedback from the April board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. Brian?
Yeah, knowing that I'm not a voting member, I do want to offer one insight. I think the protect and restore is sufficiently broad to cover kind of what OWEB does, and I think everything could fit under there. I'm a little bit worried about with the proposed changes to be more specific in the sense that there are sometimes some blurry lines between the protect and the restore side of things. Believe me, I've been involved in these discussions for a long time. And I just wonder in a strategic plan whether we need to parse that out and get into that stuff. It just seems consistent with some of the other comments. Stay broad, stay strategic, keep it general here, and then have those more detailed discussions when we need to have them, which is on implementation. So anyway, that's just based on my experience, my suggestion.
Thank you, Brian.
I'm making a motion.
Sorry.
I move the board adopt the 2024 strategic plan as presented in attachment A with amendments? Or are there 0 amendments? I guess I'm unclear on that
Amendments are
part.
in attachment A.
Just attachment A?
I second that.
Okay, it's been moved, it's been seconded. Is there any additional discussion? And I guess I just have a clarifying question.
We can clarify it.
Yeah, okay, so hopefully this is the same clarifying question you have. So it is, you are saying that we approve the document that is in our board book with the changes in our board book, but not incorporating changes that we've discussed here today
What the changes that are in attachment A,
in attachment A,
and not from today's discussion.
not from today's discussion.
And we can revisit this at any time.
Okay, that is the motion. Is there any additional discussion on this? Bruce?
Yeah, there were some housekeeping word things in there that I think we were changing that are different than what we had. It didn't,
Help me with that.
for instance, getting rid of cornerstone and changing it to
Thank you.
anchor, just for purpose of clarity. I'm okay with this, or to amend that, the cleaning it up, giving the authority to staff and the executive director to make appropriate edits to clean it up, consistent with what we're approving.
I forgot about Cornerstone, so thank you for helping me with that. You okay with that, Lindsay? With this language cleanup? Okay.
I just want to make sure we're clear on what we mean by language cleanup. Is it just that one example of Cornerstone? Because I think the other things discussed to some people can feel like language cleanup, but to others feel substantive.
I feel like Audrey's response clarified a lot. I mean, in my opinion, it clarified a lot that a lot of these suggestions were already in there, embedded in there. They may not have been in the locations, but I feel like you clarified them for me.
Yep, just want to make sure everybody's on the same page about that.
And I would like to ask one one question, please, if I may. Thank you. I think looking at my notes and thinking about our conversation over the last few minutes, the one thing that stood out to me that I think we should get clear on is on regarding the mission statement, land and water acquisitions replacing protection as suggested by Bruce. That did seem to resonate with the suggestions that were brought forward. Is that correct? So that would be 2 changes that I tracked that we. Yes, so excuse me, articulated by Russ Hofeld. Thank you.
I'm going to withdraw my motion right now. So we can start this all over again. Do you second that, Lindsay?
I second that.
Thank you.
No, go ahead.
Documents are hard, guys. You're doing great. We put a hard ask in front of you here, and I'm sorry, it's a hard thing for this late in the meeting.
Okay, the motion has been withdrawn and that has been seconded. So now, I think, do I go to additional discussion or do I ask for another motion at
I
this
guess
point
I
in
would
time?
invite another motion.
I invite another motion. Go ahead, Jamie.
I just want to ask my colleagues if, based on the discussion, if there's approval with discretion given to the executive director. The word cornerstone that's a pretty fundamental one. And then I think to allow some flexibility, that the executive director or staff heard the conversation. If in reflection there's a sense, and I think many of the issues were spoken to, if there's a sense that, yeah, I think we've got that covered. If there's internal discussion and we may make a small tweak, that we allow for that discretion. With that, I mean, Sarah, how would you feel with that? And with the understanding that it, as the initial motion was made, that it is essentially approved as presented, so that if, with your discretion, I think other than that cornerstone, just because it means something different, so it's essentially the spirit of the initial motion with allowance for some discretion, if based on discussion you had later, there was a sense that, yeah, we may capture this, but that would be, the recognition of the motion allows that to be a discretion issue on the part of the executive director. Would you feel comfortable with that?
My kids call this making paradise when we try to communicate complex issues through eye contact. I'm going to look at a number of my colleagues here. I think my greater preference would be one option. I'm a little uncomfortable with changing it after you approve it because it's going to be unclear what to put in the public record. One option that occurs to me is we could pass it as presented today. We can go back and make line edits consistent with the full discussion. We can come back and pass it again next time. I hope we will not have a protracted discussion about that. But that is an option, and my inclination would be not to change anything in the strategic plan after it's voted on. I appreciate the confidence, appreciate the delegation. I just don't want any lack of clarity about what we've actually passed.
Okay, Liza Jane, I don't know how long you've had your hand up. I'm so sorry. It is blending in with the corner of your screen, so I
You need a
apologize.
black background.
Yeah.
Thank you. Would you be comfortable if we had a motion that we pass this as presented, except for the word cornerstone? Because I'll be stuck on protection versus Russ's suggestions. I'd really like to leave that be, and I agree that cornerstone doesn't change a whole lot. It's not very controversial. Do you need us to say that in a amendment?
I'm looking at Eric now.
Yeah, and to your reference, Sarah, I've been told I have too much of a poker face up here, so.
Yeah, if you could just really act dramatic.
I apologize. But yes, Liza Jane, I think you're right on in that to be as clear as possible, it would be the red line version with that one change of cornerstone. And that's why I was hesitating before, because it seemed like there was enough substance in the other changes that I wouldn't feel comfortable just trying to interpret all of that without it being very clear in the motion. And you're absolutely right, it can be addressed at any time.
adding that word. I love that.
Okay, thank you. Barbara, would you be, you're the woman. Do you want to make a motion that way?
I've seen Russ's hand and I've
There's a
seen
couple other people who've got questions.
All right.
Russ.
I think Bruce had.
Well, I think it was first. Liz made the comment, or made the one-word suggestion of resilience at a specific place, and I don't know if it's appropriate to do a quick straw poll, if the voting members like that, to put it in. That way we can move forward with a straw poll on that word. And other than that, I'm fine with going forward.
Should we take a 5-minute break for a procedural check-in here? I mean, I hate to do it, but I don't know how to structure this in a public meeting, guys. I don't.
Yeah, I think on that one, I thought that Audrey had pointed out the very specific places within the priority language that made it very clear that resilience is front and center on the top of what we need to do. And so I thought we'd move past that one, and so that we were left with just the cornerstone one. And I think, to Liza Jane's point, I don't think we reached consensus on Russ's change.
Right.
I think I saw a thumbs up from Liz there.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Well, that's as close as I'm getting to a straw poll. That makes me nervous.
You ready?
All right, no, Russ.
So again, mine I think is a friendly amendment based upon the comments from the governor's office. And the constitutional prioritization of this program as a grant-making body is to do land and water acquisition and restoration work. It's right there in the Constitution. I consider that to be a friendly amendment to emphasize the importance to anybody who reads in the third paragraph of the strategic plan, our mission statement. And I would suggest that we take we have a motion that I move that the board adopt the 2024 strategic plan as modified today, October 23rd, 2024, as discussed.
I don't think we can, I understand you're making the motion, but I think that motion is too broad because we've had so much discussion now that I think we need to really define the changes that we are making within the document, within the motion, so we're very clear on what we're voting on. I don't know if it was okay to do that, but.
Russ,
So I would move
clarify.
that we adopt the strategic plan with the substitution of anchor in the place of cornerstone, and the substitution of and using land and water acquisition in place of whatever language was there.
Protection.
Just for clarity, Russ, is that what you were intending to?
Thank you.
Okay.
That's significant.
I wouldn't want to take off your turn unless
That was
Mark was
it.
echoing what you were
Thank you.
saying.
So I would propose that I move that we adopt those two changes and adopt the plan as changed or amended today.
So that was the motion.
That was the motion, so you can ask for a second.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been motioned and seconded. Additional discussion, Jamie.
The question, instead of taking out the word protection, what about adding that language in addition to protection? So adding language rather than striking language? Because there seemed to be sensitivity about taking out the word protection.
Fine.
Eric, do you have
I did not have sensitivity over the word protection. I was just stating that the word protection was inserted in response to public comment earlier. I think Russ's change is fine. I don't have heartburn with that.
I think that was a helpful clarification, though, I think.
Okay. I think Mark was next.
So I guess the question is for Sarah or staff. Protection is what I perceive as a 50,000 word that would include what Russ is talking about. Russ is drilling down a little deeper and saying, I'm going to define that by saying this. So I kind of lean toward keeping it at 50,000 so that it still addresses what Russ is talking about in the statute. But if staff is saying, that doesn't limit us by saying these specific words, and if something comes up later, they say, well, no, it was specific versus protection, which in my opinion includes what Russ eloquently related to. So does staff have an opinion on that?
I think Audrey and I suspect Renee as acquisitions and special programs manager is probably well suited to help us out too.
Yeah, thank you. I would comment that, again, kind of, at least my thinking on this is around the broad categories and then drilling down later. And my comment is just that it seems like the feedback on adding land and water acquisitions on that page along with the mission statement is because of the language around the agency mission. It seems to be extra important that that be clear and captured. And I think that based on what my colleagues say in a moment, that including land and water acquisition and protection would be logical in that place. And again, I think we're focusing on that. And then we're keeping the protection language as detailed in the document as it stands right now for the reasons that Sarah described, for kind of simplicity of language at those later points throughout the document. So that's my opinion on why we're focusing in on that page regarding the mission statement.
For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisition Special Programs Manager. So I honestly think you could go either way. I have the constitutional language, secure long-term protection for land and waters that provide significant habitats for native fish and wildlife. That's section 4B of the Constitution. If you scroll down just a bit, it talks about under sub 2,
Renee,
sub
could you get a little
A,
closer to the mic?
sub 2, sub A, acquire from willing owners interests in land and water. So I do think those are connected in the constitutional language. This is not just statutory. I think protection can cover it. If you choose to more specifically call out to programs, I think you could do that also. I thought I heard maybe a concern from Liza Jane about transitioning from protection to land and water acquisition. So that might be the deliberation point for the board.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Jamie.
Can I ask, Mark, was your intent to make a friendly amendment to maintain the just add the proposed language and not strike language?
It was just, it was just under discussion. I didn't have a friendly amendment. So.
Okay, I was gently suggesting that if you wanted to keep the protection language, you would suggest that the language that others feel strongly about just be added and not struck, so we don't get into an either or. Is what I was trying to be subtle about, but.
I'm not sure where I'm at now, because I'm hearing staff kind of going waffling back and forth.
You know, I think staff are pretty agnostic about this. I think it works. It works as written. It works with Russ's amendment. I
don't see a difference in
if it works
in how we implement it.
So we do have a motion on the table. No, hang on, we got a motion on the table still. And I don't remember what it is.
Mark made it, Mark Webb made it.
It was moving the red line version with the 2 additional changes, replacing
Bruce's edits and.
Cornerstone with anchor and Russ's edit to replace protection with land and water acquisition.
And then Bruce had seconded it. Okay, Bruce, did you have something else you wanted to? Any additional discussion? You guys are all avoiding my eye contact right now. Okay, we have a motion. It has been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Yeah, I know, she just came on. All those opposed?
Nope.
Any abstentions? Okay, thank you.
So can we do a count there? Because we have 1 member missing. Nicole, are you okay on numbers? We have 1 no, the rest of present members were yes? Okay.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and let's do like a 10-minute, do you want to do? How about a 10 until 3?
Yeah, we can.
Come back at 3. We'll do a 10-minute break. Thank you.
I think we better give folks a chance to.
Everybody find your way back to your seats, please.
I'm gonna grab one more piece of chocolate. One more, just one more. I'm just on the plane, that's all.
I've got plenty of.
Renee, I did not tell you that we moved you around. We're going to call you up. All right, everybody, we are moving on down to other business. Item R, and our other business right now is Renee's going to give us immediate wildfire response funding request.
Great.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you, Barbara. Good afternoon again. For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager. I'm joined by Rachel Thompson on Zoom. Thanks, Rachel, for joining a little early. Rachel is our post-fire recovery specialist. And Eric Williams is here also to hopefully back cleanup on some things. So we'll walk you through agenda item R, which is the immediate wildfire response funding request to the board. This was prompted as we heard at the July board meeting. We were in the midst of what turned out to be yet again unprecedented fire season. So we had some discussion about that yesterday. Nearly 2 million acres burned. Of that, over 700,000 non-federal acres impacted. And so the board in July had expressed interest in really wanting to understand what are some of the impacts potentially to previously funded investments. So that was one of the written updates that Sarah referenced in the director's update. Really just trying to get an early sense of what some of those known impacts are. The RPRs and project managers reached out to try to begin to get a qualitative sense of that. We did add some quantitative information into that director's update. And one of the other prompts from the board really was to try to get a handle on what are the needs out there. This is not the first time that the board has contemplated or invested in immediate post-fire recovery work. We did initially in 2020 after the Labor Day fires, and then during the 21-23 biennium through the governor's priorities, some smaller dollar grants. Those fire seasons weren't quite as significant, but I don't want to gloss over impacts such as the Bootleg fire in 2021, just a massive fire. So this is not the first time that we've contemplated this, but really wanting to make sure we're coordinating with the local partners on the ground, councils, districts, tribes, others, to really understand what are you experiencing, what are you starting to understand as you're able to get into some of those fire areas. In some cases, they're still not, really in doing assessments yet because fire season just really recently wrapped up. But coordination with entities such as NRCS, they've been on the front lines also working with local partners to understand some of those impacts. And then someone referenced, maybe it was Jamie, I'm forgetting now, mentioned the state recovery function. So essentially the state, yet again this year, did actually have a partial activation of the state disaster recovery plan, including state recovery function, 7 natural and cultural resources recovery. Actually, it was Andrea Kreiner who referenced that. So there have been weekly to bi-weekly meetings of a whole host of agencies, local partner organizations, Farm Bureau, OACD and others to really understand what are the impacts, certainly some of the natural resources impacts, but some of the economic and community impacts too around the state. So a lot of coordination with agencies also such as Department of Forestry, ODFW, ODA, and others as we've been scoping some of the potential impacts. So what we're bringing to you today is a proposed investment via a technical assistance grant offering. Rachel will walk us through that shortly, but really trying to be responsive in a couple ways. So one, meeting folks where they are. So you see the 2 intents at the top of the second page of the staff report. Invest in efforts by local organizations to support and implement planning efforts. It's very, I think it's human nature to say, let's give folks an enormous amount of restoration funding right away and expect them to get it on the ground. Someone captured earlier, fire perimeters are fire perimeters. That does not give you a sense of burn severity, what actually might have the potential for some regrowth, where you actually have really intense severity such that you have to help get that system back on a trajectory. And so really investing in some of those early planning efforts, and that can look a lot of different ways. That can look like a private lands bear, that can be cultural resources survey, that can be just being out on the land with landowners to determine what does this look like on your parcel, on your operation, and what then are some of the technical designs that we might invest in to help really lay the foundation for that successful restoration. And then also to fill some of the short-term gaps that exist. So I don't want to make assumptions that federal agencies will be able to come in and fill all of the funding gaps for the longer-term restoration, but some of that early assessment and survey funding is really tough to come by, especially when you're talking about a fire season at the scale of the one that we've had this year. So we've structured it as a technical assistance offering. Again, Rachel will walk us through now some of the parameters that went into that, but also some of the streamlined and expedited ways that we're thinking about rolling this out. Again, based on lessons learned from past investments, the last thing we want to do is burden folks with a really long and complex application and review process when they're already scrambling. So I think with that, Eric, anything to add from some of the scoping?
No, you covered it. If anyone does want to look at the impacts to past projects, they're back in the director's report, staff report. There's a table in there with some quantified information about fire impacts to previously funded projects. So that's the only thing I'd add.
Great. Okay, Rachel, we'll turn it over to you.
Great, thanks, Renee. So hi, Rachel Thompson. I'm the post-fire recovery specialist, and I'll describe some of the program considerations that OWEB staff work collaboratively on to develop. So starting with some of the eligible fire footprints, we use the Oregon Department of Forestry data to help inform those eligibility criteria using fires that impacted at least 1,600 non-federal acres as the minimum size to be included for eligibility. So this criteria was really intended to prioritize the larger acreage fires across the state, while also just accounting for the really wide range of fire sizes that were experienced this fire season. So non-federal acres are prioritized for this funding, though we do propose allowing small amounts of federal land to be included if that makes sense from like an all lands approach, or if it just makes sense within a given project area. So kind of given the wide range of fire sizes that were experienced this year, as well as Renee mentioned, just experiences that we've had from administering previous iterations of immediate post-fire grant offerings, we're proposing a sliding scale of funding based on non-federal acres impacted. And so that is outlined a little bit more clearly in the staff report under agenda item R. But you'll see that there are criteria there for 3 different size categories of fires. So the first category is for fires that impacted between 1,600 and 25,000 non-federal acres. And there are 22 fires within that size category. The next category is between 25,000 and 100,000 non-federal acres, and there are 5 fires that fall into that category. And then the final category is for fires that were impacting more than 100,000 non-federal acres, and which there are 2 that exist in that category. Funding maximums would be applied to each of these fire size categories. And so that is described. There's kind of 2 different funding levels for consideration that would apply for each of those categories. So for eligible applicants for this program, local organizations and tribes is who would be considered eligible. Similar to, again, past iterations of this program, propose that there be 1 designated lead entity per fire area, and that organization would be required to submit confirmation of their lead status from other partners that would be working in that fire area. We acknowledge that there already are quite a few collaborative efforts underway in a lot of these fire areas, and also just given the fact that these fires exist in pretty high concentrations in certain regions, applicants would be able to apply for multiple fires within the same application, just to ease some of the burden of the application process. But they would still be required to submit lead status confirmation from partners that work in that area. Duplicate requests for the same fire area would not be eligible. So again, coordination is really paramount to make sure that local partners and engagement with tribes and other appropriate non-traditional partners, that's expected and should be done by partners coming in. Renee touched on this, but this really is intended to be a technical assistance grant program. And so it would be assessment categories for post-fire resource and restoration assessments, and then cultural resource assessments would also be included. Additionally, outreach and engagement actions to help secure landowner buy-in and local partner coordination would be eligible under this funding. And they touched on this a little bit, but again, these actions are really based on having those discussions with NRCS in terms of what sorts of short-term impacts is really needed on the ground. And then also talking with local partners and learning some lessons from previous iterations of this grant funding and other post-fire funding. For administration of the program, this is really intended to be a fairly quick and streamlined application and review process. So applications would be reviewed internally by OWEB staff, which would include the appropriate regional program representative. And then there would be some follow-up with the applicant as needed to ensure that any concerns are addressed. And the grant term is proposed to be 18 months, and then following the expenditure of that funding, grantees would need to report back about how those funds were spent and how they were used to serve for post-fire recovery needs. And I'll pause there and see if there's any questions, and also turn it back over to Renee and Eric.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. A few things that I jotted down as I saw some of you scribbling. So one thing I failed to mention, Dan had raised earlier, where is this money coming from? So as a reminder, you all set aside in your update of the spending plan about $14.747 million in reserve. And that was in the event that a new need might come up in which you wanted to invest. That would be responsive to if there was some sooner than expected reduction in federal funding, for example. So you all have been prudent in setting aside funding for reserve. So this would reserve, and thank you to Stephanie and Miriam Scher for confirming, this would reduce your reserve to 12.47 million, and it would still be about 8.5% of the spending plan in reserve. So thank you, Dan, for prompting that question earlier. I'm happy to talk through the lead entity process. I know that might be confusing. I saw Barbara jotting down some notes, and that some of that rationale is from past experience, and also it's the reality of managing. We do not have unending amounts of funding for this work, so trying to make sure we have resources for each fire area, but in a way that it's managed and hopefully encouraging some coordination. But happy to talk through that. And I don't know, Eric, if you want to talk through a bit about the content related to the current open solicitation offering and what might be coming in there and creating space for folks in both offerings.
Yeah, thanks, Renee. Our regional program representatives have received multiple calls from applicants asking about, well, should we put an application in next week because we have a deadline in open solicitation coming up, and how will that dovetail with this offering? And the advice we've given them is that this offering is likely to get processed more quickly because, as you know, we have a 6-month process in open solicitation leading to an April award. And so we've encouraged them, if they're interested in applying to open solicitation, to continue to do that, even if they plan on coming in for this offering. And the advice we've given them is, one, if you can, maybe separate out your work into those two applications. But if you have overlap, that's okay. Try to the best extent possible to make sure you've got distinct project elements with distinct budgets, so that if these grants are awarded first and then you have an open solicitation application that reviews well, we can readily adjust the budget ask for that to account for funding that we've applied under this program. So I know that sounds a little bit complicated, and it is, but that was the best advice I think that we could offer the applicants to make sure that we're providing them the funding that they need and not missing any opportunities for them.
Jesse, did you have a question? Okay, thank you. Bruce, please.
Renee, I noticed on the $2 million option that if you maxed out all of the fires based on what's in the memo, it comes up to 1.8 million. Is the extra 200,000 for?
It's a great question.
Was that cornerstone math?
I know, exactly. I even thought I had rerun those numbers. Let us get back to you on that.
Oh, that was classic. That was good.
I know. I need my phone.
We forgot to bring Miriam.
Mark Labhart, please.
Okay, thank you. Very strong supporter for this effort. A number of you know of my background as an incident commander on a number of project fires over the last 30 years. The federal agencies are somewhat covered by what we're talking about. And they're covered because they have what they call BEAR teams. BEAR teams rapidly assess the effects of fire on vegetation, soils, and watershed function and develop a plan with actions to stabilize fire effects in landscape and mitigate post-fire hazards. So that's the definition of a BEAR team. So BLM, Forest Service, they have those teams out there. Private landowners do not necessarily have that in effect. And this is essentially, in my opinion, a BEAR process where we can help private landowners that are willing. And we heard from the Soil and Water Conservation Districts this morning in the public comments that they're ready. And so there's going to be others out there. And so in my opinion, the 2 million is going to be a drop in the bucket, but we need to do this the smart way. And I'm not going to repeat what you said, but I think we're setting up a smart process to do these technical assistance grants. And so that will give us some clear directions on what needs to be fixed in this fire versus that fire and those kind of things. So just a strong supporter for this. And I think it's just, it says a lot about OWEB that they're probably going to be one of the first agencies to step up and step out and say, we understand what the problem is, we're here to help. So.
Along with NRCS.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mark. And I did want to put a plug in for NRCS. So they initiated, I think maybe the brainchild came after Bootleg, a pilot for private lands BEAR. And that is a game changer because after 2020, there were massive gaps in what could be done in terms of post-fire recovery on non-federal land. So thank you to NRCS.
Kelly.
Thank you. I would also want to echo Mark's comments. I think this work is incredibly important. And those private lands need that help. The federal BEAR process comes with funding. If you have a fire on private lands, you don't get that. So I think this is really important and I am a strong supporter of it. This is sort of, it's related and it's kind of tangential and it's something that I have brought up for the last couple of years now. I feel like, and it's sort of prompted with a slide that Sarah had on her director's report about programs that are sunsetting, drought and wildfire. And while those particular programs are sunsetting, we are going to continue to have catastrophic wildfire in the state. We are going to continue to have drought in the state. And so we already have these programs in place and we have been administering these grants. And this may be a broader conversation with the legislature or maybe the governor's office as well. But I feel like we keep standing these programs up and then they sunset and then we get a slug of money to stand these programs up again and to continue the funding. And reading the tea leaves into the future, I feel like drought and wildfire are ones that we can bet on that we're going to continue to see. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we could, I guess, use the word advocate or in some way have something in place, have the infrastructure in place, so we can effectively respond when we get this funding, and it isn't, positions for short-term duration staff that then go away, or we try to fund in some other way. And then we need to bring staff back on to stand up another program to do this. And so this is a broader existential question for OWEB, and I know that. And I'm not expecting, I'm not trying to get us off on a tangent here from what we're discussing today, but I didn't know where else to put this in the meeting. And I just feel like it's something that I would like to support OWEB staff in however I can to help you guys get some solid footing and some structure around that, knowing that I think these things are going to continue to come up.
Thank you, Kelly. May I just interject and say, I want to give huge kudos to Rachel Thompson, who walked you through this. So Rachel came on as our post-fire recovery coordinator with the general fund dollars, has done just beyond incredible work with general fund, with immediate fire response grant that this board invests in, with now managing forest collaboratives grants, helping with shared stewardship investments. These pieces fit together, and she has been such an incredible addition to this team. So just thank you, Rachel, for all of that.
Okay, Dan.
Thanks.
And then Brian, and then Bruce.
And I apologize because this is, what I'm about to say is very oversimplified, and things are much more complicated than my pea brain can try to understand. But wildfires are part of our landscape, and they provide like debris flows that are very important to habitat restoration. We've spent a lot of money preparing our landscapes to accept debris flows and create phenomenal habitat. And so a lot of times in the emergency response efforts from EPA side, we're always like, we move in, we deal with the hazardous waste, and then there's clearly intervention that needs to be done to protect public health and public resources from debris flows. But I would urge OWEB with its focus on, watershed improvement in restoration. I think that's where, no, this wouldn't be land acquisition, but anyways, my point is that, sometimes it's okay to have a debris flow, especially where we've already invested a lot of money to accept that debris flow and create really good habitat. And so that's all. I'm just commenting as OWEB is using this money. I think it'd be really good opportunity to raise awareness that debris flows are okay sometimes, and not always try to mitigate to prevent them.
Brian.
Very well stated, Dan. I agree with that very much. In some cases, these landscapes need these kinds of disturbances, and that's what they're lacking. But my broader comment is I very much agree with Kelly's comment about trying to frame these programs broadly so that OWEB can be responsive to kind of shifting. And so in that vein, I think we need to think broader than fire and drought, but also other large disturbances like floods and such. For those of you who are here in 1996, things can happen on the other end of the hydrologic spectrum too. So just trying to cast, if we do move forward with that, try to cast it broadly in a kind of natural disturbance kind of context or disaster recovery kind of thing. So thanks.
Bruce, please, and then Jamie.
First, I'd like to apologize to Renee and Miss Nelson, my math teacher. I did not check my work, and you're absolutely correct, and I was wrong. I was wrong. Truly sorry, and I humbly repent. Yes, indeed. I love what you said, Chair, and I would like to know what options are available to us as a board, if we agree as a board, how we can communicate what is appropriate, what is acceptable, either to the executive branch or the legislative branch, with the executive branch's okay. Before we start the discussion of coming up with something, I'd like to know, can we do it? And how can we communicate if we do it? And so I don't know who is assigned to get that information.
So can I just clarify really quickly? It wasn't necessarily a rally cry for everybody here to just, it was more of a help us help you, staff. How can we help you get something like this in place or advocate for it? So I'm not, I just, however we can do that to help you guys, I think that would be great so we could know.
I didn't think.
I can respond, but if Jamie's on the same topic, why don't we go to Jamie next?
Yeah.
Thank you. So Kelly, Brian, Bruce, great news. Resilience building is part of the governor's direction and now included in our strategic plan, the reference in priority 6. The thinking that some people put into their comments is sometimes there's things behind it. And it's exactly the point of why I was urging we even bump it up with greater highlighting, because it gives, but staff has shown it's already there. So I think the discussion, how that might go is potentially to Jeff is the governor's provided this direction. It's great vision, it's truly great vision and responsiveness. And in our responsiveness as part of the board's support also of a strategic plan, we've identified this is one of the things we need to do to get there. And so that whole conversation's been queued up with this meeting alone. And I absolutely agree. And it also goes to the other direction the governor gave us of making sure the agency is well-staffed and sound. And so I think the response to the governor's letter, it's all been queued up already. But that word resiliency is a really important word, because that's also a key priority, not just for the governor right now, but also for the legislature. And the beauty of that word is there is support across the great diversity we have in our elected representatives. And so going with that word and that language helps us to get there and helps to tell this story. So good news on that. The comment I wanted to bring back to this topic, and I recognize that there'll be some others, is so completely agree with the proposal. Once again, great vision, great insight, great proposal in a timely manner. So thank you. Also agree with the delegation of authority. I wanted to ask a question, and so this is really kind of more of a question for staff in general, because when I'm looking at this, I know it needs to be quick and responsive. I also know we've got some great expertise on our board, so I haven't asked this, but I wanted to float this up just for a thought. Would it also be helpful, in addition to the proposed motion and the proposed allocation of funds and delegate authority to the executive director, to brace yourself, establish an ad hoc, temporary, single issue, potentially one-time committee that Mark Webb, who I have not yet asked about this and proposes to, would chair, that would help provide some guidance. The idea, it might just be one meeting, and it would be then, I would propose Mark chair it, and then whoever else the executive director would invite to be on that. But it would still ultimately be delegate authority to the executive director and to staff, but that might allow some additional insight from some of the board members. And the purpose of the board would not be make a decision, but would only to provide recommended guidance to the executive director. So Sarah, a question for you and for staff, if that would be helpful, is delegate authority or not?
I'm making adult eyes at Renee again. I think what I would suggest is, if rather than making that part of the motion, we could take that back to the team of staff that put this proposal together. It was responsive both to Rachel's and others' experience building the last program, and also to feedback from our regional program reps that are talking with folks in the community. I think that I saw a kind of if nominated will not run, if elected will not serve moment with Mark there. But if we can take that under advisement and ask you guys for specific support without being tied to emotion, that would be just procedurally helpful. But it is a place where this board has got a ton of expertise, and we'll look for the right structure to mobilize that without breaking anybody's calendar, if that's okay.
Mark
Did I
Webb.
steal your line?
Sorry.
No, I'm happy to help in any way that I can. I just want to stress that I think OWEB staff, and then staff in the field, the watershed councils and the SWCDs are excellent, incredibly competent, have a good sense of what needs to happen or how to go about it with landowners. Happy to help. I am deeply appreciative of what the staff have put together. What I would ask the board to consider, we're talking about responding to wildfire, so post events. And I know I can be pretty grumpy a lot and pointed. I still feel like state agencies aren't well aligned about how to handle this from a treatment perspective pre-fire. And I do think that OWEB is in a position to maybe facilitate some of these conversations so that state agencies are better aligned. And as just an example, it's not a criticism of ODF, but they are facing a challenge right now because a lot of areas that burned over, if you remove the trees, per the Forest Practices Act, my understanding is they need to replant. But those are places that didn't have trees before. And so we're not having those kinds of conversations. So I just hope that OWEB can maybe, and board members can be in a conversation about how to, you won't get ahead of it, but not just post-event, but pre-event. If we can't have conversations about what resilience actually looks like on the landscape, pre-treatment to handle wildfire and other disturbance pattern or disturbance processes, that's what I would really like to see happen.
Co-Chair, may I make a comment in response to what Mark mentioned? We do have reporting that is continuing under the general fund wildfire grants. And so part of that is lessons learned. Do we have areas where there had been some treatments? How did those respond, perform? I think we could ask the same of some of these folks through time, not wanting to burden them with reporting requirements. And I mentioned the shared stewardship 20-year landscape resilience strategy process with ODF, Forest Service, and others. I do think, Mark, that is where a lot of this rubber meets the road, and hopefully that forum will help. We are part of that forum, but we look a lot to our colleagues at ODF and Forest Service to lead the charge on some of that coordinated game plan with treatments and then also increasingly post-fire recovery coordination.
So we've gotten completely off topic, off the agenda item here. I know this is a
I'm
great
happy to make a
conversation.
motion.
Yeah, I know. I do want a motion, but I want to continue that conversation, and I almost see maybe a panel coming before us to continue this conversation because I feel the same way. I feel like we are being asked to stand up temporary programs, and I even think of OAHP. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of layers that we're being asked to do. So I support all this conversation today. So thank you. We do have an ask in front of us. So Mark, go ahead. Mark Webb.
I move the board approve up to $2 million in funding for an immediate fire response technical assistance program and delegate to the executive director the authority to distribute the funds through appropriate agreements with an award date of October 23, 2024.
I'll second that.
It's been moved by Mark Webb, seconded by Jamie. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Or any abstentions? Sorry, any abstentions? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. So we are down to our final agenda item, and we might be able to get you out here quickly, but we wanted to take the pulse of the board on this topic, the committee structures. We have a thought. In case, but does anybody really want to have this conversation today? I guess that's really where I want to start. That's where I want to start. But we have options that we want to put before you.
May I suggest that we take comments today, and if it looks like we're heading in the same direction, then it could be considered taking action. Otherwise, it could set the stage for staff to think about comments and come back with a specific proposal if it feels like it's getting too big.
Can I tell you what we were thinking? I would love to. Is bringing it back to the committee level and let the committees have the conversation and then bring it back to us in January is what we were thinking, and kind of having it a more of a robust conversation. As I look at the time right now, I'm very conscious of everybody's time, and if you can hear it, maybe my voice is telling me the same thing.
I do want
but
to share one caveat, and Jamie, you look hesitant. I don't know if this is your thought or not. We do have visitors to the water committee, speakers. It'll be in December. So what I would love is if we can take the route described here, but also that I will do individual calls with anybody that's not able to get a robust conversation and with a committee meeting. I will be very careful not to share serial communications in that process. And then I would bring it back. It's an old board facilitator's trick, right? To interview everybody and then bring back commonalities and differences in a future meeting. So if we can do that kind of combination of group and individual conversations, I just worry about getting folks on the road too close to dark here is the only, I know you're pooped too,
Safety.
but that's my broader concern. Liza Jane has her hand.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, Liza Jane.
That's all right.
ahead.
Thank you. I would love to have the room for this in our next board meeting instead of individually, Sarah, not meaning that I don't enjoy those conversations with you, and possibly we could do both. But I think it's a group think activity, and we'll all benefit greatly from hearing from each other what we're thinking. And so, Silas, are you okay?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, siloing it to individual or to the current committees, I think will limit us, extend the conversation, and the outcome won't be as good. So that's just asking for your consideration, unless there's a hurry. If there's a rush or a time on this, then I would retract those comments.
No, there's not a hurry, Liza Jane. I feel like it's going to be a group conversation in January. Just kind of queuing it up at the committee level is what we're thinking.
So I do want to share one hurry, and I'm okay with either of those approaches. I do want to check in, because I think I interrupted Jamie earlier, and see if that's where she was headed. It's just that we're running committees that don't feel like a great fit anymore. So we could pause those committees after December, we could do something else, but we've got a grants committee that's super packed, and having sat in on the other two committees recently, it's taking a lot of staff management, and they intersect so much that we end up having overlapping conversations with both committees. It's really important content. I don't want to imply that those committees aren't doing good work, but I'm feeling some urgency around needing to nail this down. If we can have that conversation in January, that's okay with me, but it's hard on staff. Remember that there are 18 of you and there are only 45 of us. So the organization is like 1/3 board. And so it is challenging for staff to keep this pace of committee meetings up under the current structure. So that's, January's fine with me. I will return to deferring to the board here, but I just wanted to share that one piece of urgency.
Jamie? Okay.
Just in response to that, I agree with Liza Jane in terms of being the organic group discussion. And the point about, I appreciate your perception on the committees. One of the things that we're trying to do with the committees is actually do some work that is now part of our strategic plan and a key part of our mission. And that's why I thought it would be helpful. I appreciate, Co-Chair, your sense of things are winding down, but that's why I thought getting some ideas out, because it would help to shape people's thinking as we kind of led up to this. Because I think there are some key things that we can take, we have and tweak and modified. And that's what we've been trying to do within internal committees. And then there is a part of intersectionality between committees, but that's also an important piece not to lose, I think.
Mark Webb.
Yeah, I'm happy with whatever you decide today, and just let me know how I can help.
Barb, can
Ara.
I ask one more question? Sure.
Sorry.
Make up a nickname for Liza Jane now.
I know. Go ahead.
Would-
LJ.
Would there be any great harm if committees did not meet until the next meeting? Do they have tasks, chores, any specific work to do?
Some of them do. If I have the board's flexibility in either keeping or rescheduling or canceling meetings, I would appreciate that. And we'll leave it to staff to make sure that we take care of urgent business with committees.
Okay. I'm good. I'm with Mark Webb, whatever happens.
Bruce?
I would like to know where this, it appears based on the memo that I read from you, from Sarah, and from comments made today, that the issue is primarily coming from staff. Is that correct?
I have heard committee members express similar observations from board members.
Okay, I serve on 2 committees. I've heard comments from about the workload at the grants committee, which is huge. So as far as looking at that, just for history, we have fewer committees today than we have had for decades. And we have more participation by members. Work's been done. I think as I read the memo, it felt like it's a couple of the resolutions from DEIEJ and climate where their work is done. That was the implication that I felt reading the memo. So I think we need to have discussions about how we do, full discussions about what is the best use of board member time and effort to advance. We're resolved now, what are we going to do about it? So as far as the resolutions, and how can we even out the workload for the grants committee? So I would like to see time carved out to have a fulsome discussion on this issue.
Yeah, I'd like to take a lot of time for this.
Well, we did schedule 90 minutes for it, at least today. but
Okay, you want to start right now?
work out
Who
that
wants to start right now?
I have slides. I defer to the board. I really do.
Liza Jane and then Mark Labhart.
I'm another topip. Just 30
Oh,
seconds.
I'm sorry I didn't lower my hand, but I'm
Okay.
completely comfortable right now if you guys want to keep talking.
She doesn't have to drive home.
Get me a room for another night.
Mark Labhart?
Well, it's another topic, so
Oh.
I'm completely comfortable too, so.
So is everybody okay waiting until January to have a full board discussion? Okay, all right.
Well, it's
A
30,
reminder that will be a virtual discussion. Just so everybody's picturing the same thing.
okay. Well, at 30 seconds, so Russ had asked me to forward him some information today. I didn't have his email address, so Nicole, you were gonna ask that question of the board, is it okay to share people's email addresses? Because I can't send Russ information unless I have his email, and so we have it now, so, but you were gonna ask that of everybody, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Or if that's okay.
Are we all comfortable with internally the board sharing emails amongst each other? Non-serial communication, just address.
Yeah, I was just saying.
Yeah.
I'm sending him
Use it wisely, friends, because if you start emailing each other on board business, we're going to have a real problem. So I'm just going to repeat that because we're on an open meeting and Nicole doesn't have a mic. There's a question of whether it's okay for Nicole to share. If anyone objects, please let Nicole know. If you have any concerns about your email being shared specifically with other members, please don't use it to discuss business.
And in fairness, all Russ asked was, do you have a copy of the conservation strategy for ODF and W? We do, it's a public document, so I'm sending it to him.
That is permissible. Thank you, Mr. Hyde.
Okay, is there anything else for the good of the order today? All right, we will see you virtually in January. Thank you, everybody, for your time and your commitment. This meeting's adjourned.
Thank you, co-chairs.